Hello. Good morning. We got about 10 minutes until round start, but we're here for round of 16. Some Vanderbilt coverage. Craig will be joining me. Oh, which I guess means I should probably get my earphones set up. So let's do that. Great. Now I feel like the entire world has been blocked out since I can't hear as well. Okay, well, we have... So I don't actually know who's going to be on VuGraph because as usual, Jan kind of decides that, Jan Martel, and we have her little vote thing. Round of 16, let's take a look. So, looks like Switzerland versus Hans will be on here. Probably Rosenthal versus question mark. I don't know, it's probably on there. Oh, Rosenthal-Rombo, that could be a good match. Leibowitz against Juster also looks interesting. And then I guess the fourth match that people might want to cover is Wolfson against Goodman. There's Maxstroth in the match, and so people like watching him. I guess that makes sense. But those are the top four. We will have four matches in play today on VuGraph. Let's get a vote up and running. I know we don't have a lot of people in here just yet, but let's go ahead and find out what people want to watch. Okay, so I think Switzerland, Hans, Rosenthal, Rombo, Leibowitz, question mark, and the other one. There we go. I will give you about 5 minutes to vote. So if you're here, congratulations. You get to influence what match we're going to cover all day. Make sure you show up early to the stream for this important decision. I mean, I guess I have the final say, or Craig and I have the final say, but I do plan on mostly trying to cover the matches that people want to see. I mean, basically everything is going to be a good match at this point in the event. Yesterday, there were definitely a couple of matches that were a little bit of a blowout, for sure. I mean, Fleischer cruised to victory, of course. I wonder what this match is that no one wants to watch. Street against Kane. Wow. That feels really bad for those teams. Did I vote for them? I did not. I mean, I was a little sad I could only vote for 4 because I tried to pick matches that I thought might be exciting for VuGraph as opposed to necessarily matches that were maybe going to produce the highest quality bridge. But all 8 of these matches, I think I went through and there was like maybe one match that I actually just didn't want to watch, but I don't remember which one it was. It might have been Wolfson against Goodman, honestly. But anyway, that's what, so it looks like those might be the options for today. So get your votes in if there is a match that you specifically want to see. I hear that all of the Aussie viewers are going to be asleep, or might be asleep. So I will add in 1 vote for them in the Switzerland versus Hans match at the end of the poll, just so that they're fairly represented. Whew. Well, we got 4 more days of this, I guess. Today is Wednesday. And round of 16 today, quarterfinals tomorrow, semifinals on Friday, and finals on Saturday. Denmark says Leibowitz. Did you vote in the poll, or are you trying to cast your vote in chat? I haven't actually figured out how to implement a like chat vote where you can just like type your responses in chat rather than clicking on the little poll vote thing. I know I've seen other streamers do that sort of thing before, and maybe I should figure it out. Is that a thing? Yeah, it totally is. But I guess it's more functional with streams that have like a large number of chat members, so that they can just like say, type your response in chat, and then something like tallies everything up. I could probably do that as well and tally it up by hand. But this is also effective. You know, I always forget, Gandolius, to do the predictions. It's important to have a safe outlet for your gambling addiction. That's how I feel. And Twitch gives you that safe outlet because channel points are more or less completely worthless as a currency. Don't tell anyone. I'm not trying to scam people, but my channel points are very valuable. Everyone else's channel points, completely useless. But yeah, I will try and remember to put up a prediction for each of the 4 segments today. Do we have broadcasts up? We do not yet. You're surprised some countries don't allow channel point gambling? It's like a gateway drug. You know, if you start gambling on Twitch, then you're more likely to gamble in real life. Maybe. I don't know. I assume that's the idea. Does anyone know where players' system cards are? Or is it just like you kind of have to click on their profile picture and then like hope that their thing has a link to a convention card? I'm guessing no one actually knows the answer to this question, but if you do, let me know. So Poland thinks that gambling on Twitch means you're going to lose your entire life savings in real life. Hey, Peter Chan. Welcome to the stream. Should be getting underway with the coverage momentarily. All right, so what happened in this poll? Switzerland, Hans, Rosenthal, Rombau. We're tied, but I am adding the one Aussie vote since they're not here to vote for themselves for Switzerland, Hans, and we can check that out. That'll be, I think, somewhat of a fun match to cover, but ooh, I see. Okay, that's actually probably a more reasonable point. Shihali says that the legal issue is that you actually can spend real money to gamble on Twitch with channel points by subscribing. And I think that's true. Hashtag not sponsoring my own subscription, but if you want to, I think you earn like double channel points from watching the channel if you're a subscriber as opposed to not being a subscriber. Which is very important because then you can use those to gamble on my channel in these like fake predictions that sometimes I remember to put up. Okay, who's going to win the first segment? So Team Switzerland, or who are they playing against? Hans. And I will give you 10 minutes to vote, so... Or 10 minutes to put your wagers in. Oh, God. Now what? Craig is calling me. 1 second. I am back. Sorry for the interruption. Craig will be joining us, but eventually. Yeah, you can get a bunch of hands analyzed with your channel points if you have some. Are you a lawyer, Shihali? Because you speak as if you're really into law. I guess you don't have to be a lawyer to be interested in legal stuff, but 6 Aussies versus 1 Swiss and 5 rental Swiss. Yeah, I think that is kind of an accurate description. We're 5 minutes past round start. Still no tables up. Twitch chat lawyer. I feel like a lot of people can lay claim to that title. I don't want to influence the vote, but currently, if you wanted to bet on the Aussies, you would be getting some pretty good odds on your wager. So I wonder if it's not allowed in Poland, and ooh, table is up, and we actually are the first match available, which might be bad news for us, because that might mean that other people will be trying to jump in and get into the first table for commentary. Oh, here we go. Edgerton, Wibley, Brink, and Driver. All right, goodbye, Twitch chat. I will see you in a bit. Good morning, everyone. We are here for some round of 16 action from Louisville, the 2024 NABC Vanderbilt teams. We got our matchup today between Team Switzerland, formerly known as Team Zimmerman, as many people might be familiar, and Team Hans, a four-handed team that contains several Australian players, I think one player from New Zealand. I'm Brady Bott, your host today, joined today by Craig Genzer. Craig, welcome.
Morning.
Yeah, so I know that you suffered a tough defeat in the opening round to Moyles in this event. Tell us a little bit about your experience playing.
Yeah, so we drew that team, which I believe was I think they maybe were the 8th seed. I'm not sure.
Yes.
So possibly a little underseeded there because the same team, I think, with a slightly different configuration. I don't remember who the third pair was, but they this time it was 2 Israeli players. But they won that event a few years ago. So, it's playing relatively recent event winners at number 8 feels a little rough. So we lost by 35. I thought we played okay, definitely not our A game, but like our B plus A minus game. But, a team like that, they don't give you a lot of chances. You have to play extremely well to win. And we played pretty well, but not extremely well.
Sure.
But it was good. And tournament conditions actually were very good. Louisville's restaurant scene is much improved from the previous NABC, which I think was 2011, maybe. So that was nice. The first couple of days, the weather was lovely, and then it got cold again. Disappointing result, but still feels good having made them work for it a little bit.
Yeah, well, hopefully you'll enjoy today's commentary. I mean, these are two really fun teams to watch. Obviously, Team Switzerland, the most recent Bermuda Bowl winners, they do tend to win a lot of these large knockout events. And Team Hans, they're four-handed, but these are two, I would say, pretty well-established partnerships, even though I guess Whibley, Edgerton don't usually partner each other. But they, I think, as you put it earlier before we got on, they make a lot of action happen at the table. So on this first hand, Brink actually decided to open 4 hearts in third seat, opposite a passed hand partner. He had this 15 count with a small singleton spade, and figured that it might be important to put a lot of pressure on the opponents immediately.
Yeah, and sometimes when you have a hand like this and it goes 4 hearts, 4 spades, which isn't a huge surprise if that's how the auction develops, it's fine. You start ace, king, ace, maybe partner has a trick. You have a singleton spade, they could break badly.
Mm-hmm.
So there's certainly a lot going. I mean, it's a swinging action on board 1, but it's the kind of action that could work out really well.
Yeah.
And I think, am I remembering correctly that this Hans team made a fairly deep run in one of these NABC knockouts within the last year or two?
I'm sure you're right. I actually have not looked up the results from the previous couple of years.
Yeah, I think if any of the kibitzers can fill us in at all, please feel free. Meanwhile, 4 hearts looks like it's just going to drift off a trick here.
2, it looks like there's 2 club losers.
Oh, right, there's a second club loser no matter what. Yeah, so minus 100 to start this thing off. And I didn't see the results yesterday. Did either of these teams have a close match?
So Team Switzerland was in a little bit of a close match. I think they were either behind or close to tied at the half, but they did end up winning their match somewhat comfortably overall. And Hans was in the down-under battle with their fellow countrymen's Milne, and that was a topsy-turvy match. I think they might have pulled out a fourth-quarter comeback in that one.
No, they were leading the entire way, actually.
Oh, okay.
The Milne team had the Hans team had a dominant second quarter and the Milne team had a dominant third quarter, but Hans was leading the match the entire way, although by only 1 imp after the first set.
Mm-hmm.
The Milne team actually was transnational, so it had Milne Coots from Australia, but Finn Kolesnik and Plotnik and Kevin Rosenberg and an Israeli player who I played against in the Platinum, Asaf Yakateli.
Got it.
It turned out their qualifier wasn't close. We played them in the last round of the second day of the Platinum, and we kind of knew what we were doing, but we got to a slam that was a little hard to bid that a lot of the field didn't, and felt a little bad because I was on the same side of the screen as Eldad Ginasar, who I know a little bit, and like him a lot. And I was like, "Oh, as your set." He kind of gave the we think we're going to qualify, but not quite. And then we had the draw against her. I'm like, sorry, but it turned out they weren't close. They made it very comfortably and finished. I don't remember where, somewhere in the maybe top, somewhere in the 10 to 15 range.
Yeah, so I mean, the Platinum Pairs being kind of a lead up to this event does offer
Yeah,
players a little bit of a warm up before they get into some of these big team games.
a
Um,
really tough event.
yeah, so two
Like they
passes go over to Edgeton on the second board, and
is
I,
absolutely hope in his hand.
I was going to say I wouldn't be at all shocked if he opened the sand two of a major. Um, I don't think their two heart opener shows both majors weak, but he might just open two hearts on Jack 9/5 because he thinks it's a good enough suit.
Yeah, so there is a link to their system cards, although it's the Australian one, which I don't know exactly how to find this info at a glance. I can look at their WBF card. Um, I would. It wouldn't surprise me if they're playing multi in some kind of. Yeah, it just opens one heart, of course.
Yeah, and so this is kind of what we were talking about, that this is going to be kind of an exciting match for not, maybe not necessarily the bridge that everyone expects to see, but oh my god, things are getting out of hand on this board. Okay, I'm going to cut myself off because
So three diamonds is a mixed raise. This is a method over doubles has become very popular to bid one under as a mixed raise of partners opening bid suit.
yeah, and now South, of course, little does he know, he
Does he
thinks
know?
his partner has a takeout double of hearts, and he has this 5-card spade suit he didn't open. He has this singleton heart, 8 high card points. He's happy to try the spade game. North is feeling a little bit stuck.
No, I mean, he at least has the comfort in knowing the partner has some values, even though some of them are obviously going to be in spades. Yeah, he'll bid 5 diamonds probably, and that's a make since partner is kind enough to have 4-card trump support in a singleton.
Yeah, well,
I mean, the
6
singleton
diamonds.
is basically known.
Mm-hmm.
What's it?
Yeah, I mean, 6 diamonds is a great spot.
Yeah, that just feels like a little much, with a void and partner suit in this useless King of Hearts. Partner could be, the same, like, I don't know, 6-2-3 or something. Like maybe he'll bid 6 diamonds. It just feels like a lot to me.
I mean, the King of Hearts is not that worthless, right? He does bid 5 diamonds after some thought. And
yeah, I mean they could lead a heart and it's a trick, but like how often is it a useful trick other than that it saves you from having to to rough an extra one?
Well, the shorter partner's diamonds are, the more useful the King of Hearts is.
Yeah, right. That was kind of what I meant.
South giving this a little bit of a look. I mean,
his hand's awfully good for diamonds.
it is.
Yeah, I think
he probably expects the Ace of Spades to be working.
Yeah, I think he probably is going to raise this to slam. I mean, his hand for this auction really couldn't be any better, right? He was a pass hand originally, so his partner's not counting on him for much more than this.
Mm-hmm. I wonder if there's any sort of ethical concern, because we know that East was not the one thinking over 5 diamonds.
Right.
From the South perspective. So the board was over there on the other side of the screen for a little bit of time before 5 diamonds came back.
I mean, I would say probably East wasn't thinking, but from South's point of view, this could be a spot where East has to give a save a look.
Mm-hmm.
I agree with you. It's much more likely that North was the one who took his time.
Yeah. Okay, so Brink does find the raise to 6 diamonds. I think I've seen this time and time again from the Switzerland team here, where Brink Driver often bid to a lot of fairly aggressive slams, and this time they're going to get rewarded for it.
Yeah, this is going to be a very quick claim. And if you're East, I think you probably just lead the Ace of Hearts, right? Like, he can't be too optimistic, but what else can you sensibly do?
Yeah, it is a question. Sometimes trump leads are fairly passive against slams, and maybe East might just hope declarer doesn't have 12 on his own. If he wants to try and set up a trick, it's probably clubs that is his best bet, the unbid suit, but you're right, he does lead the ace of hearts. Let's take a look at dummy.
Yeah, I don't like a trump lead here because I think East best hope has to be that North-South just got a little bit stuck at this level of the auction and their trumps are weaker than they might hope.
Yeah, of course, because South could have 3 diamonds and his opener has queen third, and then the trump lead blows the contract.
Yeah, exactly. Or Jack 10 fourth or something where where they can pick them up with a little help, but probably wouldn't under their own power.
Right. Yep. So ace of hearts lead. That 7 of hearts is, I guess, a neutral signal.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised he didn't play a higher one since he probably wants to tell partner that a spade is at least safe. But yeah, as we see here, nothing. I think declarer probably just asked if trumps were splitting, and when they said yes, put his hand on the table.
Yeah.
But yeah, I feel like the 9 of hearts, as a stronger spade signal, has some appeal to me.
Mm-hmm.
Not that doesn't matter on this hand, of course. We have no results from the other table, a little surprisingly.
Yeah, they might be a little slow.
It's so complicated.
Well, it depends. I mean, if South only opens the first board 1 heart, then the auction could take a lot longer because East-West have a spade fit, and
right. Yeah, that's true. Yep. Here we go again. So.
Yeah, Michael and I were talking yesterday about how he's still not fully on board with opening basically every 11 count, but most of these players do. Here, South has a 10 count, and I think for many of the players in this event, this is just an automatic 1 diamond opener.
Yeah, and I think even more conservative players of an older school would look at that Jack 10-9 of diamonds and the Ace Jack 4th of spades and open, even though it's maybe technically a little light by traditional requirements. Mm-hmm. Like your trick taking potential is just too good to get partner to believe it if you pass, right?
Yeah, I completely agree. So a diamond by South. So Brink and Driver are the ones who play a strong club, right?
I'm not sure. Their system card is posted. Well, there's a link to what claims to be their system card, but it's actually a biography. Here we go. No, they're playing 2/1 with strong 2 clubs.
Okay. So, do you have any guess as to the 2 spade bid? I mean, I think most players would play this as like
I was hoping you did. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, obviously, he denies 3 hearts. They would certainly play a support double here. Maybe they just have the agreement that in these kinds of auctions, it's a non-reverse 2 spades. They just, they just try to get in there. So I think, one heart surely didn't show spades. Like if it had gone a club pass, they probably play transfers. But here, I think they're just playing standard responses, right?
Right. Yeah. So
once again, if any spectators are familiar with the North-South methods and want to let us know what's going on here, please feel free.
There is an alert, and so our VGraph operator today has been good about giving us a little bit of information in both the table chat as well as alerting some of these bids.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible that it was just like non-reverse 2 spades.
Right.
Yeah, so this feels like a pretty normal contract. North obviously was going to force to game one way or another.
Yeah, and so West has a little bit of an opening lead decision, decides to go with partner suit. it might have made some sense to start on trumps with those good diamonds, but
Yeah, I mean, I think I don't know if you're sitting there as West and partner is overcalled, so overcalled red white, so he has some values, and you have four trumps. Like, yeah, trump lead could work, but trying to get a tap going seems really attractive.
sure, sure. So king of clubs opening lead. Yeah. Declare probably at this point knows that almost nothing is working. The king of hearts is likely to be offside.
Right.
I mean, might be hopeful that one of the diamond honors is on, actually.
Yeah, and I was wondering if something interesting was going to happen that soon. I think, he's going to be optimistic about the spade finesse, which is obviously, kind of a good news, bad news thing on this hand.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so how would you, I mean, I feel like starting a diamond immediately is kind of attractive. Like, your trick taking is a little shaky if you don't get the side suit going. Like, if you try to just draw trumps, feels like you might, now they tap you, and now you might just lose the diamonds as South after drawing 3 rounds of trumps.
Right. If Declare can manage.
I mean, you can take 2 diamond finesses to guard against that, but you hate to commit yourself to that.
Yeah. Well, so if spades are 3-2 and diamonds are 3-2, and the king of spades is on side, which I think might be the plan that Declare will end up playing for, he can make this. He can play a diamond to the jack, as he does here. West will win and continue clubs, but then Declare can, rather than play ace of diamonds diamond ruff, which would expose him to an over ruff if East has a doubleton diamond, he might cross to the heart ace to pull a couple of rounds of trumps with the queen of spades and then a spade to the jack. Okay, he does cash the ace of diamonds.
Yeah, this is so nice guess here, because I think given that he's already been tapped once, it might be attractive to just bank on a second diamond finesse.
Yeah, yeah.
Of course, now he's been shortened in both hands. I think he just had to hope that the trumps were splitting if he was going to make this. I think the heart finesse would still be good enough because he's got a potential cross ruff, right? He can take 5 spades, so if he just takes 1 extra heart, he'll make it. Actually, I guess then he's going to make it anyway, right? Because he can take the third round of hearts stands up.
Okay. Yeah, maybe the cursory analysis that I was doing at the start. He's played the hand very quickly, so I assume he had some plan for what to do when this happened.
Yeah. So maybe a trump lead was the winner after all. Although West has no, I guess West has a diamond re-entry. Yeah, so I think from here, rough this, take a heart finesse losing. They lead another club. West can pitch a heart, but he can't stop Declare from cashing a third heart. Declare can rough 2 diamonds and dummy with a queen and 10.
Well, West is going to get to pitch 2 hearts, one on this club and one on the next club.
Oh, yes, good point. Good point.
So there's the heart pitch.
Oh, actually, no, because can Declare counter that by pitching from his hand, and then he scores that 2 of spades after all? Then he doesn't need the second heart because he'll take all 3 dummy trumps.
Yeah, I feel like Declare definitely can come out on top from this position. The question is, will he? I'm pretty sure he knows the king of hearts is offside. So
it almost has to be. East had such a light hand for this red-white bid.
Right. Declare does not know that the spades haven't split yet. I mean, if he knew spades were 4-1, he could just start leading diamonds out of his hand.
Although doesn't he suspect it, right? East roughed a diamond with a king, knowing Declare was following. He's got to know that the spades is 4-1.
No. East over roughed dummy with the king.
Oh, East over roughed. I'm sorry. Okay, never mind.
And then East might have thought about returning a spade, but instead played this third round of clubs, knowing that partner was out. So spades could still be breaking, or at least breaking more favorably than 4-0. Right. But I think you're right that if Declare tries the heart finesse now, he's going to come out okay.
I mean, he can even play Ace Queen of Hearts if you want, if he's sure that the king is off. Like, so East wins, East plays yet another club, South pitches a diamond, and what do you want West to do? If he roughs, now the heart cashes because West hasn't pitched his last heart. And if he pitches a heart, North roughs with the 2 of spades and has red cards. He can cross rough for the last 4 tricks.
Right.
Yeah, it's actually a interesting position. West is West is kind of squeezed in a really, in a really bizarre way. I'm not sure if I've ever seen this kind of thing before. Like, we've all seen like backwash squeezes where South roughs something and West can unguard some suit or pitch a trump, and neither one works. But this kind of in front of dummy thing is possibly new to me.
Yeah, it's a kind of fascinating position. All of these situations where a defender kind of wants to prevent Declara from scoring a low rough and therefore is forced to shorten himself to do so, lead to interesting end positions. So I guess I take it all back. I was somewhat convinced Declara might end up going down on this hand, but the way of the play has gone, I don't think there's any way he ends up going down from here.
Yeah, that's why Short Brink is one in a million of these things, and we're sitting at home talking about them. So while we're waiting here, I want to give a shout out to the third pair of the Amoils team, who we played against only one set. Zamir and Toledano, a young Israeli pair, who were second in the Platinum by 3.5 match points on, I think, a 27 top, I guess. I think, is that right? No, sorry, a 13 top. There's 14 tables in play. Mm-hmm. So very good result there to nearly win, but still be second in their second major national pair game. I took a look, and they were second in the Blue Ribbon in 2019. And they played extremely well the set we played against them in the Vanderbilt, and they are also just absolutely lovely people. It was really a pleasure being with them at the table.
Yeah, that's great to hear. I don't think I've ever played against them in person. I do believe I've played against them online a couple of times in some of these bridge leagues that are hosted from time to time, but I do not know them personally. So it's excellent to hear that a high-level player or high-level partnership is actually also just super fun and friendly to play against.
Yeah, all 3 pairs in that team are guys who it's easy to root for. Grew and Moss, besides being excellent players, are one of the best pairs I've ever played against when it comes to method. Like, they're just nice guys and, very pleasant to be around at the table, but they're extremely good on disclosure. Mm-hmm. One of the best pairs I've ever played against. They play a lot of complicated methods, and they it's not just that they're very good about telling you what they're doing. Like, they kind of understand what people need to know about what they're doing. Like, because like sometimes when you play against weird methods, you don't necessarily know the right questions to ask. And they're really good about making sure that you know what's going on, even when you might not know what the right thing to ask is. Mm-hmm. And Les Amoils and Tom Hanlon also just really lovely people. I've known Les very long time, played with him in a national pair game a billion years ago. Just really, a good human being. So, I wish it were me instead of them, but it's easy to root for them, for the rest of the event.
Sure. Yeah.
And as it looked on the surface, 2 spades, Al Hollander's telling us was, a non-reverse 2-spade bid, just showing what he had, but not guaranteeing extras.
Right. Yeah. Well, kind of short update on results. On board 1, 5 imps actually go the way of Hans, where Brink originally opened 4 hearts on the hand, ended up sailing down. I think he was down 2, but we still have the score recorded as down 1. Mm-hmm. But either way, that's going to be several imps going the way of Hans for staying out of the game in the other room. They opened a club in 3rd seat. They're playing a strong club. and South decide to upgrade with the 15 count, no jacks, and a good 6-card heart suit. Board 2, we do see the push. North, rather than starting with a takeout double on that hand with the spade void and 6-card diamond suit, just elected to overcall 2 diamonds, vulnerable against Nod, opposite a past hand partner, and then was able to get in both his diamond and club suits, and South was happy with working honors and clubs, the ace of spades, heart shortness, and excellent diamond support to bump that to 6 diamonds.
Yeah, I think, they're both, perfectly acceptable choices by my lights. I think Americans in general will be more likely to duplicate Hung's action and bid 2 diamonds rather than double as bus driver here. I think that, this 2 spade treatment, I've never seen it before, but I kind of like it because, you can bundle, maybe it gets a little overloaded, but you've got this cubit available that's below your suit. So, so you can do it maybe a little lighter than if you're truly propelling the auction. If you cubit 3 clubs and partner bids 3 diamonds, maybe the methods allow them to stop there.
Sure. I think one of the things is that the more aggressive your opponents are about overcalling in some of these spots, even unfavorable here, if you can't show spades at a cheap level, you might end up missing out on a 4-4 spade fit, and that could be a disaster. So,
right. Yeah, as it would have been here.
Right. So, it may have been the case that if the auction had started something, for example, a diamond pass a no trump, and then they got a 2-club overcall, 2 spades really would have showed a reverse. But here, because it was a diamond to heart, North could still have 4 spades, as he did on this hand, and therefore 2 spades is much more valuable to be able to show the minimum opener with 4 spades. And after all of that, Brink is still sitting here thinking about the position.
I basically run out of things to say here, so... So all of a sudden, I guess we're going to get some comparisons. Oh, thank you to the operator for giving us what's happening at the table. So we can see that would be the big actual. Though diamond, I think, is fine also, right? West, what do you want West to do?
Oh no! Any card other than a trump is going to work out, and he's definitely not going to play a trump because if he pulls trumps, he just doesn't have enough tricks. So here comes the 8 of hearts. He'll probably try the heart finesse, which loses. And now, Wibbly might sit here and think for a minute. He certainly knows what's going on the hand.
I bet this play is not going to take that long because he had to be like 80% sure that Declare's next play was going to be a heart finesse, so he should be pretty prepared for being on lead at this point.
Mm-hmm. And the fact that Brink roughed with the 8 of spades and partner didn't over rough that card, he absolutely knows. Sometimes I talk about good Declare play technique, that often you want to rough with the highest trumps to conceal holdings in your hand. Now, Wibbly knew Edgerton just didn't have any high trumps, so he probably worked out the position was hopeless.
Yeah, roughing high. Also, there's these classic hand type where you rough high and set up a trump runner for the opponent because the alternative is letting them over rough and return a trump.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I think it would have been, equivalent for East to return a club for the rough sluff, which often is a good strategy when Declare has a kind of a weak trump holding as he does here.
Mm-hmm.
But nothing would have mattered.
Yeah, so Brink now, I think, just quadruple checking his calculations. He doesn't want to go down when he's made it this far in the hand, but he does have a full count on the deal at this point. Minus the potential for East to have a singleton heart rather than singleton's spade. But he can play the ace of hearts, and when East follows, he will have a complete count on the hand.
Yeah, whatever is going on here, West cannot be showing out on the ace of hearts.
Right.
Yeah, I've played against North and South before, but it's been quite a long time. I don't recall whether their tempo is generally slow or if these hands have just been a little hard.
Mhm.
Yeah, so drawing one round of trumps is safe because he still has 3 cross rough tricks in the ace of hearts, so that seems like a sensible move before playing the ace of hearts.
Yeah, both are 100% equivalent.
Yeah, I suppose that's true.
If East was able to rough the ace of hearts, then
Yeah.
Nope, I take it all back. I take it all back. His play is better.
You might have had an over trick this way.
No. He couldn't afford to lose a trick from there. So I take it back. His play was definitely better. Yeah, so I mean, very nicely played hand by Brink. I mean, he played the first 3 or 4 tricks so quickly, which did not seem at all obvious to me to take that original line of play, and then slowed down for quite some time, but was able to work out kind of a guaranteed end position where he could make his contract from there.
Yeah, and I wonder if if he did have an inkling that trumps were breaking 4-1, and that was why it was taking so long.
Yeah, it could be. But he didn't need it in the end. He worked out a way that no matter what his shape was, he was still going to come out ahead. So, well done. We'll see if that gets duplicated in the other room. I mean, it very possibly could be, but with a lot of these hooks being offside, it's also possible that Claire could end up down 2, I think.
Yeah, I wonder if the players are taking a short break here or what. We don't have a newborn on the table yet. Would be a little early in the set to step out, but who knows?
Yeah, I suspect that we're just having a little bit of either technical difficulties with the view graph or that players might be spending 15, 20 seconds discussing the previous board.
It's possible, but I think that would be unlikely given that they're kind of behind on time at this point, right? They're 40 minutes into the set and they've managed to get 3 boards out of the way. I think at this point, you don't spend extraneous time.
Sure. Well, we do have the next hand on the table now, so Edgerton in first seat gets to open. He has a 12 count. North-South do have a heart game available. And
yeah, it's a fairly easy one. They just have 10 top tricks, plus with both diamonds and West hand. They can dodge a club loser.
Right. So West opens a club. Could be short. East bids a spade.
Sure. Maybe slightly surprising at this level. I think a lot of the 2+ club players these days also incorporate 1-level transfer responses.
Yeah, I'm taking a look at the card that I have available for Wibbly, and they do play transfers over that one. So maybe just because Edgerton and Wibbly are a little bit of a newer partnership or don't play together that frequently, they just play somewhat natural.
Yeah, well, the card that I'm seeing posted for Edgerton is his card with Andy Hung, who's actually playing at the other table. So Edgerton and Wibbly probably are playing something similar to the card we're looking at, but not identical.
Right. Well, otherwise one spade would be inexplicable.
There's that. Yeah, so West.
Yeah, I would say note the 3 spade bid from West. This
right.
just kind of shows how light these players might open on some of these hands, that West was not afraid. I mean, he has great trumps and no wasted values in hearts, so his hand has gotten a little better in the auction, but not afraid of making the 3 spade support bid.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's not afraid is probably pushing it. I would guess that he's not feeling super comfortable about bidding 3 spades, but the danger of passing is just that it ends the auction when your side needs to be competing to at least 3 spades. I can't imagine West is excited about getting to bid 3 spades here, right? You just do it because the alternatives are worse.
Sure. Well, 4 spades.
Right, East, quite reasonable. West here, if he has, a sound hand, could just be bidding 4 spades himself for exactly this reason. East taking this in feels a little much to me.
I think East was hoping that it was just this momentum auction, right? Like three hearts, three spades, four hearts, four spades. He has the singleton heart and is hoping to just get away with it. And well,
Yeah, I think that works better. Red white than red red.
as long as you're not the red one, yes.
Yeah, so North, of course, with the contract virtually beaten in his hand, is pretty excited to double this. All right, see what's actually happening here. What?
Uh-oh.
Oh, East must have, maybe he's been a heart. Maybe that's where we're backing up.
Okay. East bit of heart.
Yeah.
Great. Okay.
All right,
Now,
so my prediction that a lot of pairs at this level play transfers appears to have been accurate.
yes. So one heart by East showing four or more spades, and now the
So I
auctions
think,
proceeded the same.
yeah, the auction was otherwise identical, and it was identical in spirit.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta say, I feel like East. I get it, and when partner has no heart wastage and a better hand than this, like give him the king of clubs or something, and he'd be pretty happy. It just really feels like a lot if partner couldn't bid four spades himself over three hearts.
You certainly don't expect to make it. I think he's just hoping it might have been a good save. And is he right?
Well, I mean, on the surface, he only has five losers, but that 4-1 trump rate could be a real problem.
Yes, but how is it going to be a real problem?
Yeah, man, maybe it is. Maybe he actually did stumble into a good save. I mean, that's so tough way to win matches, though. Taking red saves that are down two off the top.
Sure. Yes. That is certainly a point. Although, if the diamond ace was on side, it would just be down one off the top, and then 200 against the opponent's 620
Right.
wouldn't be so bad.
Yeah, and four hearts would still be a make as long as there was only one spade loser.
Right.
Yeah, and that is part of it, right? If spades were 3-2, he would still be down here, and and four hearts would just be down, right? No, I guess it would be the same. He still can't set up the clubs in time.
Yeah, you could still get an extra diamond trick.
Right. Yeah, so you would make 4 instead of 5 as they would here.
Mm-hmm.
So South throwing the king just to let partner know what's going on in the trump suit.
The heart suit, yeah. So normally when there's a singleton that comes down in dummy, your spot cards will indicate suit preference. And I think the common agreement, you can correct me if this is not common anymore, is that playing an honor card suggests that tapping dummy might be the right defense.
So I'm not sure about that, but I do wonder if, given that South preempted, and therefore isn't supposed to have enough cards in other suits to be giving a suit preference signal, if they just default to playing the most informative card in their hand.
I will note, though, that South had the opportunity to ask for a club switch and did not. And I think, rightly so, he doesn't want to set up that queen jack 9 5th of clubs in dummy.
Right.
And
yeah, I think neither North nor South is going to think that a club switch is a possible play looking at that dummy.
Mm-hmm. Well, if South had asked for clubs, then North probably would have switched to a low club, hoped that he could give his partner a club ruff.
Oh, partner at ace doubleton is their base third.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So already Brink off to a good start with the defense, and now Driver needs to work out what's going on. He might switch to the jack of diamonds or 10 of diamonds.
I mean, that it can't. I guess a good cost a partner has the queen.
Well, partner would need the queen and an entry, right?
Right.
Because if partner doesn't have the club ace, then partner's never getting in, and declare is just going to set up that queen jack fifth of clubs and pitch his diamonds eventually anyway. So it might be important to switch to the jack of diamonds to get diamond tricks in, even if we have to give one up to declare's king.
Yeah, so North 100% knows West shape in the majors, right? West has to have exactly four spades. Keep in mind for spectators who may have forgotten, as I often would, with the auction getting rolled back to transfer, West is the declarer. So, the three spade bidder is obviously very light for his action, we can see, but North, other than, basing what he can off of personality, he doesn't really have anything to go on. But he knows that West has exactly four spades. He's 99% sure West has exactly three hearts because South can't really have either 6 or 8 for this action.
Mm-hmm.
Like 6 is possible, but very unlikely. 8 is not. And certainly not when South has the king, queen, jack, as he showed with the king.
Yeah, and also kind of importantly, the one club opener as this kind of substitute for a weak no trump, North knows nothing about West shape in the minors. Many players playing standard would have opened the west-handed diamond, and that would give a lot more information to North about what's going on in terms of the shape. North would be almost 100% that West's hand was 4-3-4-2 if West had opened a diamond in this auction, or 4-3-5-1.
It's possible that part of this tank is North asking if West could even be 4-2-5-2.
Mm-hmm.
Or sorry, yeah, well, I guess not looking up too hard. So he knows, right? So this is West's most extreme non-club shape, 4-2 in the minors.
Right, yeah.
Yes, it does go with the kind of straightforward, safe plan of playing a heart and hoping that his diamonds are, they're going to produce 3 tricks at partner as the queen.
Right. And, it's safe to do this because that king of hearts play by South at trick 1, he knows that now he can, of course, force dummy by continuing to play hearts.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess, if South... So, I don't know what their no-trump range is, but presumably what he knows that West can't have a 2-no rebid. He would just bid 4 spades, even if it was on the light side of that. Like, if West had a hand that would have bid 3 spades in an uncontested auction, he would be bidding 4 spades here. Mm-hmm. You can't bid 3 spades on both that hand and the hand he actually holds. Your range is too wide.
Right.
So I think, North knows the West hand is probably, it doesn't have to be this light, but it can't be all that strong.
Yeah, so I'm a little surprised Brink hasn't played the club ace yet. This is, wow, I'm very surprised he didn't play the club ace.
Yeah, doesn't it feel natural just to win the ace and put a diamond through, like maybe partner is ace queen instead of ace jack?
That's what I was thinking. This does look like...
No, then West would have a no-trump opening, though. I don't know. I think, North-South just know that, something strange is happening. It turns out the strange thing is, West just has a minimum opening.
Oh, but this to me feels fairly reminiscent of these, no-trump type hands where your partner leads a suit, it knocks out declares stopper, and you have the ace-king of a different suit. And so, as the partner of the opening leader, you want to win.
Keep partner's entry.
Keep partner's entry. And so that's why I'm a little surprised by not going up with the club ace.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It does seem, looking at that dummy, that you really probably just don't want partner to have to win this trick and look around for something to do.
Yeah, now I will mention that it says on the card I'm looking at, the Edgerton hung card, that they play upside down count signals. The 2 of clubs looks like a doubleton to North.
Right. Yeah, and South presumably was trying to conceal the count from Declare if it mattered.
Well, now South doesn't feel too happy about his decisions.
Yeah. As it does make the diamond switch that the North has been anxiously waiting for this entire hand.
It might end up coming out in the wash. I do believe Declare's job is going to be a little bit easier now with.
Yeah, I mean, I think actually it probably did matter, right? So suppose South goes up and plays a diamond and it goes King of Ace, diamond back. West can't draw trumps yet, right? Because the clubs aren't set up. But now when he plays a club, North can win, play a third diamond, which South is showing out on, and then a fourth diamond, which is going to promote his ten of spades.
Yeah, I guess countering that, Declare could maybe double dummy. Declare could cash one high spade, pulling the 9 before.
Yeah, sure.
But yes, okay.
But, yeah, the defense would have at least this extra chance to get North trumps into the game here.
Right.
And I wonder, like, South may have just been worried about crashing an honor for partner. Like, it doesn't have to be the king either, right? It could be a short queen if West did have 4 clubs and 2 diamonds instead of the other way around.
West had 4 clubs and 2 diamonds. Well,
the North would have a singleton, and if that singleton is the queen or king, maybe you don't want to be playing the ace.
Well, the queen was in dummy. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, but if it's the king, maybe you don't want to be playing the ace.
Yeah, North could have the singleton king of clubs. I mean, then we would have to decide, would partner ever lead the king of clubs at trick 1 or trick 2?
Yeah, I mean, maybe you just totally discount the possibility of a small singleton because North might have led it at some point early in the deal. But maybe that was going through South's mind when he didn't rise with the ace of clubs, that some of the time he needed to protect his partner's holding.
Sure. And look, second hand low, right? That's just what we're all taught.
And, Declare is trying to set up his side suit, maybe hold off on the ace to make it a little harder for him on some layouts.
Mm-hmm.
Partner at a Doubleton club, which he might also, West being, it would make West 4-3-3, which isn't that attractive for 3-spade bid, but again, like, ducking the ace, now you can get partner a third round rough, so it might make Declare's life a little harder.
Right.
So...
All right.
Anyway.
Jack of diamonds back around to the queen. So how does Declare get to dummy? He could...
So he definitely needs to be playing... I think he does need to draw 1 round of trumps now, right? Maybe not. I mean... Can he? Oh, I see. So if he plays a heart to rough it and dummy, North can pitch his club.
Yeah, it might still end up coming out the same in the wash. Very possible North-South still score 2 tricks from here. I mean, either way, looking at the result that has come through from the other room, and play has been, I believe the word you like to use is glacially slow in this match. The Switzerland team will be taking the lead in this one after this board finishes.
Yep, 300 is going to be, I believe, at least 7 imps, and it'll be 12 if they can get it 800.
Right.
Yeah, and I don't know if there have been any time penalties yet this tournament, but at this point, a full hour to play 4 boards, you got to figure even in the first set, the directors are going to be... are going to be hovering over their table fairly soon.
Yeah. Pretty likely.
Particularly, no one likes when matches are decided on time penalties, but it's not fair to your opponent to give yourself unlimited time. So, if one side is playing within the time constraints and the other isn't, they're just playing a different game. So, the match isn't, it's not really deciding the match on time penalties. It's, re-leveling the playing field.
Right.
So, but nonetheless, it's always a little bit scandalous when it happens.
Absolutely. Although I do feel like at this point, Driver and Brink have been the culprits more so than Edgerton Whibley.
Oh, much more so. Yeah, absolutely. No, and I wasn't. Obviously, yes. If the time difficulty is evenly split, then yeah, giving penalties and not giving penalties is the same.
Right.
Yeah, here, particularly South, I think has been quite deliberate on a couple of his decisions.
Well, specifically the four spade board previously, which is pushed at the other table.
I'm sorry, I'm plugging in my various devices here before they yell at me more. Yeah, and I understand why Wes is taking his time here. And certainly is pretty complicated even from this point.
Hans came up with an alternative method to make four spades in the other room on board 3. Equally effective. But both declares started down the same path of setting up the diamond suit with Eastover roughing.
Yeah, that was really nice. So, same king of spades lead, diamond to the ace?
King of clubs, diamond to the jack, club tapping, and then 2 more rounds of diamonds roughing and over roughing.
Oh, okay, and then from there, how did the play diverge?
Hans elected to pitch his heart loser on the 3rd round of clubs. And
okay, that seems pretty sensible.
Yeah, and so then
again, knowing the king of hearts is an overwhelming favorite to be off anyway.
Right.
You can take a roughing finesse now, maybe, if he wants to.
Yeah, that was basically the idea that he came up with, and from there it was smooth sailing. Well, Edgerton deciding to take some of his time that he's
he's been sitting there for quite a while now. I do wonder, one thing about having these matches on ViewGraph is anywhere there is a ViewGraph table, the directors can look and see where the time was taken. Of course, that doesn't help for the many tables that aren't, but at least in this match, if they need to assign a penalty to one team or the other, they'll have documentation of who really was at fault.
Sure. I do want to cut you off for a second because I think I've worked out actually the double dummy solution.
Let's hear it.
This is not obvious, but I think if West cashes a high spade here and then leads a heart and pitches a diamond, South has... Okay, he didn't do it. He played a spade to the table.
Oh, yeah, because those low roughs are going to survive.
Right. And South doesn't have a trump to play to pull more trumps. So is this equally good? This might also be equally good. He played a spade to the king. He played a club pitching a heart, and then
if North plays a trump, West gets his rough, and if North plays a diamond, then he gets it immediately.
Okay, this may be a more effective method as well. What Declara did, but either way, he ends up down 2. So nice save to get out for 500, but it's still going to be 7 imps going the way of Switzerland, who takes the lead in the match by 2.
Yeah, so, sort of a nice result for East-West because their alternative was going minus 620, but their teammates failed to find the double, so cost them a bunch of imps.
Right.
Surprised it didn't double at the other table. Looking at that hand.
Yeah, it's on a similar auction, and maybe he's just familiar a little bit more with his partner's preempt style, that this same hand without the club ace, now they're going to be sweating to beat 4 spades, and he just didn't think it was worthwhile.
Yeah, I mean, against that, my experience against Zimmerman is limited, but I recall him being very aggressive, so... If you double as North, you do have the protection that the West hand is often going to be light, if I'm remembering that correctly.
Well, board 5, we got a 17 count as North. Looks like a no trump opener in their good 14 to 17 range. And I mean, I guess as East, we don't really have a bid that we can make.
Nor do we want to, right? We have 2 aces. Just lead a club. I know the opponents end up in a suit. That's fine. We have 2 aces and a singleton.
Well, it looks like I was wrong.
All right. Well,
Wibbly found a bid.
With the New Zealand style here.
Yeah, so gets in there with 3 clubs, favorable, just trying to cause a little bit of chaos.
Yeah, so if you're North, so South's double is negative here. If you're North and you've played against East West before and know that they're a very aggressive pair overall, like even if you haven't seen this exact situation, are you tempted to pass? I think maybe you just have to bid 3 hearts because you're red white and can so easily have a heart game with his hand. But
would you ever think about 3 no as North?
I don't think so because 3 no closes off 4 of a major, but 3 hearts doesn't close off 3 no.
Okay.
I mean, it would be. I'd take it back. I was gonna say it would be nice to know what kind of agreement North South have about club stoppers here. I think probably the answer is it's just too cramped to get to have 2 ways to get to 3 no trump.
Yeah, I think I like the 3 no bid just because North is 4 triple 3, and this is a way to give value to that Jack 10 of clubs that he holds. Right. But it's scary. So how is this going to do?
I think this is just fine. You're obviously kind of stuck for entries, but the Jack of Spades is dropping. You can just play a heart from North and take 3 hard tricks. Actually, maybe you have to do it in the right order. Maybe you have to play Spades first. Like East has to duck both of those, and now you revert to hearts and you take 2 spades and 3 hearts is 5. 2 clubs is only 7. Yeah, maybe it's a little worse than I was thinking. This lead is knocking out the only guaranteed entry to dummy, which is pretty annoying if you're Declare.
Yeah, it seems as if Declare is likely to misguess diamonds, and I think that might spell doom for the contract. He does have 9 tricks available. He can take 4 spades, 2 hearts, 2 clubs, and a diamond. They're all there for the taking. But I think it's very possible he ends up blocking the spade suit on himself. He might win the king of clubs and play a spade to the 9 immediately. And a clever East might be able to win this and attack the diamond entry.
Yeah, well, how about win this and just play spades from the top? Which obviously a little double dummy, but let's allow it. So you play 3 rounds of spades, East wins. What do you want East to do?
Well, there's nothing they can do double dummy, right? We just have 9 tricks.
Right.
But I think King Queen of Spades is probably not going to be the play that hits the table. We also might see another 15-minute tank. Trick 1.
I think this is going to be fairly slow and quite reasonably so, right? We're looking at a double dummy and not sure what's going to happen. If you're North there, you really have all he knows is that East had enough to take a bid, but that can just mean anything.
Mm-hmm.
East could have easily 7 clubs also.
Yeah, pretty likely given that East is missing 4 of the 5 top honors.
Exactly. Yeah, so if that's the case, West has a little more security North rather has a little more security because even if West can get in and lead a second club, so that we don't take a third club trick. Then that's going to be West's last club on those layouts.
Mm-hmm.
So if he can ever manage to lose the lead to West, it's no big deal.
Yeah. I mean, something that might concern Declare a little bit is just how likely would East be to take a bid if his hand was like Queen Seventh of clubs and, he'll find out about the spade ace, probably. If it was just those cards, maybe we stick in a 3-club bid over a no trump, but that doesn't look all that attractive. So I think it's possible he does guess this correctly, or guess the diamond position.
Yeah, well, I think the other reason he gets the diamond position is it just simplifies the hand. Like, anytime the king of diamonds is an entry, that's really good for you.
Well, the jack of diamonds could force the ace, and that would be an entry. I mean, flip the diamond honors.
Yeah, but that's a little less good because it forces an entry while losing a trick along the way.
I think at the point in time where you get a diamond, oh my god, that is a huge result in the other room. 3 no trump took 11 tricks. All of the board match.
Yeah, I think, the problem is, if the jack of diamonds sets up an entry for you by forcing West ace, it also sets up an entry for West immediately, which is probably not great for you.
Well, you're going to have 9 tricks at that point, right? Declare has to set up the spade suit. Mm-hmm. And so you'll get 4 spades, 2 clubs, the 1 diamond, and then you just need the heart hook.
Right. Well, yes, that's all you need. But of course, then East is more likely to have the king of hearts, and that's an entry to his clubs.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, 11 tricks. You're playing match points. You're marketing your scorecard as a top. I see. So Moulton didn't duck the second spade, so now Declare was just able to run his spades without having to find a side entry. So that, I suspect that wasn't still sufficient to take 11 tricks, but it's a really good start.
Okay, so we do have liftoff. King of clubs wins trick 1. A heart goes to the queen. So we've duplicated the play in the other room as well. Looks like Declare is going to be banking on this jack of spades falling.
Yeah, I think his next play is almost certainly going to be a high spade. What else can he do at this point?
It's definitely a reasonable approach. That was the approach taken in the other room as well. I guess these players are just good, right? They're duplicating every line of play taken at each table.
And Al is Hollander, of course, noting that this table is getting into some time trouble here.
Right.
Yeah, and as he says, unlike pair games where there's a clock every couple of boards, here it's just you have, I think, probably 2 hours and 15 minutes behind screens to play your 15 boards. They give you 1 extra minute, I think, per hand. The opening stage is played without screens, and you have 2 hours on the nose to play each set of 15 boards.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's usually 9 minutes a board when you're playing behind screens. So 2 hours 15.
I thought it was 8.5 minutes. I thought it was 7.5 for non-screens, like 15-minute rounds of match points, and 8.5 17-minute rounds with screens.
Well, 9 by 15 is 2.5 hours.
You mean 2 hours 15 minutes?
Yeah, 2 hours. What you said first. Yes, 2 hours 15 minutes.
Yeah, I just know, the Platinum Day 2 is behind screens, and that was definitely 17 minutes around.
Mm.
But maybe it's different for pair games in these events.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so Whibley here, thinking about winning the ace, which maybe he's, I don't know, could he be worried that and yeah, it's I think with a third spade, I'm not sure what layouts it might be right to win this trick.
I wonder if he's worried about getting thrown in, maybe, if he ducks. Like, you don't want to see it go king of spades, small, 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 jack of spades, small, 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 queen of spades. Now you win, and now you have to play clubs or diamonds, both of which might help declare.
Yeah, I mean, I think if he just goes up with the ace and plays a low diamond, that'll work out pretty well for him, right?
That'll put declare to the diamond guess.
Right. Yeah, maybe not because he can go up, take another heart finesse. Yeah, then maybe he would be able to end play East after all. No, West would always have a diamond entry. I don't know. So, do East West have any? Do they have any double dummy line to set this? I guess not.
No, not if declare picks off the diamonds, but certainly if East wins the spade ace at some point and then puts a low diamond on the table, that feels like it might be their best chance. Edgerton presumably gave count at trick one, so declares jack of clubs that he dumped under the king is not fooling anyone.
Yeah, and I didn't. Let's take a look here. I don't know if they're playing Smith or reverse Smith. He played the four of hearts, which, if it's a Smith signal, it's possible that he's giving positive Smith because he has the extra length.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, he's already presumably denied having an honor by playing a high club. So, you play a high club first, deny the jack, and then you give positive to Smith, even though your club holding is 3 small, to say, partner, my holding is better than it might otherwise have been because you do have the third one.
Yep. Yeah, I mean,
kind of subtle. Like, it doesn't just say, partner, lead another club. It just kind of, puts your holding in context.
Yeah, I mean, Edgerton is just trying to, give accurate signals. Obviously, Whibley knows that North can't have 5 clubs, or otherwise he would have passed out the double.
Yeah, no, I just mean, of course, I know you know this, but, when you play Smith, it's not a command. It doesn't say partner play a club. It just says, given what you know about my holding, here's some more information about it.
Sure.
In this case, it looks weird giving positive signal with 3 little, but it's clearly the correct signal.
Whibley is just making sure to use all of the allotted time that his side has been given, thanks to Brink and Driver being a little bit slow.
Yeah, I know you used to play chess. This feels like it would be a good match to have chess clocks at the table.
It really would. All right, Queen of Spades.
Ace of Spades, click.
Yeah. So there's the ace, and now Whibley knows that declare has a third spade in hand. Partner would not be dumping that jack otherwise.
Yeah, he's looking at the 10 and dummy, of course, so he knows the jack is not, a play to show the 10.
Right. I still think declare might go down here.
Yeah, so Al is pointing out that the second round spade ace is not best on this layout, but of course, a partner at jack's third of spades, you'd look like a real idiot ducking this trick. Like the fact that you have king, queen, double, 10 of spades.
Yeah, it would be a very ingenious play as declare, thinking that, hey, maybe I'll actually steal a couple of spades here. All right, here's the diamond switch.
Well, it'd also just be technical, right? He might drop a doubleton jack. There's no reason to start a spade from dummy when you're holding his king, queen, doubleton anyway.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, so I suspect this is going to be another somewhat slow decision from North here.
I will say that this whole long think by East ducks the ace of spades, long think by East wins the ace of spades, long think by East plays a diamond, really feels to me like East is the one looking at most of the missing high cards. And now that we know the king of hearts is on side, maybe declare does get this one right.
Yeah, and I think that's true. If North knows that East needs to get West, both North and East know that West needs to get in to lead a club. So yeah, I think it's true. Like if East could sort of be pretty confident West had a couple of entries, he might just like win the ace of spades and play something quickly. Here it does suggest that he doesn't think partner has too many entries and is kind of desperate for a signal to find them.
Yeah, so if driver reads that deeply into the, position, then he might find the right play here of the Diamond King. Al is kind of mentioning that maybe West from Jack 9 third of spades would play the 9. I think you're right, Al, that depending on how you give your Smith agreements, sometimes count would take precedence over Smith at trick 2 or trick 3 or whenever you're giving Smith. If there's a long suit and dummy that you need to cut off. He does play the Diamond King. Oh my god.
My view on these things is you need to be very sure that it's right to give a count signal to override Smith.
I think the heart card was Smith, but
that's what I mean. Like like here, how could a hard count be necessary from either East or West point of view? So it has to be a Smith signal.
Mm-hmm. Well, Declare is going to come out with 11 tricks here also, so a push forward. Good try in the defense, though, from Wibley. At least he found a way to give Declare a bit of a guess. And I wonder if it really was the tempo that got Driver to go correct. Because if he had played the Jack of Diamonds there, he was going to go down. Club was going to come through. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, he was still going to make it. He just had his 9 tricks in.
Yeah, I suspect maybe not so much the tempo as just, it just really simplifies the hand.
Mm-hmm.
You just get that extra entry for the heart finesse and you're done. And when it loses, you're still not done. But when it wins immediately, you basically just have a claim.
Yeah, well, we're on to board 6. We do have a result from the other room, so they've picked up pace of play, at least. East opens a 1 club. Could be short. Short is 2. South overcalls a heart.
That looks like a very good result for North-South.
3 spades making 4.
With East having 4 pretty likely tricks in his hand, I guess maybe he got end played or something, or maybe let a heart into the King Jack.
Well, yeah, I mean, East doesn't have a way to get West in. The Jack doubleton of spades dropping is obviously good news for Declare. They're playing in 1 spade at this table, so I guess we're not even going to see any excitement from a higher level part score.
Yeah, I think, like Declare fine, he can run the 7 of spades and hold his trump losers to 2, assuming that he guesses correctly on the next round. But you still have this club problem to deal with, and a third round diamond problem, right? And you can play on clubs to set up the jack since he says both the ace and queen, and that gets rid of your diamond. But that's just 4 black suit losers.
Yeah, I think Wibley might. Well, not.
You
Wibley,
could guess the diamond now.
The other room. I will take a look, but I suspect that Moulton, sitting East in the other room, probably realizing that he needed to score 5 tricks to beat 3 spades, he was able to count that high, decided that the ace-king of spades and the ace of clubs was not enough. His best chance was to find partner with king doubleton of clubs, and he probably switched to a low club at some point.
I think
he
that's
did.
Probably,
and in fact, I am spot on. Before I checked, he switched to a low club at trick 3 once he got in with a high trump.
Yeah, I know that makes 100% sense. Yeah, here of course, I think the defense can be pretty sure that they're not going to make 1 spade themselves, which is what they need to do to go plus. So I think East is probably just going to try to take as many tricks as possible, but he might play a low club anyway for that reason, which is his best route to taking at least a few tricks. Which is equally bad. He doesn't really have any good option.
Yeah, although this doesn't blow a trick because Declare doesn't have an entry to that ace of hearts.
Oh, right, because the diamond was knocked out. Yeah, but of course he can just play clubs at East, and East is going to have to eventually give Dummy an entry.
Well, he'll certainly overtake the Heart King with the ace to just try a diamond finesse. He knows the Queen of
Oh
Diamonds
yeah,
is on.
yeah, good point.
So we'll continue pulling trumps here. Five of spades holds.
Yeah.
Whoa, wait a second.
Yeah, I didn't anticipate this one. I guess yeah, just unblock the King of Hearts, play a trump, and East is you know he knows East is going to be stuck. Like East can
Exit a trump. This seems very weird to me because he knows that trumps are 4-2. That Jack of Spades on the first round of the suit would never have been the play if West had Jack third.
Right.
So Driver knows that East can exit a low spade here, sticking him in his hand. He will still come out okay, but he has stranded the dummy. Fortunately, that Jack of Clubs will provide just enough cover.
Yeah, so he does.
Oh my god. Well,
it's free, right?
Oh, that's true. That's true. Because now we play the Ace of Hearts pitching the club loser, but when we take a diamond finesse East roughs, this was
right. Yeah, like there's no reason not to play the Jack of Clubs there.
No, but the low club switch, I was terrified. You were like, man, 3 spades making 4 is a pretty big result. I was thinking 1 spade making 5 would be a pretty big result.
Win one.
All right, so both tables 170. Our 4th push board of the match.
Yeah. And once again, we have so the other table is taking almost as much time as this one. They're getting a little bit back on track here. Now having played 6 boards, an hour and 20 minutes. Right. Is that right? They played 20 minutes a board. Yeah, I guess it is. Wow. If I did the math right,
you did not.
Sorry. Yeah, 80 minutes for 6 boards. So. Yeah, still 13 and change minutes a board.
It's a lot, yes.
It's a lot.
I believe a lot is the technical amount of time.
Yeah.
So South opens a club. Do we know North-South's 2-no opener range? Because this to me looks like a 2-no trump opener is South.
Yeah, I've got their card up here. 2-no is 2022.
Okay. Maybe they decided just not to upgrade because they have that upper range of 22 and they just don't upgrade 19s at all. That's possible.
Yeah, it certainly looks like that's the case.
Yeah, so a club, a diamond showing 4 or more hearts from North. And 2-no now is 18 to 19.
Wonder what that undo is about.
Oh, they are playing like some sort. I was right. They are playing some sort of strong club. These are the guys who play the Tarzan club, I think.
I don't believe that's right, but obviously they are playing. I mean, their WBF card definitely says 2/1 game force and one club includes 12 to 14 balanced. And that was recent. That was Marrakesh 2023. So.
Well, it might not always be a strong club, but it's.
Oh, I see. You know what? Yeah. So one club includes 18-20 balanced. Yeah, I think Al Hollander as always knows these systems really well. So yeah, okay. So but one club was not strong. It was kind of like a Northern European multi-way club. It looks like.
Right. Yeah.
But like two clubs is definitely the strong opening.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I see. So they would bid one heart on all their weak no trumps. I wonder if they'd do that even with a doubleton heart.
So East West are going to be able to collect 5 clubs and the spade ace.
Yeah, I think one nice thing about these methods is since people generally respond to one club very light as they should, a club, a something, two no trump, all pass is one of the worst auctions in bridge if you're the declaring side. So having a way to play one no trump on those hands is really, really good. It just wins you a ton of imps.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. Now, I think West has done something really smart here by ducking the second club. I mean, maybe most players would duck that second club. But the important point here is if West had won the ace of clubs and cleared the club suit, declarer would now know that clubs are 6-2, and if West happened to have the spade ace, he couldn't afford to lose any extra tricks. So it wouldn't make any sense for him to, for example, play on hearts, hoping to develop a 7th trick on this hand. Or I guess an 8th trick or something like that. But with West not revealing to declarer that that they have so many clubs on defense, declarer could potentially go wrong in the play.
Yeah, I think also, if you're a declarer and West clears the clubs when partner's showing out on them, that shows an entry, right? Like West might, some West might even like help you out by playing a high club, even though it tells you where the ace of spades is, because partner also needs to know that information.
Yeah.
Like, that can be, it's always nice to like mislead declarer about where your honors are, but sometimes, the cost is you mislead partner and that's a disaster.
Mm-hmm.
I see. So, operator saying declarers run the clubs, but so quickly that the operator wasn't able to keep up. So I think we're just going to get a claimed result at some point. This isn't a real tank.
Yeah, and I know you're not supposed to tell anyone who your favorite child is, but this ViewGraph operator is my favorite child. I would very much prefer to get some sort of commentary, even if the ViewGraph operator says like, oh, I lost track of the play or something. I would rather see this and a little bit of color in the operation than than just like see them click on cards and every once in a while not know what's happening because they lost the play. So
yeah, particularly like in some of these matches where there's some table talk, getting the local color of what's being said at the table is really great for the spectators.
Yeah. Well, one imp goes the way of Hans.
Yeah, no. So both North and South are very friendly opponents. I don't think they're super chatty though. West, I think, is a little bit chatty.
Mm-hmm.
At least I don't know at all. Yeah, these are all. I've limited encounters with all of them. Since they are not resident in the U.S., but they've all been gentlemen when I've played against them. It's a very very friendly table, I think.
Yeah, I think I agree with that. I have played against Driver and Brink a few times, and I don't think I've actually played against the Aussies or New Zealanders, but
yeah, Edgerton I think started coming to NABCs fairly recently, like probably within the last 5 years, I would guess. He's relatively young, and that was kind of around when you stopped going to them, so that would make sense.
Mm-hmm. Well, North has a strong no trump this time, 15 count, opens a club. South bids a diamond.
Showing 4 hearts.
Supposedly not showing 4 hearts, but coincidentally, as Al points out.
Oh, that's right. East-West are playing traditional North-South.
Mm-hmm.
So one diamond, for the moment, negative, I see. So what is North-South's no trump range? I would have thought this was comfortably in it. Yeah, their card says 15-17 balanced. Oh, sorry. First favorable 9. I see. They play a variable no trump.
Mm-hmm.
So looks like this seat would be 12-14. I see. Third seat favorable 9-14 on their WBF card. I believe that is not legal in the U.S.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the range is too wide.
I don't think it's the range. So too wide a range. If I remember the convention chart correctly, too wide a range, and you're restricted from playing conventions, but you're just not allowed to have under 10 points in your range period.
Oh, okay.
I could be wrong because I've never played methods like this, but I think that's what the U.S. ACBL regulations currently say.
Yeah, well, Edgerton has done quite well here, balancing with the double, catching his partner with a 5-card club support over there. And
I'm curious at what point in the auction North-South knew they had a spade fit. Did one know?
I think a heart showed spades and a no trump showed a weak hand with spade support.
No. Their card says that one heart is just what they do with a weak no trump in these auctions, or here presumably a strong no trump. So they were even one no with the 1819 balance. So Alice saying that one no trump showed 4-4 in the majors.
Ah, okay. I will take credit for being right because at the one no trump point, North knew that they had a spade fit.
Yeah, good point. These methods are just so unfamiliar to anyone who mostly plays against Americans. I've never seen some of these treatments before. One club and one diamond, of course, but this kind of catch-all one heart specific one no trump is quite unfamiliar.
Mm-hmm. It works out really well for them. That's why they keep winning. Maybe everyone should adopt the system.
And I think one nice thing about it is presumably South could bid one spade as a transfer to one no trump, and now North still gets to declare one no trump, which is what you want, and he's got to show a lot of features of his hand along the way, and it's still at the one level.
Mm-hmm.
So all of that seems really good. Yeah, so obviously looking at a full opening bid here, somewhat to his surprise, this auction developed. Trump lead looks pretty natural.
Yeah, so Whibley does get off with the ace-king of spades lead, presumably going to cash both of them.
This with the jack of diamonds dropping, this is not going to tax declare too much. Spades are 3-2, so you can take, 3 trump tricks, even if he plays ace king in another, 2 in one hand in a rough, 2 hearts is 5, 4 diamonds is 9, and he can still guess the heart to take a 10th trick.
There will not be a heart guess after he shows up with all of the missing honors.
Also a good point.
So it feels like another push board. 10 tricks is the most likely result for Driver to claim here. Hopefully this one goes rather quickly. I know that obviously they took some time on 4 spades doubled. They took some time in 3 no trump. Both very challenging contracts to play. Board 3 as well. 4 spades barely coming home with Declare picking off the right position. But this one playing for over tricks. Hopefully they make up some lost time.
Yeah, notice the card strength has been very much in North-South's favor. At this table, East-West got a plus score on the first board and not since. At the other table, it took all the way until board 9 for East-West to go plus.
Yeah, we're not there yet.
Yeah, I'm sure, at least one table, someone made the usual joke about playing for money.
Yeah.
Never gets old.
Unless you keep ending up behind, then you probably hope that next session you'll get some better cards.
Yeah, even in team games when you're sitting there telling yourself in your mind, my teammates are getting the same 30 highs on every hand, it's still demoralizing going minus on every board.
Yeah, for sure.
And it doesn't matter how flat they are, it's still an unpleasant experience.
Mm-hmm. Now, Whibley, I will note, just because something that might look a little strange happened in the play. Whibley, when ace of spades, low spade, he is not looking at that queen of spades in North's hand. North is declaring. And so he's just trying to avoid crashing his partner's queen doubleton of spades in case that was what was going on. And he knew that he had the club ace as an entry to pull a third trump, even if things went south. So,
yeah, well, that's it. Looking at the ace of clubs, the third round of spades is not going to be He can always guarantee playing the third round of spades before South can ruff any clubs.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so a nice play that I think you have to. You just have to be like a little bit aware of what's going on. Like the kind of play that I think a lot of players would, just like blithely like ace of spades, okay, king of spades, third spade, and then look very sad when their partner queen doubled him.
Mm-hmm. Right.
And if you didn't have the ace of clubs, that would probably be attractive. But here, having that card makes it totally safe to cater to this, to that possibility.
Yeah, now Driver is trying to be a little bit clever here. If he can get West to win this club trick, then he just has a high cross ruff, as West doesn't have any more trumps to play.
Yeah, I mean, if you're West, I think this would be a spot where you would just duck the ace of clubs pretty quickly and hope the partner could clear the trumps.
Yeah, it seems reasonable. I was going to say, even if Edgerton puts in a club honor, East is going to overtake with the ace.
100%. Yeah.
So,
in fact, so this is a position where if West puts in an honor, it should be the king, and that tells East it's safe to overtake.
Mm-hmm.
There's positions where you split your honors from the bottom to inform partner. Here's one where you split from the top to inform partner.
Right. Well, heart goes around to the queen, and Declarer now gets to claim his 10 tricks. Yeah,
Declarer already picked it off as you predicted.
Yeah. So we're about halfway done with the set, and then...
Yeah, I think this is not a tank, obviously. Declarer is just claiming, and they're probably confirming the result. Yeah, here we go.
Right. The next segment is scheduled to start when?
Let's see. This one started at 9:30, probably like 11:15 might be on the schedule, but really 11:20. And I think in these events, they don't have a start time quarter by quarter. It's just half by half because there's 16 tables in play, and they're all going to be at their own pace. So it's just, finish when you finish and come back for the afternoon matches at 3:30, presumably.
Mm-hmm.
The playing conditions actually, I thought that they were fine. I went out to dinner with a player who's still alive in the event on Monday, the night before I left, and he said that the screen rooms were the best he's ever played in the U.S.
Mm-hmm.
So I played in them for one day 2 of the Platinum before we got relegated. But his point, I was like, they were a little close together. You could hear some noise, and he pointed out that that's always the case, but these rooms were kind of like isolated, so you didn't have other random players milling out in the hallways while you were playing behind screens, and then there was a lot of natural light, which I hadn't really thought about, but it's true that was a nice little feature of them.
Yeah, so East was kind of quickly bidding up to 4 spades on this 9th board here. East, after the 1 spade overcall and hearing a little bit of life from his partner, the no trump bid, honestly kind of filling in his ace-10 doubleton of hearts a bit, that when his partner has showed a stopper in the suit, and he also has some values that makes his hand a little bit better, decides to just try for the spade game. And this will come home. I mean, heart opening lead gives up the heart finesse. There are 3 diamonds to lose, but the spades are breaking.
Yeah, and I think, people overcall even red-white, especially this pair, pretty aggressively. So East knows when West bid a no trump. It's not just, for some players who are more conservative overcallers, you would bid one no trump on the West hand, kind of like to make sure partner gets another chance to bid when he needs it. But here, since East knows his action can be really light, like we saw when they bid 2 clubs on red-white a few hands ago, that means that West 1 no trump should be pretty constructive, since there's not a reason to just leave room for partner to have a big hand. So once East knows that West has a constructive hand, bidding 4 spades is really attractive.
Yeah.
East presumably has, not just extras, but much more than he needs to, even red-white.
Yeah, now Webley's going to take a little bit of time because given that North has opened the bidding and that North didn't open a no trump, for example, which I think would be
Right.
9 to 12 for them here, or maybe 10 to 12.
Probably in the U.S. 10 to 12. Yeah.
Yeah, so 10 to 12. North is likely to have most of the missing high cards. It's possible Wibbly is thinking about taking the spade finesse, which is onside.
Yeah, well, I think that's I think that's exactly what I was thinking about. Go up with a queen here, which I think is going to hold a fair amount of the time, right?
Yeah.
Like if you're north, it's not so attractive to put the king in. Yep, he does, and yeah, I think you're right that he is going to run the 10 of spades.
I'm not certain. I mean, obviously, North could have the ace king of diamonds, right? And that might give South the spade queen. Looks like he is not taking the spade finesse, spade to the ace.
Yeah, I mean, either play would work, and he's just going to lose 3 diamond tricks.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it is a very big play to take that finesse.
Mm-hmm.
Like even if you think you're a favorite, some of the time when you're a favorite, it's Queen Doubleton as it was here. And it doesn't matter what you do.
Right.
So,
Oh no, is it time already to start running our spade suit and hope that someone discards incorrectly?
I guess. I mean,
I feel like if we had been at a proper pace of play, then this is probably okay to do. It's not my preference. I actually just prefer to claim on these sorts of hands and save some time for the more important boards. But
yeah, I mean, you could even just like play a diamond and see if you could drop North Ace King Doubleton or something.
yeah, but it feels to me like being well behind schedule. Maybe we should just.
It's funny, like I wonder if an attractive play is cross to the ace of clubs and lead a low diamond off dummy, and North is like, no, I've seen this one before, go up ace.
Yeah.
Yeah, so once he pitches a diamond from dummy, I'm not even sure what he's playing for.
Well, he's probably playing for both opponents to come down to Doubleton diamonds.
Oh, you know what? Actually, that if both North South pitch a bunch of diamonds, he might be able to score a low diamond, and that low diamond would be the beer card.
Yeah. That is an important point that players from Australia and New Zealand really do like playing for their beer cards.
Yeah, I had a very frustrating one in the Vanderbilt because I was playing one no trump and I had the same number of tricks whether West won trick approximately 9 or 10 or not.
Mm-hmm.
He could get it then or they could get trick 13. But if he had gotten it then, I would have gotten a beer. And I complained to him and, he, as a good Irishman, doesn't want people to have too much beer. Yeah, it was Tom Hanlon. I think, it was probably technically correct to win the trick, but it had the incidental effect of denying me a beer.
All right, there's our 10 tricks, so we do get the board pushed with the other table. Very low scoring match, at least so far. This was not my expectation coming into it. But I am hopeful now that with Wibbly getting more cards, we're going to see some fireworks.
Yeah, we get some action here. And just very quickly, for kibitzers who have no idea what we're on about, this is a thing in junior circles, but also, in the world at large. If you take the last trick with the 7 of diamonds, your partner has to buy you a beer. If the contract is doubled, he has to buy you 2 beers.
Yeah, and maybe depending on how bad the defense was, you can relegate that to the opposition.
Yes, and you can't risk your contract for a beer. Yes, if the defense conspires to get you a beer, your partner probably should be off the hook. Anyway, this so far a fairly normal start here. A very heavy 1 spade, but, kind of a maximum from East. Normal 2 spade raise, but he's thrilled to have 2 aces. Normal 3 heart bid by North. East has an easy game bid, and that is probably going to be that. Yep.
Yeah, I expect so. I mean, North has this nice hand with the spade void, but he has so many losers that it's just not really worth it.
And partner's allowed to have higher spades than the 8-6.
Yep.
The spade void goes both ways. It's, no losers for you, but it also might be a bunch of losers for them.
Mm-hmm. And now I imagine we'll see the the technical play on this hand where Declare can, say, pull one round of trumps and then play the ace-king of diamonds and a third diamond, planning to ruff the fourth round with the 10 of spades and dummy.
Yep. Yeah, here, of course, he won't need to, but since he can ruff high without, risking any trump losers, he's going to do that.
Yeah.
They can ruff a heart back to his hand, presumably, or play some other club just to guarantee scoring the 7 of spades.
Yeah, maybe it's also good technique to cash the club.
Oh, sorry, he held the trump to play back. Never mind. I was going to say, if it's not to be able to win this and play a trump while Declare still needs to ruff a diamond, Declare would have to, take a very small guess to figure out how to score the 7 of spades. But not even a big deal then. Oh, no, sorry, he doesn't. Never mind. Spades are, he can just ruff something high. Never mind. I don't know what I'm talking about. Anyway.
Well, we do see a fast claim. So we got 5 boards left to play in the set. And looks like another pretty straightforward game contract in 4
usually hearts. Usually in the first quarter, the declarers are a little lenient about giving warnings rather than penalties. I think like later in the set, especially if there's been a warning or two, you may start to see some imps assessed.
Mm-hmm.
I'd be very surprised even if they go way over if there's a first quarter time penalty.
Yeah, so Edgerton will get to open a heart, and Whibley, I guess, 13 count. It's not a great 13, but he does have heart support.
No. I mean, I think, playing with you, I would probably game force, but I would just, be prepared to put down the dummy and apologize. I think if you're playing a style where you're going to open all 11s and many 10s when you have a 5-card major, probably still have to force a game on the East hand because bidding a no trump is just too ridiculous. But that some large percentage of the time you're gonna generate a minus score.
Yeah, so 2 clubs is a game forcing relay for them. I am.
Was it, or was it just everything that's not a 5-card suit higher than clubs goes through 2 clubs for your 2/1s?
I'm just looking at the card that I have.
Oh, you are? Okay, never mind. Yeah.
So
I think that method, where you bid all your 4/4 3/2s, even with Dumpling Club, 2 clubs, your game force is pretty popular, at least in the U.S.
Yeah. So.
In fact, it's what I was playing with my Louisville partner.
I suspect that 2 diamonds, 3 spades is probably offering 3-0 with 3-card heart support.
Yeah, that seems.
West, of course, the singleton spade decides to reject that offer.
Yeah, and West has a pretty attractive hand for playing in hearts. He may even be slightly worried he's underbid here. His hand is awfully sound, even if you're not playing hyper-aggressive openings.
Right. I imagine North tries a club lead. No, they try a spade lead.
Yeah, a little surprising, right? Because South could have doubled 3 spades to demand a spade lead.
Yeah, that was one of my thoughts. Also, just, look, we got to get 4 tricks somehow. I have 1 with the diamond ace. We're going to need some help. Maybe a club ruff is the way to get that help. But of course, 10 doubleton is not that attractive as an opening lead. Often that will blow a trick in the suit.
Yeah, and I know you generally don't like doubleton leads. This in the North hand without a trump entry, it's much less attractive.
Mm-hmm.
A singleton is always a pretty attractive lead, but when you lead a doubleton, you almost certainly need to, watch Declare win the first trick, play some trumps, then hope to get in to get your ruff while you still have some trumps, and without the ace or king of trumps there, that doesn't seem super likely to me.
Yeah, now I kind of suspect that Declare might only make 10 tricks on this hand. The spade lead attacked dummy's only sure entry. Oh, he doesn't.
Yeah, I was gonna say I was very surprised he wasn't catching the queen of spades to play a third diamond, but obviously that's exactly what he did.
Yeah, okay, so he does cash the queen of spades, and now as long as there's no weird layout of the opponent's cards, like they get a ruff, he does take the heart finesse though, but I think he's just going to play ace of hearts heart.
Like, obviously we can see here they can get a ruff. Yeah.
Well, I just mean if he'd gone ace of hearts, queen of hearts, thinking that that was the safest way to try and avoid losers, then South would win, diamond to the ace, diamond ruff.
I mean, I guess it's possible. I was going to say it's possible to play the king of diamonds to force an entry and take that second heart finesse, which is not going to work out in quite the way he hopes.
Yeah, now North does know about the diamond position because Declare pitched 2 diamonds and is now leading the king. Right. It's very clear to him that West started with 4 of them and his partner started with a singleton.
Yeah, and I think the 2 diamond bid probably is just what they do when they have nothing else to do. Like 2 hearts would probably show 6, 2 would show a hand that actually wants to bid no trump. Raising clubs would show a 4th club, especially when partner only guarantees 2 of them, so 2 diamonds is kind of what's left. So at the time he bid 2 diamonds, I don't think he needed more than 3.
Oh, I'm still under the impression that they were in a relay and 2 diamonds was just asking.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry, you did say that. Never mind. Well, even a standard pair would not have to have 4 diamonds for that 2 diamond bid. Yeah.
Now, Declare, everyone who's been following with the double dummy would say, why would Declare play the queen of diamonds? That cost a trick. Only because the king of clubs is on side and hearts are splitting, so the 2 of hearts is an entry, 5 of hearts is an entry.
The 4 of hearts is an entry.
Yeah. But South does need to work to exit it, or work out to exit a heart here to prevent.
Declare could run a club to the queen, take a club finesse, but he wouldn't, right? He would just take the heart finesse in case South started with all of them, and he would get that king of clubs after all in real life.
Yeah, maybe.
Oh no! Again, he would be okay because the king of hearts would pop up, and now he takes the 5 of hearts to take that last club finesse. So yeah, he would.
Mm-hmm.
He would make 5.
Yeah, so Brink just taking his time. I mean, realizing how likely hopeless this position.
Yeah, he is going to win an imp because Zimmerman did manage to take 11 tricks.
Yeah, as long as he doesn't switch to clubs.
Right. I mean, at match points, I think you just give up on this hand. At imps, maybe a club does keep open the possibility, however remote, that you can actually go plus.
Yeah, if partner has the ace of clubs here, I mean, you'll beat it an extra trick.
Anyway.
Yeah, so it does seem less dangerous to just exit a heart. No, he does go with the club, so
yeah, I think
around to the queen.
Yeah, you kind of still owe it to your teammates to to try here.
Mm-hmm. Heart to the king and ace, heart to the 4, and the club finesse. So it should be the same 11 tricks made in the other room. And I talked a little bit yesterday about how these over tricks can add up over the course of a long match. In a match that has started 8 to 6, 10 tricks. Maybe that's a misclaim, or maybe Declarer just didn't remember the 4 of hearts was an entry. I have no idea. Either way, these over tricks will be adding up, because in a match that is this close with all these push boards, getting 3 or 4 over tricks is effectively like swinging the match from one side to the other.
Yeah, I mean they, you play 60 boards, like a handful of them, you're getting pretty close to a game swing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I like this one no bid by West quite a bit. Even though the hand by classic requirements is totally unsuitable, with effectively two unstopped suits, like your alternative is open a diamond and rebid two clubs, which I absolutely despise. Even I despise it on the shape, and even putting aside the honor disparity, like it's just how you guarantee playing a 4-2 diamond fit. We have a 5-2 club fit, but the alternative is to open a club and rebid two clubs, and that's horrible too.
Yeah, so with
Yeah, so
values
one
in your
no
no trump,
two unstopped suits. Who cares?
yeah, I mean values in your no trump range, you just open a no trump. That's the way of the
Yeah.
world.
Yeah.
East bids Smolin over there, showing
Yeah.
5 hearts and 4 spades, and
They
West
run
settles.
both majors against you, Yeah. Yeah, like when they run both majors against you, that just means they can make 4 of a major, so it's fine. Now one knows a prelim.
Probably, yes.
But yeah, this is one where I think a lot of players, below the level of round of 16 of the Vanderbilt might open a club or a diamond just because, they've been taught you can't open hands like this in no trump and end up, kind of getting a bad result in a weird way because they open a club and rebid two clubs and there they are. And, poor partner has a 10 count and can't act. And now you just miss your 25-point game.
Mm-hmm.
Here it's easy. East had a small in hand, so it was always going to game force. Anyway, West, of course, with no support for either partner's major, but fairly relieved to hear partner has them, had a comfortable 3-no bid.
Yeah, now this hand is, despite the club opening lead, this hand is not as trivial as it might seem to get to 9 tricks.
You have 5 clubs, 3 hearts, and king queen of both other suits. You just play one of your king queens and claim.
10 tricks is harder. 10 tricks isn't. 9 tricks is easy. But yeah, I was kind of talking about this the other day when I was speaking with Michael on a similar hand in 3 now, that aces are really powerful defensive tools. Like if Declare ends up going after spades, the defense wins the ace and then plays spades and sets up extra tricks in that suit. If Declare goes after diamonds, the defense wins the ace of diamonds and then plays diamonds to set up tricks in that suit with the ace of spades as an entry. So
yeah, here we can see double dummy that if East just plays the queen of diamonds, a trick 2, South will win it because he's got ace 10 fourth, but he's never going to play a second diamond, so Declare would get to knock out that spade after all.
Mm-hmm.
Which I'm guessing is what happened at the other table.
Yeah, well, Edgton decides to run the club suit first.
Yeah.
This has caused a couple of uncomfortable discards from East's hand, in fact, because Edgton is still hoping the hearts might provide 5 tricks.
Yeah, that kind of honestly feels like the kind of, if you're playing like at the club where they might just pitch a heart from a 4-card suit, sure. Brink and Driver are not going to pitch a heart unless they're 3-3.
Right. But he is still hoping that he's going to be able to collect a 10th trick on this deal on offense.
Yeah.
And it looks like he probably can. South pitching that diamond. Now Edgton feels comfortable leading a diamond up to the queen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and once again here, now that South pitched a diamond, if he returns one, West can actually take a long diamond.
Yep. So the queen of diamonds even holds.
Right. Not a huge surprise. So club to the queen, cash the last, or heart to the queen, cash the last club, play a spade presumably. Maybe not. He might just cash ace king of hearts. But yeah, he is going to take at least 10 tricks here because South is going to be stuck with at least one small pointed suit card that he can't get rid of.
Right. Yep, so spade to the king. South can either win or duck. Decides to take the ace, cash the diamond ace, and eventually his partner will score a heart.
Yeah. So a push at 460. So, once again, a very low scoring set. 14 imps and 13 hands.
Right. Yeah, just a ton of push boards. And normally you'll see this when two very strong and equally skilled teams are playing against each other, which is, I think, the match that we have in front of us. So,
Yeah, low scoring matches usually means a very high standard of play. Here, it's a little surprising to me because East West at this table, and I think also North South the other table, are both playing a pretty like North South are playing a strong club at the other table. East West are just very aggressive and swingy here. So usually swings just happen because things aren't duplicated.
mm-hmm. Well, this could easily be one of those swings.
Yeah, quite a result at the other table.
We do have 3 boards left to play, and then short break for the players to compare. But then we will be back for the second quarter of play. So North opens a spade, 10 count over there. I think a lot of players definitely would be opening a spade on it. South bids 2 clubs, and West does decide to come in with 2 hearts.
Yeah, I think that the spade length makes it kind of attractive because partner's guaranteed to be short. South doesn't have 5 hearts because he would have made his 2/1 there, so East has to have at least some heart length. Like, it's obviously still a little scary with that hand, but he's got 2 reasons to feel like he's likely to hit a fit.
Yeah, I do have a question whether or not tables are playing the same hands today. I know they weren't yesterday. The boards were not duplicated. Do you know about that?
I am almost positive no. It's such a security risk.
Yeah, I think they tend to start playing the same hands in the round of 8, usually, so that would be tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I thought it might even be the semifinal. I guess we'll find out, but it makes a ton of sense to play different sets in each match because, even inadvertently, you happen to go to the men's room or get some water at the same time as someone else and overhear something, or you go get a glass of water and without even trying, you inadvertently just see who's declaring some board. You can, you can not be trying and still accidentally get some unauthorized information, but that can't happen when every table has its own set.
Right. And that risk goes down the fewer teams that are still in, because sometimes when you get to these later rounds, every team has their own room, or every table has their own room that they're playing in. But for some of these earlier rounds with still 16 tables in play, there's going to be a lot of overlap in the tables. They're just going to have to shove 4 or 5 of them in the same room.
Yeah, so of course, as you know, and some of the spectators may, in the USBF trials, every table is its own hotel room. So if you need some water, you just go to the sink and fill your bottle up. If you need a restroom, it's a hotel room, it's right there. So the security for those events is extremely good. There's absolutely no possibility of even encountering another human being.
South did not see the auction going this way when his partner opened a spade.
No, North was thinking long time and came out with 2 spades. I assume he was thinking about bidding 3 clubs, but maybe their 2 club is, totally artificial.
Yeah, it's just a game-forcing relay.
Yeah. Yeah, but you might still bid 3 clubs because you only have 5 spades and you have 4 strong clubs.
Mm-hmm.
Even if it's not essentially a raise, it might just be a way to describe it. Because North is looking at a heart void. He knows that East West are about to bid a bunch more hearts.
Yeah, this King of Spades lead is going to go spectacularly poorly, picking off his partner's singleton 9.
Yeah, but Declare sells to deal with them, and South can overruff at least 2 of them. Declare just has no winners, right?
Declare's a little shy on winners. Whew.
And obviously, it would have been better to find partner's entry, except partner doesn't have one with Declare having a club void. or a diamond void rather.
Right. Um, I mean, certainly Declare, it seems, can get out for down. I was going to say down.
Yeah, keep counting.
I was going to say down one.
I mean, I think if you're Declare, like, how do you even start this hand? Do you win the ace of leg club to the 10? Because you're pretty desperate for winners?
No, look,
Is that just
we,
crazy?
we know hearts are 4-0. We know spades are 5-1. The opponents have this big diamond fid, and they're cold for 5 diamonds. I wouldn't be worried about making my contract as Declare here.
No, 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 no. Of course, he's just doing damage control. But like, what's the best? Like, his goal is basically 8 tricks, right? Because that's the point at which he wins imps instead of losing them. So, like, what's your best shot to try to take 8 tricks on this hand?
Mm-hmm. I hear your question.
I mean, like, actually, maybe it's actually not that hard. You've got 1 spade, and if you can take 5 trumps in your hand, and one rough and dummy with the ace, now you're already up to 7, and 1 club gets you up to 8. So actually, maybe it's maybe with that goal in sight is pretty achievable.
Yeah, down 2 is definitely doable.
It's rough 2 diamonds in the west hand, rough something with the ace of hearts, take a club trick along the way, and win 3 imps.
Yeah, I'm thinking if there's any way to actually get out for down 1. I haven't given up on making the contract, but it does seem as if down 1 might be in the ballpark. I mean, on the surface, there's really only 3 losers: the spade and 2 clubs. But obviously, setting up the long spade is a little difficult if the defense gets a diamond tap going.
Yeah, this is one where time trouble or not, I would certainly not be doing anything hasty if I were West declaring this.
Right. Okay, let's settle on a plan, right? Because as you say, it looks like Declare has kind of an easy route to down 2. Can score 5 hearts, ace spade ruff, the ace of spades, and a club. Playing for the 4-0 trump split, but I think that's maybe known to Declare at this point. I don't know. Maybe the 4-0 trump split is not so obvious. But
I'm not sure, isn't it? Like, isn't South going to be doubling this anytime he doesn't want his side to be bidding 4 spades or higher? Like, South bid 2 clubs, game forcing and announcing partner, it's our hand. This is probably a forcing pass for North South. So anytime he doesn't want to be hearing partner bid out, he has to double.
Well, we might be able to artificially score 5 trumps just by roughing 3 diamonds.
Yeah.
So
yeah, but I mean, West. I don't think West knows anything about the Trump break. All he knows is that South doesn't want his side to be declaring.
Okay, fair enough. But I guess on that note, just roughing 3 diamonds with the 4, 6, and 10 of hearts in hand, and roughing a spade with the ace of hearts is enough to score our 8 trick. So let's suppose.
Wait a second here.
I'm waiting.
So let's say we do that, and then as a rough a spade with the ace. Now we still have 8-7 deuce of hearts, and South has Jack 9 5-3. Might we not be able to get one of those 8-7s? In some fashion, and actually hold it down 1 after all? Like, we rough a spade with a middle one. If South over roughs, he's going to have to give Declare a trump in one way or another. And maybe South can shorten himself in clubs, but I think at least on some lines of play and defense, Declare might actually be able to get East Trump spots into play. And for those kibitzers who are screaming into your computers, like, please just use the double blowing solver. Rob and I are purists. We don't do that.
Yeah, I mean, neither do the players. So
yeah, exactly. If we can't solve a double dummy, looking at all 4 hands, it's it's not going to happen. Yeah, I mean, like, obviously you can click the double dummy button if you want to see the optimal routes for declaring defense, but we will not. We're just going to sit here, talking it through.
So, I have another theory. I wonder if North gets in with the club ace and just plays the queen of spades.
Yeah, it's funny. Like, I think North, North is probably going to, I think North probably doesn't suspect the South has four trumps either, though. So, he may just try to get South an overruff in the hope that it's a trick that wasn't a natural, right? Like, if you're sitting there as North, even against an aggressive West, don't you think he probably has six hearts? Like, he has no aces, and like a pretty marginal hand by hard card values. So if he has a real two hard overcall, it's probably because he has a sixth one.
Right. Like let's imagine for a second Declare plays. Let's say Declare plays a club to the king, right? If North goes ace of clubs, queen of spades, spade, isn't Declare just making it?
No, because he can go. Well, maybe, but he can go ace of clubs, queen of spades, club, right? South will pitch his club on the queen of spades.
Doesn't Declare also make it then?
Does he? I mean, again, he can't draw. Oh, I see, because he can take a roughing finesse through North 10 of spades.
Yeah, and because South will have shortened himself, then Declare only needs one spade rough and can pull 3 rounds of trumps. Okay, well...
Yeah, North could just get out with diamonds, but... All right, so here I think South is probably just going to pitch his club, and that should simplify the defense.
Yep. I mean, additionally, because now North hasn't set up the spade jack, which is, I think, the more important point. So, do we think it's down 2 now? Probably down 2, right?
Yeah, so Al Hollander is saying that he'll sometimes email North-South to ask about some of their complicated methods and that they're good about answering him, which is great. For us spectators, getting that information is really valuable because some of these long sequences obviously can't fit on the convention card.
Mm-hmm.
This is sort of doing some Declare's work for him, but even if South got a club rough immediately, he would just probably have to exit a diamond. I guess he could exit a trump, but that doesn't help his side either.
Mm-hmm. All right, so diamond to the queen, ruffed. It really looks like South is on the ace, king, queen of diamonds now with that 9 of diamonds switch going to the queen. Maybe Brink could have done a little bit better job of trying to conceal the diamond position, but it's going to be tough. And
yeah, so kind of interesting as a side issue, and again, anyone who knows more about this than we do, feel free to message us privately. South played the 9 of clubs when he pitched on that spade. And I would have thought that, playing the 4, if they're upside down people, would be a little more natural as a count signal. And maybe thought it was just more important to give attitude and figure that the count would resolve itself.
Mm-hmm.
But I thought that was interesting and slightly surprising choice of card to me. But again, I'm sitting here at home and he's sitting there playing the round of 16.
Yeah, I think he really did just want the diamond switch. He was hoping to cash some diamonds before anything happened.
Right, partner didn't have to be... And in fact, partner probably isn't 5-4-4 on this bidding because he rebid 2 spades and, could have shown a 4-card minor if he had one. So, probably if South thinks North has 3 spades, then North probably has shorter diamonds than a 4-card suit. Or sorry, 6 spades. I mean, I guess it could be 6-0-4-3.
Right.
But yeah, I guess, regardless of what it is, the diamond is either cashing or it isn't, you might as well get it on the table.
Sure.
And he does make this slight false card of the queen, totally safe, just, maybe deceive Declare a little bit about the distribution.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think Al correctly points out the two possible lines of play. You know, go down quickly or go down after a struggle.
So
There's
I,
some street noise here.
I still assume that Declare doesn't have a plan to make this, or at least much hope of making it. But things get close if North goes Ace of Clubs Club Rough. He's still not quite able to do everything, I don't believe. Not when South taps him with the second diamond. But the defense does need to be a little bit careful. Like, on the surface, they still don't have their 4 tricks in yet.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's true. Yeah, so let's see. So if he just wins and plays a club, Declare can draw trumps and claim, right?
No, it's not quite that simple. Because Brink will put a second diamond on the table. Declare then can't unblock the king of clubs,
right.
and
Now he can set up the spades, but it cost him his long entry.
yeah.
Late entry. Still, it feels like it would be down 1, which is a pretty good result.
Right. So Driver probably knows the club position. I mean, the 9 of clubs, I think, very clearly is from some holding fairly similar to this. I mean, now that Driver knows his partner's on a stiff spade, ace, king, queen, 10, 6 of diamonds, he's got to have 4 hearts for his double. It feels kind of sad not giving your partner the club rough. That's why he pitched the club, but I don't think that it's the right play. So he'll probably stick in the 8.
Yeah, and again, like I wonder if he might. I wonder if he's a little bit deceived about the count after seeing that 9, but in fact, it'll work out better for him. You know. Yeah, I think, and it does kind of feel like this hand probably just looks a little strange to North at this point.
Mm-hmm. There is the 8 of clubs. He didn't want to risk. I think Declare was sticking in the 7 if he played the 3. For those wondering. So the 8 of clubs was an important card to play. Declare leads a heart to the king. And I think at this point is just going to take his 4 extra tricks. Seeing the 4-0 trump split, he will rough a spade high, take a trump finesse. Even if South covers, then he'll just be able to exit a black suit and eventually score 2 more trumps. Maybe not immediately, but that's going to be what happens. Trust me.
Yeah.
So North first needs to work out not to cover the 7 of spades. Declare pitches a club. Yeah. South gets to rough. Is there any chance that we get out for down 1 again? Hold on, I'm flip-flopping a little bit.
So, I mean, how about... Yeah, I think so, right? From here, all we lose is 2 clubs, right? Because we can play... Oh, is it right? Then South can get out with the diamond now?
Yeah, as long as South taps Declare here. Declare can try the same trick once again, leading a spade, pitching a club as South roughs in. But... should still have the 2 club losers. And the trump loser, I guess, maybe.
Well, wait a minute. So with North playing the queen here, ace of spades, trump, spade, that's just 9 tricks.
Yeah. He can now rough with the ace of hearts and take a heart finesse.
Yeah. So he's down 1 after all?
And are we sure that there there wasn't anything North could have done? I thought North should have played low on that eight of spades.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, that Queen of Spades looks like. I mean, whether or not it would have mattered, it certainly makes it easier. Okay. I see. So, doesn't whether he draws the last trump or not doesn't matter. He's just going to take
yeah, he'll get two more tricks here.
two more tricks. Yeah, feels pretty good.
Yeah, I mean,
we can see he's winning a 9-imp swing, but like if you're sitting there as West, you don't know what's going on at the table, but you have to know that minus 200 is a good result on a board like this.
Right. Yeah. So biggest swing of the set so far, and it's going the way of Team Hans. So they're now going to retake the lead by 7.
Yeah, really quite a nice result for East West here. Yeah, and I believe at this point, this table and possibly the table still in play, and every other match is now playing the second quarter.
Mm-hmm. That does not surprise me at all.
I mean, of course, they're all playing the second quarter because we're on a time delay, but I mean,
But yes, with the delay, they're already into the second set of 15 boards.
Yeah, they've now run so far over that they're nominally on the second quarter's clock.
Yeah, but they picked the right teams for this matchup. This was prearranged, I'm sure, for them to get these seeds so that when they met up, both of the slow teams would play against each other in today's set.
There's other slow teams in the event, but yeah. Yeah, because we were playing one of the fastest teams in the event. Gru and Moss are extremely quick. Hell and Amos are kind of normal, maybe slightly slow, and these rally pairs very quick. We were one of the first teams done.
Yeah, par on this hand looks like an exciting spot. I wonder if they even sniffed at it in the other room. They did get up to 5 diamonds east-west.
Diamonds, because both clubs and diamonds come in for 0 losers if you guess the clubs.
Right. But yeah, eventually east-west in the other room sold out to 5 hearts.
Yeah, so south bidding 2 diamonds. Michaels, that's going to get north pretty excited here.
Yeah, it's not often that you think you might have more trumps than your partner when they've showed a 2-suited bid.
Yeah, so I guess par is actually 6 diamonds doubled down 1, right?
Yep. Exactly.
I do not think they're going to get there. I don't think either East or West has a reason to save over 5 minutes.
Sorry, I missed the possibility of a third round spade. Rough. I guess it's down 2 if they get that king of diamonds.
Right. Yeah, 3 rounds of spades and the king of diamonds scores. Good point. Yeah, so he's 5 diamonds, looks normal. He's probably thinks he's saving, but who knows? West could have a singleton spade and 5 diamonds pretty easily.
Yeah, South doubles, probably just on the strength of the ace-king of spades, thinking that if partner has hearts, then maybe those spades are more likely to cash, and he's right.
Mm-hmm.
And so North needs to come up with a decision here over the double of 5 diamonds. I mean, probably you bid 5 hearts.
Yeah, and I think, South has expressed his opinion that if partner bids 5 hearts, it's not his first choice. But of course, if you have the North hand, you're allowed to override.
Yeah, I mean, North isn't going to be confident that he's making it the 5 level.
Absolutely.
But he's just going to try it.
Yeah, a double in this auction is a suggestion, not a command. South just says, partner, it doesn't look right from my side to bid out to 5 hearts. And North says, well, from my side it does, so he bids it.
Right. So this should be a relatively quick one once we get the opening lead on the table.
Yeah. Yeah, this with an 11-card fit, even you can draw 2 rounds of trumps. There's really just nothing to do.
Yep.
Rough three clubs in the south hand after you draw trumps, and that's the end of the deal.
Exactly. I imagine Wibbly will lead the diamond ace for lack of anything better to do.
Yeah, probably. I mean, he must think there's some chance that card is getting roughed.
Yeah, but, like you're not leading a spade, and ace third of clubs doesn't look all that appealing. So there it is. There's the ace of diamonds. I mean, we might even just see a claim immediately.
Yeah.
I think a lot of players against these 5-level auctions will give count in preference to attitude at trick 1 in situations like this. So Edgton's 4 of diamonds, I think, is likely to be a count signal as opposed to anything else.
Although, I'm not sure, right? Because don't most pairs play ace asking for attitude and king asking for count in these positions? I think the 4 of diamonds is super preference.
It could be. Could be as well. But yeah, attitude takes a bit lower of a priority when you're kind of in these cash out positions, is the idea. And we do see the claim, 450. So last board of the set. Whoa.
Yeah.
This is a hand. The other table has finished the board. And Switzerland appears not to have such a great result on this one, getting to 3 no
Yeah,
trump.
I wonder what their auction was, because that...
I mean, this is not a friendly hand for East-West. Wherever they end up, it's probably not going to go very well. 4 hearts appears to be the best double dummy spot, but it's hard to reach it.
Yeah, it looks like at the other table, their auction was pretty artificial.
Yeah. So a club by West, I think, could be short. A diamond by East showing 4 or more hearts. West bids 1 heart showing 3. Exactly 3. 2 diamonds by East, artificial game force. And West will now have the opportunity to show his long clubs. They might end up in 3 no trump as well in a couple more bids. And with the clubs splitting very badly, that could be bad news for Declare.
Yeah, and of course the club entries are with a long spade, so if North-South gets spades on the table, it's going to be pretty quick beat.
I think they will get spades on the table at trick 1.
Yep.
That is my guess.
Yeah, I think regardless of who declares.
Okay, so Wibbly is taking a bit of a slower approach. He's thinking that maybe 3 no trump is not necessarily the right contract.
Yeah, I think he probably suspects it's going to be the contract by default, but you might as well give partner an idea of what's going on and make an informed decision instead of a hasty one.
Yeah, because I mean West could just as easily have a spade void and 3 diamonds to the king.
Yeah, very true.
And now we're basically cold for 6 diamonds, and playing in 3 no would be a disaster. I mean, that's pretty unlikely for the opponents to have 10 spades and never bid. But
yeah, but sometimes in these auctions, you just want to bid 3 no quickly to make it harder to find a lead. Here, North-South aren't going to have any trouble finding a lead, so you can have an informative auction without hurting your side's chances of making the contract. It's much more important to make the right partnership decision, and if you want to get a little extra information, so be it. They already knew a lot about the deal.
I think Edgton's going to prefer hearts here. He does. So East is clearly worried about spades, right? East has showed diamonds and hearts, hasn't supported clubs, and hasn't bid 3 no himself. So obviously Edgton could bid 3 no and be like, hey, I have a spade stopper, let's try it. But the way this hand has kind of shaped up, if his partner really does have long diamonds, the 4-3 heart fit might play a little bit better. So he doesn't bid 3 no, he tries 3 spades. to show a little bit of doubt about no trump. I mean, obviously, these players might have more solid agreements than I'm making it out to seem. Like, I think for many of them, three spades might show.
Not.
Yeah, I mean, for three spades, many of them might show a partial stopper and ask their partner for a little bit of help. Maybe that's what West wanted to do.
I think that probably is what West is doing because he knows that one spade stopper is probably inadequate.
Mm-hmm. And so, as I thought, West does push the contract into four hearts.
Well, for the moment, right? He's clearly, clearly considering correcting to a 7-card suit.
Yeah, that's true. But it feels like if he really wanted to play the hand in clubs, he should have tried no trump because he's basically playing his partner for club honor then. And then 3-no might just take 9 tricks off the top.
So how is he doing in four hearts here?
Not well. But it does feel like it's the best place to have ended up.
I think he might... 9 tricks certainly looks in the picture, which would win a couple of imps. 10 feels like a lot.
Yeah. I mean, if North gets off to a spade lead, which I think is indicated on this auction, right? East and West have effectively denied a spade stopper on this auction, so a spade away from the jack makes a ton of sense. It's really difficult to get to East's hand.
Yeah, North, I'm not sure it's a guarantee they have a 4-3 fit, but it's probably pretty likely.
Mm-hmm. I think 3 diamonds promises exactly 4 hearts.
Yeah, that makes sense. So, knowing that the spades are a problem for East-West, North can just lead a spade and get a tap going.
Right.
So, ace of spades. I mean, I think you probably just play it as a scramble to take as much as possible, right? Like ace of spades, ace of clubs and club rough, ace of diamonds pitching a spade, maybe queen of diamonds pitching a spade, and North wins. Kind of hope for the best here.
Yeah, that's very much in the picture.
North now probably needs to play a trump, otherwise. Claire can cash the jack of diamonds, rough the diamond, or rough a spade. West will be out of spades at that point.
Mm-hmm. So I'm pretty sure you're right. At that point, North would switch to trumps, ace of hearts and a heart, and it looks like Declare is going to end up losing 1, 2, 3, 4...
He'll take 8 or 9 tricks.
Yeah. It looks like down 2 to me. But I guess, that was an unexpected bid. I mean, North should just be hitting this. Those 2 clubs almost have to be winners, and this East-West auction is so unconfident. Yeah, I would definitely double. I mean, North. Well, first North needs to readjust his glasses. Maybe wipe off a little bit of sweat and check to make sure that 6 clubs really was the bid that came through the screen.
Yeah, it's if you're sitting there as North, the only reason not to double is because you just feel too sorry for your opponents. Well, I guess. I mean, maybe he's worried about a conversion to 6 hearts or something, knowing he can beat this, that would be kind of reasonable.
That's a fair point, that while he might have had 3 or even 500 available against this, and I mean, he would have been right.
Yeah. And if you're, when your teammates have a non-ridiculous result, the value of doubling goes down a lot.
Mm-hmm.
If your teammates are just bidding and making a game, which they could easily be, getting 100 and getting 500 is only a difference of, I think, probably 3 imps.
Right. Yeah. So North decides not to double, leads a spade, as expected, though, and declare is going to go down very quickly.
I think, yeah, the only reason that he won't go down quickly is if he, like, stops off to, to have a discussion before he plays a card. Yeah, I think East-West may talk about this one afterwards, because, like, clearly whatever East thought he was showing is not what West thought he was going to be buying in dummy. I think if you're West, you wouldn't be making the 6 club bid if you thought dummy was going to have a small singleton club, right?
Oh, definitely not. It's very possible that it all comes back to East's decision to bid 3 diamonds and then 4 hearts. Maybe West figured with 3 small spades, East should just be trotting out 3 no trump.
I actually have another possibility here.
Mm-hmm.
I think they may just have it's possible they had a huge accident where West thought that he was showing 2 key cards and a void. I think maybe West thought that 4 hearts was Blackwood, since hearts possibly had been deemed not playable by the previous auction. So 4 hearts was key card for diamonds. West has a 6 club bid.
It could be. I'm suspicious of that.
It does, but when you see a bid from a really great player that makes no sense, then one live possibility is always just that the auction looks different to him than it does to us.
Mm-hmm. Sure. I feel like the Ace of Diamonds has already been cashed to pitch that Jack of Hearts. Maybe just a little bit of a technical play, but
what difference does it make?
Yeah.
It's true, though. There's no reason not to. Yeah, wow. So,
down 4, 3 imps going the way of Switzerland, but Hans does remain in the lead after 1 quarter of play. There will be a short break for the teams to compare, and mostly for Wibley and Edgerton to get some coffee. And then we'll be back with some quarter 2 action in just a few minutes. Stay tuned.
Yeah, so I'll see you back here very shortly.
Yep. All right, chat. I'm back. What a set. Well, what a final board to end on. Let me make sure that people can see me so you know that I exist. Craig is calling me. Hold on. I will mute. Give me a sec. All right, I'm back. It's a shame it wasn't 800. Wait, whose side are you on? You didn't even vote. Okay, who ended up winning this segment? Hans. Hans won the set. Someone's getting rich. Congrats to Hans Betters. We will be sticking with this match. And it looks like Jan, after the lunch break, which will be, God, yesterday we were done with the first half, about an hour from now. So I don't think that's going to happen today. I might need to put in a lunch order midway through the set. But Jan seems to be pulling up the closest matches after the break. Obviously, if this match stays about the same, like 11 to 15, or it's a small difference, then we'll probably stick with it. But it is possible that we will be moving to a different match if one of these teams gets a large lead. what's going on in the other matches? So most of the other matches are in quarter two. Oh, speaking of what's going on in the other matches, I need to update my scoreboard. That is important. So, Nickel Simpson. Ooh, close match. 36-38. Switzerland Hans, 11-16. Wait, that doesn't seem like the right number. Well, whatever. That's where we're at, I think. Fleischer Bathurst. Oh my god, they're getting destroyed. Rosenthal Rombo is actually going quite well for Rosenthal. Wolfson Goodman, 32-42 in favor of Goodman. Street and Kane. Kane is off to a big lead. Leibowitz Juster. Oh my god, that is an enormous first set for Leibowitz, 63-28. Then the last match is Hammond Moyles. Moyles is off to a strong start against the Hammond team. How's everyone doing? Hopefully it's been a good match to follow for the first day. I wonder if the Aussies are awake yet. I'm sure we would hear them in the chat if they were. So who's playing in some of the other matches? Well, it looks like kind of the same setup that Rosenthal had the other day. Silverstein and Rosenthal playing both of the first two sets, and then they will sit out Bakke Brogland to come in for the second segment. A little bit of a European matchup here. Bakke Brogland from Norway, Welland Aachen from Germany. We have Bathurst against Fleischer. And Fleischer appears to be in, maybe has been in for both of the first two sets. They're generally a strong team. I'm surprised that they've dropped so much in the first segments. I really don't know much about the Chinese players on the team. I assume that one of these is the sponsor of the Bathurst team. Although maybe they don't have a sponsor. Maybe they're like playing six-handed with no sponsor. It's possible. Those do look like two fairly young players from China. Leibowitz and Juster. Leibowitz is just dominating in that match. They're up by 35. I mean, Juster's a pretty good team. Zagora and Bertho have played together quite a bit. Cran and Demoy are obviously a strong partnership. I don't remember who the third pair is on that team. But the Grosacks can be fairly swingy. Leibowitz himself can be somewhat swingy. Just waiting on the second quarter play to get started, and then we will be back into the match. Gandolia says it's almost 1 a.m. on the west coast and 4 a.m. on the east coast of Australia. How could that possibly be right? I thought V8 told me that it was 4 a.m. when we started, which was like 3.5 hours ago. Okay, you know what? I believe you. Having now done a Google search. I don't know why I didn't believe you before, but it looks like there are places where it's like 5 a.m. Although it appears to be correct that it's mostly between 1 and 4 in the morning. God, I love some of these Google search questions. Like these are the like frequently asked questions. Does Australia have 2 time zones? Is Australia 12 hours ahead of USA? Where in Australia? Do people really not understand how like the world works? How like Australia's a pretty big place. Okay, I don't know. People are dumb. That is my conclusion. Switzerland against Hans. Table 1 is... Ooh, look at this. We do have quarter 2. So what is the yellow?
Temporarily anonymous, but it looks
Craig's
like
here.
it's going to be Nabil Edgerton West
Goodbye, chat.
and Michael Wibley playing East. So one no trump, not ideal with a singleton queen, but certainly the best description he's got of this hand. Opening a diamond is pretty unattractive.
Yeah, hey. So we do...
I know you love this one diamond opening or one no trump opening by West.
Oh yeah, it's wonderful.
If you open a diamond, you're just stuck. Whatever partner does. If partner bids a heart, it's great. If partner does anything else, it's a nightmare.
Yeah, I mean, like, I think a lot of players would open a diamond and over a no trump raise to 2, but that's also kind of a misdescription.
No, the disaster response is a spade.
Yeah, and then people...
You do hearts, but your hand is just horrible for the sequence.
Well, and this is what generates about half of the bidding problems on bridge winners, is hands like this. But over the no trump, North showed both majors. 3 hearts by East looks like a Lebensal type hand, so game for forcing with 4 spades. Wait. Game forcing with a singleton heart. let's try that again.
2 clubs by North is just both majors, probably, right?
Yes, so 3 hearts is probably game forcing with heart shortness.
Yeah, so West's pass was certainly forcing. I wonder whether it always would be or if it's a vulnerability thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, East, of course, doesn't know what's going on, but can't bid, so you double. And, of course, West is pretty happy to defend here. I mean, it looks like East-West could have made a club slam if the clubs were splitting a little better, but here I think they're happy to be taking some tricks on defense.
Yeah, are we convinced they couldn't make a club slam?
No,
let's not overanalyze.
Harder, yeah.
But yeah, so East-West do go for the penalty against 4 hearts. I mean, this could be a very swingy board because depending on what East-West choose to open in the other room on West's hand, I mean, not that one no trump wouldn't be kind of the standout pick if that was in their arsenal, but they might play a little bit of a different system.
Well, I think they do, right? It's
right.
Actually, it's the Poles probably, right? So I assume they're playing Polish club.
Yeah, and so they might have a different way of showing West's hand, and therefore North-South might not get that involved.
Yeah, North's hand obviously is aggressive, coming in over 1-0 trump, but white-red with a void, and 2 reasonable suits. I think most players would take the same bid.
Right.
Particularly playing 2 clubs for the majors, you always get your best fit because with equal length partner can bid 2 diamonds. You play 2 diamonds as both majors is much, much harder because South with equal length is always just going to bid 2 hearts.
Mm-hmm. So I don't expect Declare to play this one double dummy. That would involve picking off the singleton queen of spades in West's hand. What's a realistic number of tricks that he might end up taking? I mean, he'll probably go after diamonds immediately to try and set up a diamond trick to cash.
Yeah. Yeah, and and then if you guess the spades, assuming 1 spade honor is on side, which it probably is, you only lose 1 spade because you can pitch 1 on the jack of diamonds.
Right. Yeah, he will have the spade guess, and He might guess the spades wrong, given the no trump opener sitting over in West.
He might, but he knows about the heart honors, assuming that three hearts was a singleton. He knows about the club honors from the king lead to the aces in East. He'll know about the diamond honors because he'll have knocked them out. He'll know about So I think at that point he'll have a virtually complete count on all of the honor location, and it'll be impossible for us to have the ace of spades at that point.
Yeah, that's a good point, because West will have turned up with already looks like about 15
2-0 opening and not a 1-0 opening.
Yep.
So yeah, I think if the play develops that way, Declare will not have a hard time guessing the spade. Like, it would be pleased to see the queen drop, but he'll know 100% the ace of spades is with East.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think, for those kibitzers who were around for the previous set, I'd mentioned that my memory of Zimmerman's play is he's a pretty aggressive player, and certainly we're seeing that quite early in this set. I think the 2-club bid is normal, but, it's normal but aggressive is how I would characterize it.
Yeah. Yeah, despite the vulnerability, obviously, you can still go for 800, even if you're not vulnerable.
Right, and your upside is get to a making part score, and that's not nothing. It's worth a few imps, but North can be pretty sure he's not getting in there with an eye toward making a game. He's just trying to do better than defending one no trump.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so Declare does go after the diamonds. West winning the ace. And West is going to have to decide how to proceed defensively, because obviously he knows he can continue tapping dummy by playing another club. He might just go ace of hearts heart here, hoping to pull some trumps.
Yeah, I wonder, not that it really matters for his decision, but I wonder if it's possible he has a heart void, because South having no high cards, a fifth trump is probably in the picture.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so he does go ace of hearts, and he's going to be very pleased when East follows to this trick. Now second heart, continuing the good work of pulling trumps. He's short on entries, so...
Yeah,
short on entries. Yeah, another one of these examples where East could have won the king of diamonds on the diamond lead from dummy and put a trump through.
Well, no, but that would have been worse, right? Because it destroys the East-West diamond spots. It would give Declare an extra diamond trick.
Oh yeah, no, it would have been way worse. But I just want to bring up this idea. It does seem to come up an awful lot on some of these hands.
Yeah, and of course Declare, one reason he has no entries to either hand is because he has no high cards in either hand.
That does tend to happen if your partner is very aggressive and you decide to preempt due to the colors.
Yeah. Yeah, when you're white-red, it's fine, right? If you go for 500, you're probably winning imps. And if you go for 800, it's lose 5, which isn't great, but it's just not that big a deal.
Now, that spade pitch from East is going to look awfully suspicious to Declare. I think he might be able to place West with a singleton spade at this point.
Yeah, and it's possible he could have anyway. 3 hearts might have shown 4 spades.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I guess not. Sorry, North showed both majors, so East-West and we get spades in play. Never mind.
Yep. But I think you're right at this point, that he has placed the diamond honors, so he knows West started with the diamond ace. He now knows West started with the ace jack of hearts. He knows West started with the king queen of clubs. So it's impossible. It's impossible for West to have the spade ace, because that would bring his total up to at least 18 high card points for his no trump opener.
Right, presumably East-West are playing ace from ace king, so the king was king queen, but not ace king queen.
Yeah.
Or ace king. I actually had an interesting agreement in Louisville that I've never played with someone, and I'm not even sure it ever came up. It did come up in a couple of practice sessions. So we played Rusino against no trump, like many players do today, and Rusino against suits only in suits that we had bid. So if you lead your own suit, it's Rusino. If you lead anything else, it's not Rusino.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so he does play a spade to the king. And I do wonder if actually he knew he was dropping a singleton queen, because otherwise he'd be risking losing 2 spade tricks.
I think he did. That spade pitch from East, I don't think East is ever pitching from ace third of spades there.
Right.
So.
And if he did, then he wouldn't have 2 spade losers because they'd be falling.
Right.
So probably play another diamond now anyway, just for lack of anything better to do.
I think so.
You know,
I mean, the defense are still going to do quite well at this point. West will be able to get in with a ruff, maybe, depending on how the play goes, and pull another trump before the spades are set up. Or East might get in with, say, the ace of spades or king of diamonds, force dummy once again, and then West will still have trump control.
Yeah. And I think Declare is getting out for down 3 here. Now, of course, a little bit noteworthy. This is Team Switzerland, and I believe the 6 players, only 1 is Swiss.
Yeah. That's true. I guess they've often gone under the name Zimmerman for a while playing in these events, but maybe to give tribute to their Bermuda Bowl winning team, which is the same team that they've brought here and have been playing with for quite some time. They've named themselves Team Switzerland for this event.
Yeah, so, but I think the actual team composition is transnational Swiss-French partnership here, 2 Dutchmen and 2 Poles.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it looks to me like the defense can beat this 4. I don't know how obvious the defense is to get there. Like if he gives his partner spade ruff for West to pull trumps, then Declare is going to be limited to 3 more tricks, the 10 of diamonds and his 2 trumps, with he still having the ace of spades to stop that suit from running.
Sorry, so what's the down 4 card here?
Well, I mean, a low spade, it might be anything in East Sand, but a low spade certainly makes it easy. West just ruffs and
Ruffs plays a trump.
Yeah.
Right, and then East just has to hold off on the ace of spades for 1 round.
Yeah.
I see ace of spades, spade sets up the suit for Declare.
Yeah.
Actually, that's okay, right? How about ace of spades, spade, and West just exits the club?
I mean, that also might be equivalent. West has to find a discard on the ace of spades, because if West pitches a diamond, that 6 of diamonds becomes good.
I mean, it does, but so what, right? Like West can just rough it and play more clubs.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I see. Right. So ace of spades, spade pitching a club. Declare can win the king of spades and play 10 of diamonds, spade.
Yeah. Yeah, so, I mean, definitely a low spade, and East knows the spade position. What East isn't certain of is the diamond position. He might not have gotten some clear count signals from West, and he might not also know that his partner started with 4 hearts, which is probably a bigger concern. Like, if East just gives his partner spade ruff now and West has no more trumps, then that could be really bad news for the defense.
I mean, he might know the partner's 4x1 because he knows partner has approximately a 17 count. And with 1, 3, 4, 5, he would have had an okay hand for opening a club and reversing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a good point.
Like, the actual shape of no trump is attractive because your hand is too awkward for anything else. But, with the other one, he had a fairly sensible alternative. Of course, he already knows partner has no more than 4 diamonds because he's seen Declare have 2.
Right. Yep. Yeah, so you're probably right that he can work out West started with 4 hearts, and as long as he has this idea in the back of his mind that, like, I can play a low spade, I still retain control of the spade suit with the ace, partner can rough in, and partner will know what to do, which is pull trumps, then he's in good shape. But sometimes it's hard to see these plans where, like, you don't take your aces on defense, and you give your partner roughs with natural trump tricks, right? Like the Jack of Hearts is a natural trump. There it is. He plays the ace of spades.
Yeah, well, also, like, I was actually wondering whether, like, even if you kind of know partner single spade, this might be a spot where it's pretty easy to have a blind spot about it when partner open a no trump.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so West does get to rough and force Declare with a club. But now Declare can play the 10 of diamonds, pitching a club, and then dummy is good to pitch another club as West roughs in with his natural. So this is 3 down.
Any card from dummy here would have been down 3, obviously, with dummy being down to all winners.
Yeah, so I mean, a bit of an escape from South, getting out for 500 instead of 800. East-West do have games available. Looks like they probably don't make a game in no trump, but 5 clubs will be making on their cards.
I mean, they have 9 top tricks in no trump, right?
They have 9 top tricks in no trump.
Ace of spades, ace of hearts, ace of diamonds, and 4 clubs.
Counting is hard today, okay?
Yeah.
I will let you be the counter. Yes, 5 clubs, 2 diamonds, and 2 major suit aces.
Yeah.
So yes, North-South do have games, or East-West do have games available. Minus 500 will likely earn a couple of imps. Minus 800 would have lost a few imps.
So this one could get a little interesting, right? It presumably starts a strong no trump, pass by East, he has no bid, transfer by South, pass 2 spades, then, there's East. Like, if East were in pass-out seat, it would be an easy double. Here in the live seat, you have a really good hand, but it's a little scary with this shape to take action.
Mm-hmm.
And if you don't, West has to commit to the 3 level with that hand. Like, East-West need to be competing in at least one of the red suits, but you could easily see them getting frozen out here. No, he just makes a card showing double.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. It's fairly popular, especially if you and your partner come from a region, as East-West do, where a lot of players play these hyper-aggressive systems, to have a lot of ways to make penalty doubles or card-showing doubles of actions. And so East does have a penalty double available of the strong no trump.
Yeah, and definitely, against a lot of pairs, it's a really important tool to have in your arsenal.
Mm-hmm. So South does find their spade suit to bid at the 2 level. West makes looks like a negative double.
Yeah, I would think. North has no bid to make, but he's feeling pretty good about how this came up, because when it starts no trump doubling out that hand, it's kind of terrifying.
Yeah, now South probably does show a single-suited hand with spades with only a 4-card suit. He would either pass or redouble to start out.
I mean, they might just be doing something simple, like every suit bid is natural, and you start with a redouble for all your 2-suiters. Like, that's my fairly strong preference over these doubles.
How confident are you that 6 clubs doesn't make on board 1 of the set?
Less confident than I was a moment ago.
Because East-West in the other room, Kalita Klukowski, very strong Polish pair playing for Team Switzerland, despite the same no-trump opener and despite the same 2-club overcall, albeit Hans not sticking on a 4-heart bid all the way up to 6 clubs, and then they made it.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's, with the clubs breaking that way, it's sort of good. You can just take your aces and kings and cross rough. North can't lead a trump.
Yeah, it does seem that way. So, really nice result for Switzerland, who picks up 13 on the first board of the set and is back out to the lead. They're now up by 8. So as the auctions developed in this room, over the negative double, East bids 3 diamonds. He doesn't have 4 hearts, and West with the 5th heart does show his extra heart length with a 3 heart bid. Now, I don't expect North to try 3 spades. I mean, and he doesn't, although he does have some pretty strong spades.
Yeah.
East.
No, I think he's not even close to a bid. It's just when you hear a partner bid 2 spades, when you might only have had a 7-card fit as your best escape, you're pretty happy.
Yeah.
So.
And as things are, there's no way for North to get his partner on lead to put a club through. So even if Declare ends up losing 2 spades and a heart, which is pretty likely, he's going to end up being able to pitch a club loser on the 5th diamond.
Yeah, I was going to wonder whether, as you say, there's not really anything you can do, but sometimes in these hands, just playing 3 rounds of spades is, even though it's a rough sluff, is, can make things a little awkward for Declare. Like if your rough's in dummy, that's, maybe you get the trump trick, and if he roughs in his hand, now he's shortened himself.
Yeah. Oh, probably going to see a count card on this trick from Moulton. I agree. When the 3 of spades hit the table, I knew the undo was coming. we got to give count there so that Zimmerman knows.
I actually don't think this is count, right? Because most players play standard remainder count. This feels like it's, suit preference for not clubs.
Okay, it could be.
And against that, the French do give count at every opportunity.
Even on trick 1 here. Trick 1 might have been count.
I think definitely on trick 1, yeah.
Yeah, I think trick 1 may well have been count as well.
Yeah, I would be surprised if it wasn't.
So Zimmerman knows that the 3rd spade will give a rough sluff to Declare, which isn't going to cause any problems. Declare can just rough with the 5 of hearts and go ace of hearts, jack of hearts, ducking, and eventually cross to the diamond king to pull the last trumps.
Yeah. Yeah, really nothing North can do. I mean, probably, maybe just try a diamond, like hoping against hope the partner has the king, because it's hard to see where we're going plus otherwise. Yeah.
Well, I think their club is probably
right, but I
partner
think
for less.
But I think the 6 of spades told you that that's not what's happening.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, like, right, if you're playing in a robot tournament where they don't signal, sure, you play a club.
Wow, Declare plays the king of hearts. I guess that's probably safe. These over tricks matter.
Right.
I was just thinking a low heart to the jack.
Yeah, over tricks sort of matter, but here, aren't you just feeling pretty good that you got to this thin game?
Yeah,
like
certainly.
they open no jump in front of you, and you're playing 4 hearts in a favor to make it. The over tricks are not that important. Like, I think this could easily be a white game swing to East-West here. They did very well to get to this contract.
Edgerton was walking on the edge a little bit, so to speak. Pardon the pun. With that king of hearts heart to the jack. With the 4-1 trump split, he does barely have a claim, but he can't just run the diamonds and have North rough in. I think he needed that 10 of diamonds to maybe cross back to hand to pull the 4th trump, but okay, this is what I came here for. Here we go.
Exactly. Spent the first 17 boards talking about how aggressive East-West are. They just had their bids every time, and now here we are.
So 2 spades. Maybe not everyone's choice, but this is pretty normal for Whibley. 5 small, 5-3-3-2, and favorable
Yeah.
vulnerability.
I mean, I think this is probably going to end the auction, right? Like North is close to a bid, but you can't double with this shape. You can't bid three diamonds on 10/5. You can't bid two no trump because you're both stopper and high card light.
Yeah, North is a little bit stuck. I mean, obviously, if North does reopen with double, it's going to go really well for his side.
Right, like East West can escape to three of a red suit, but that doesn't really improve things all that much.
I mean, I don't think they will. I think they're just going to end up in two spades doubled. West isn't running.
You don't think it's going to go pass redouble?
No.
West
Well,
having seen East, excuse me, I don't know. I think there is some chance that West would run out on that start.
it's possible, yeah. Personally, I'm not that familiar with opening on 9/5 in a balanced hand.
It works for everyone else in the world but me. And presumably they're playing two ranges of weak twos where their multi two diamonds are the sound hands.
But no, as predicted, North had a hard time getting into this auction, and two spades is the end of it.
Yeah, it's sort of funny. It's one of these hands where your trump suit is so bad that they can't get you because North has too much length and pass out seat.
Yeah, I mean, the real issue is that East West have like a little bit of a heart fit, so North didn't have enough hearts to
Right.
balance. Well, this King of Diamonds lead, I mean, is both good news and bad news for Declare.
Yeah, it turns out to be fine because with South having five trumps, tapping him is as good as anything.
Hmm.
I mean, the tank from North was pretty revealing, right? Like, I think if North had 3-2-4-4 with similar high cards, he would have quick passed. So I think East probably can suspect the spades are breaking about as badly as they are, right? North can't have a singleton, he would have doubled. He probably doesn't have 12 counted three because he would have passed. Like, this layout actually seems somewhat likely.
Yeah. Yeah, and what were North South actually making on this hand? They have.
Two spades.
You think that's where they might end up in the other room? I mean, probably not. But
I think they can actually make three spades, I think, right? Like, basically off the top, four spades and two hearts and three clubs.
I mean, I expect them to reach 3-0 in the other room on the North South cards. Is that going to make?
Oh, right. I forgot about King of Diamonds. They have 26 highs. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, what's going on in two spades here? Because with East being not vulnerable, he's just going to try and minimize damages, obviously.
Yeah, well, I mean, to the extent he can, right? I think it's going to be possibly down before he even gets the lead here. No, I guess not quite, but.
But we'll keep an eye out. I mean, this does feel like it's going to be a swing for Hans if 3-0 is making.
I mean, best defense now is to untangle your trumps and give North a rough.
Right.
And that's down at least four.
Yeah, as long as we can play 3 rounds of hearts and North roughing with the Queen of Clubs, then we'll do quite well. I mean, this might be good enough.
I don't think they're going to be able to get it. So North-South could have taken 9 tricks easily if they gotten that rough. I think now they won't, but I'm not totally convinced.
Mm-hmm.
But I think now they can only take 2 spades and 2 hearts from here with the Jack of Hearts on side.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like drawing trumps doesn't help them because Declare's minor suits are all winners.
Right. And now North knows how foolish this has been. He knows his partner has the Spade King. Otherwise, Declare would have played that card earlier. So giving his partner a rough with the diamond is not productive.
Yeah, still, so North-South are going to make 2 spades, but they actually could have made 3 fairly easily.
Mm-hmm.
Then we have a result on the previous board where North-South saved in 4 spades. So won a couple of imps for that decision.
Yeah, 3 imps going the way of Hans, so they're keeping the match close. It's only 5.
Yeah.
And they're also equaling the slow pace of play that they did in the first segment.
Yeah, so North, is I think North, probably knows he's beating this a bunch, but, like, still looking for, possibly just making sure that they get all their tricks. Like if South had not, if South had weaker trump spots, and this rough would possibly generate a trick.
Yeah, Moulton cashing the king of spades here just in case East started with a 4-card suit.
Right. I think that's not legal in the U.S.
Probably not.
I think the Marty Bergen rule, 5-card weak twos. Marty, of course, long since retired from high-level competitive bridge, but, after he opened too many 4-card preempts, they passed a rule against it that's still on the books.
Declare escapes for down 3, minus 150, and we will have to see what happens in the other room, because this has the potential to swing the tide in the match in favor of Hans. Once again.
Yeah, if North-South can make 600, they're going to win a fairly surprising 10-imp swing.
Yeah, and I will say that the other room, the Hans partnership, might feel pretty bad about the way the set's gone, right? 6 clubs was bid on the first board. They'd lost. 4 spades doubled, obviously a pretty good save against 4 hearts, but as I think as it was at their table, 4 hearts could have been beaten because it was declared from the wrong side. It was pretty unlikely to go down, but had South found a club lead against that contract. And if they bid to 3 now, they're going to think it's just a flat board, so they might be under the impression that they've been getting crushed in this set.
Right, they're not going to think that East-West, potentially generated a giant swing, opening 2 spades on 9/5.
Right.
Like, even if they think their teammate did it, they might think that, that the result was 8 or 1100 and not 150.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, it looks like North-South have a pretty good 4 spades here.
They do. Even with the Queen of Clubs offside, trumps do happen to split, so you get 2 diamond ruffs. You can even pitch a club on the King, Queen of Hearts.
Yep, so all you lose is 1 heart and 1 diamond most of the time. And even if West leads a club, you still have those losers because the heart to pitch a diamond doesn't help you at all, of course.
Yeah.
I wonder what this pause is, if there's some table talk about the previous board. I can't imagine South is thinking about whether to open 1 spade. It's pretty automatic.
No, probably not. Okay, VuGraph operator tells us there is some table talk. Once again, thank you, VuGraph operator.
Yeah, it looked like once North didn't get that rough, it was down 3, but I guess I'll go back through the play record and confirm it. In a tight match, of course, that under trick could make a difference.
It definitely could.
I haven't checked how I'm doing in the Bridge Winners Fantasy Bracket competition.
They most important sporting bet of the year.
Yeah, well, they actually haven't updated it with the match results from yesterday, so and I don't actually even remember who I picked to win any of these. Wow, that's not possible. Right?
I don't think that's what's happening. I've been conditioned yesterday from Michael telling me that VuGraph operator may have missed a pass. So
yeah, I think it was made past 2 clubs alert.
Yeah, I think so as well. And there it is.
Yeah. So I wonder whether this is truly systemic, or if North is treating his 6-4-3 deuce as, not a Jacoby type Chino trump.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you might just be treating it as a 3-card support suit.
I am going to try and pull up a a card for Zimmerman.
Yeah, North, I think, does sometimes like to deviate from their agreements when a judgment tells them to. So, with 4 extremely small spades, this would be a reasonable time to do that. Like, not my style. I feel like, when you have a 9-card fit, you just want to tell partner, and it's not like your clubs are necessarily worth mentioning, especially if 2 clubs is basically artificial. But I understand why you wouldn't want to get him excited about, about buying 4 cards to 40 either when they're 6-4 3 days.
Yeah, so they do have a 2-0 bid available as like the Jacoby type style. It's limited, but this hand falls well within the range.
Yeah, I think he probably just decided that with such weak trumps, he didn't want to get partner too excited.
Right.
I don't know. My style is much more just, play it straight. I have 4 trumps and game forcing raise. I make the bid that shows 4 trumps and a game forcing raise.
Mm-hmm.
Partner can, hopefully, judge that 4 trumps that look like this are a potential holding and act accordingly.
Yeah, there's a lot of alerts. I'm not entirely sure what's going on. Obviously, North-South have played together for quite some time and have had a while to develop their system. So, while for most of us, we would look at this auction and say it might go a spade, 2 clubs, game force, 2 diamonds by South, natural, 2 spades showing spade support, 2 no trump would tend to imply 5-4-2-2 or something along those lines. That's not exactly what's going on here.
Yeah, I think a standard pair with a start, South would surely bid 3 clubs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's important to pattern out. When you find these major suit fits and your partner's unlimited, you want to quickly determine if it's a hand worthy of investigating slam based on your shape. So South not showing the club shape would be kind of a big miss. But I suspect South has showed his shape at this point.
Here, in fact, obviously, the spade break is very lucky, but if a partner had the ace of hearts, you would need a spade break and a club finesse, which is, obviously against the odds, but that's with both players having dead minimums in slam style play.
Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure once North...
12 opposite 11.
Once North found out about the heart shortness, he said, no, this hand is no longer worthy of looking for anything more than game.
Yeah. Yeah, presumably one way or another, South showed something approximating what he has. But as you say, it is really important to show your pattern. If North had a better hand or if South had a better hand, they could just have, a slam that's worthwhile because of a lack of heart wastage when North's hearts are different.
Yeah.
Anyway, I think West is probably just going to lead the King of Diamonds, and this will be over fairly quickly. I think this pause isn't West thinking about his lead; it's him asking a bunch of questions.
Right. Yeah. He just wants to confirm that he's not leading the King of Diamonds into a 5-card diamond suit and dummy, because with some of these relays or artificial bids, you should always ask.
Indeed. And particularly, maybe there was some, there could have been multiple possibilities, and you want to nail down what's happening.
Yeah, it has been pointed out to me, and I don't have any spoilers further than this, that we might have the auction of the decade developing on board 18 in the other room.
Really?
So I'm excited to see what the final result is over there.
So board 18 was the one where East Open is 9/8 of
yes.
spades that played it there.
Yeah, the previous board.
I would have thought that there weren't just that many possible. It goes past, South opens a spade, and at that point, North-South would have a fairly tame auction. But it goes to spade double. Yeah. So.
Yeah, spade double, redouble, and
redouble.
Then. Well, I'm not going to speculate, but I am excited to find out what happens.
As am I.
So, West clears up all of his questions and puts the king of diamonds on the table with a little timid look, like, I'm not really sure I wanted to lead this, opponents. Don't play me for all of the diamond honors. But Declare wins the ace.
And he's obviously not loving having only 2 spades, When he sees that dummy, like, before the opening lead, he probably thought there was a decent chance something good would happen in trumps, but now he sees that the opponents have an undisclosed 9-card fit.
Yeah. So ace of spades, king of spades. Once Declare sees the...
What?
That's not what happened. It is ace of spades, king of spades.
Yeah.
And once Declare sees the spade split, he's just going to claim, stating that he'll lose a heart.
Well, I think he'll play hard just in case West somehow ducks the ace, right? I think size distribution is probably not totally known.
Sure. Okay. We have a result on board 18, and this is... that is a lot of... that is a lot of redoubles.
Okay, that is a pretty amazing auction. So North only bid double and redouble. He took 4 calls, and they were all double or redouble.
You think he had to ask the director for some excess double cards in case he ran out in his box, or did he have enough?
He's redoubled on consecutive turns. That's also a little unusual here.
Yeah, and somehow they only got to the 2 level.
No double. Redouble for rescue pass. I see. It's all actually, like, the auction is actually really quite reasonable.
Yeah.
He's doubled 1 no for rescue. Partner ran to 2 clubs, and he's redoubled 2 clubs for rescue.
Mm-hmm. So 300 for North-South over there. I mean, it's not their full game bonus for bidding and making 3-0, which wasn't guaranteed. I mean, West could defeat 3-0 with the ace of diamonds lead at trick 1, but barring that, Declare was going to be making a game. Still 4 imps going the way of Hans, and the match is within 1.
Yeah, and very, very low scoring with 47 imps and 19 boards.
Mm-hmm.
I think these days, if each team scores approximately 2 imps a board, that would be a relatively low scoring match. And here, it's barely over half that.
Yeah. Well, Moulton now wishing that he had ducked trick 1 to make his life a little bit easier. But I still think he's just going to pull the second round of trumps. I mean, at imps, it might have cost an over trick if the trumps were 3-1, but...
Yeah.
450.
Yeah, so East-West here are pretty close to a spade game. Looks like, with the hard offside, they can probably manage to be 4 spades in South. Even if they don't, even if West declares, South can get him with 1 spade, lead a heart, and then eventually catch the 10 of hearts.
They could do that, or maybe North will just give his partner a diamond rough.
That'll work too.
But yeah, it does look like East-West are a little bit shy of making 4 spades. They might get there. I think it's possible. But we'll have to see what South does, because 1 club could be a doubleton. 1 heart shows 4 or more spades. South either doesn't have a natural 2-club bid available or chooses not to make it.
I think I personally would choose not to make it on that hand vulnerable.
Mm-hmm.
So 2 spades just says, partner, I have a normal raise of 1 spade to 2. It doesn't, it's not a proper jump raise, obviously.
Right.
The now South balance is, North is thrilled to death to be able to put down this dummy, but I think he's just gonna bid out to 3 spades since he has a singleton club.
Yeah, East probably bids 3 diamonds just to show his second suit in case the opponents continue competing.
Right, and of course, partner could and does have extra diamond length. Wow. So
I mean, double seems pretty reasonable if
five
West
two.
didn't have a penalty double available, and I don't know if they would.
Right.
Then
Good
double at
point.
least protects partner.
Yeah, and obviously here, West knows not to defend since he only has Jack doubles in the clubs, but it's true if he could have King Jack 9 fourth that he couldn't double with, you have to do this.
Yep.
Although I think West double three clubs has to be penalty though, right? Like his hand's limited.
Yeah, but I mean, could his double be takeout?
I think not.
Okay.
I think because he's limited, I believe not.
Fair point. So West bids three spades, which does end the auction, and looks like this one can go down if North-South both get their diamond rough and two heart tricks.
Yeah, so they just have to basically North has to get in with the Ace of Hearts, give South the diamond rough, and then South can play his side second heart.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they have the opportunity to do it, even if North leads a club at trick
Yeah.
one.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah. You still lead a trump. South hops up and plays a heart, and now they can do everything.
it's a little bit harder, though, if North does lead a club, because it's not so obvious for North to switch to diamonds when South gets in and puts a heart through.
It's true, but I think South will play the eight of hearts probably. Denying a heart card, and what else is North might not think that anything good is going to happen, but what else does he have to do?
Well, I mean, he might just continue hearts, setting up a heart trick and hoping that his partner gets.
Right, but I was going to say, well, South does lead the four of hearts. I was going to though, if South led a high heart, wouldn't that tell partner don't play another heart yet?
Like, switching to diamonds only really helps if South has a void, right? If South has a natural diamond trick, switching to diamonds will set up Declare's diamonds. And
So South won the ace of spades rather than the king, which is going to false card both Declare and partner a little bit. Wonder if he's thinking that if he shows, if he denies the having both spades, that it makes a diamond more attractive, for North to try to set up South's king of diamonds and actually something different is going on.
It's an interesting play. I'm trying to pick it apart in my brain. I
Yeah,
think
going up with the ace of spades obviously is abnormal.
so. I think South's idea is that if he plays the king of spades, it might look like spades are 5-4-2-2 around the table, and he has ace king doubleton. But going up with the spade ace, like it could be ace doubleton, but that also kind of looks like he's trying to get a rough. Like playing the ace of spades from ace doubleton or ace third would be a very strange play. Like having thought about this, I really like the ace of spades play now from South. It's very clever. North doesn't get the memo.
Yeah, it's hard. He knows a club is safe, right? Partner doesn't have seven of them.
Yeah.
I guess there's a sense in which it's not safe because obviously he needed to be doing other things, but it can't cost the trick directly.
Right. So, spade. South is now unsure of how to handle this position.
Yeah, unfortunately, he doesn't have a good option.
Right. Ducks. Declare does get to win and now can just claim 10 tricks, in fact. Hurt goes away. Last trick that the defense gets is that King of
Yep. Yeah, Declare is just going to, play hearts and that'll be that. Yeah, so huge swing on North playing a club there. Declare took 10 tricks instead of 8.
Yep.
That should be quite a nice result for East West, I would think.
Yeah, I mean, as long as they don't let four spades make in the other room.
Right. I suspect that north south in the other room would not fall into that particular trap.
Yeah, like as long as they get one of their red suit tricks, either the diamond
Right.
ruff or the jack of hearts, then they'll be okay. So here, South gets to open in third seed unless East wants to make a second seat preempt favorable.
Not legal in the U.S.
Um,
You get psych.
yeah. I mean, South has a huge hand. Like West is going to think he has the best hand at the table, right? It's going to go
Right.
pass, and South opens like a club or something, and West is going to be like, okay, time to show my big powerhouse with long spades, and um,
Yeah. Club of spade, pass, double. West is going to, West is still going to be very happy about this. Yeah, as he should be, right? He makes, certainly makes two spades, even with having to play out of his hand basically the entire deal.
yeah, as long as he can pick up the heart suit. If he loses two hearts,
Right.
um,
Lose a spade and three minor two tricks.
yeah. I mean, West might start with double. I can't say. Okay, West starts with four spades. That's also
Yeah, I
a
don't
way
think
to.
the hand is just wrong for just start by bidding your spades and then follow up by bidding your hearts.
Mhm.
Yeah, South of course has a very easy double with his 20 count in aces and kings.
Yeah, and presumably North is just going to sit for lack of anything better to do. Even if he expects his partner has a spade void, he just has nowhere to run.
Yeah, well, I think North, may quite sensibly try the Jack of Hearts, right? Knowing he's got the King of Spades entry, his partner has some high card entries. Just try to, take a like he doesn't think West only has six spades, so just trying to set up a rough. Nope, I'm wrong.
Yeah, I think that would have been a reasonable opening lead.
I think I certainly would have led the Jack of Hearts as North. For better or worse.
It would have gone spectacularly badly on this hand, but
That's fine. South just ducks it, and we'll still beat it.
you'll beat it one because the ten of spades is an entry. But
Oh, right. That's a good point. Yeah, right. No, we'll still got a rough then, though, right? If Declare used that ten of spades as an entry to take a heart finesse, we'll get a rough after all.
okay, sure, yeah, I believe you. Yep. Well, on the non-Jack of Hearts lead, looks like the defense is going to be doing a little bit better. Club to the king looks like that Queen of Clubs makes the club position well known to defenders. Queen of Diamonds, this is going to get a count signal from North. It has been pointed out to me that you're spreading misinformation like wildfire. That it's not illegal to have an agreement that East Hand is a two-heart opener. And citation ACVL convention card document.
I believe it. I thought that it was illegal to open by agreement weak twos with fewer than 5 cards.
All right. Well, we'll shelve this discussion and stick to the hand in play. But 2 rounds of diamonds fetches count. So now South knows that Declare started with a singleton club and a doubleton diamond. He switches to a trump, which is going to give Declare an entry to.
You have to eventually hook the heart.
Yeah, I wonder if more effective defense would have been for South to just continue tapping Declare by playing clubs or diamonds, forcing West to ruff. It probably would be. South probably also doesn't expect that West is 6-4 in the majors and thinks it's more likely to be 7-3 or 8-2.
Yeah, almost certainly.
Yeah.
Yeah, so down to probably not a great result for East-West and North-South. Can North-South make 3 no Trump? I guess they can, right?
They have 5 clubs, 4 diamonds, a spade. Yeah.
Yeah, without declaring both major suits are protected. So we have a result on board 20, the previous hand, where East-West made 170 that could have been beaten. At the other table, they did beat 3 spades, so 7 imps to Hans to take the lead. That does feel like a pretty big miss for North-South. I think that club play by Zimmerman was sort of a give-up play.
Yeah, Kalita was declaring, and he was in a position where I don't know. It's not worth going over. Never mind. I'll stop. He could have made 3 spades in his room, but he decided to take an alternative route.
Yeah. Let's see.
Whoa! Wait. Okay, that's not what happened. A heart to the queen actually happened. I just want to clarify for.
Yeah, a heart to the 9 was not played, nor did it hold.
Yes. Yeah. So. Declare now does pull 2 more trumps and knocks out the King of Hearts and will end up down 2. So as you say, it could be a good result for East-West.
Yeah, we'll have to see how the auction goes. There's certainly sensible routes for North-South to get to game, but also sensible routes for them not to.
Yeah. All right, on to board 22. This is about the halfway mark once we finish this hand. We're 6 in, 9 boards to go. So East has a big hand over there. 21, it looks like. Nice 5-card spade suit.
Yeah, sort of unfortunate. Very often the East-West, I think, probably just goes 2-no, 3-no if that's in range. And very often these hearts are a stopper, and this time they very much are not.
Yeah, so East 2 club opener is game forcing or 22 plus balanced, deciding to upgrade the point count into the larger no trump because of the 5-card spade suit.
Yeah, and all aces and kings outside, or all aces outside.
Yeah, so Moulton has an interesting decision to make over 2 clubs. Given the vulnerability, he's definitely going to stick a call in here, but whether to bid 2 hearts, 3 hearts, or 4 hearts, I think those are the main options. I think all of them have some merit.
Yeah, I agree. Probably 3, right? I think if all 3 are potential bids, that kind of suggests the one in the middle is the reasonable choice. Yeah, 4. I think 4 is totally fine here.
Yeah, and I think 4 tends to fetch this 4 spade bid, but South might not be that upset with the way this is developed. Now, it looks like 4 spades is going to be fine. Barely.
Yeah, I think South's best defense is probably 4 rounds of hearts, but Declare can just rough, low, and dummy, and if North overroughs, you pull trumps, and if he doesn't, you also pull trumps.
Oh man, yeah, actually this is one of those, bridge master deals where the best defense is 4 rounds of hearts and you need to think what can go wrong. And you're right, Declare should rough with, for example, the 8 of spades from dummy. And if North doesn't overrough, he pitches a club and can pull 5 rounds of trumps. And if North does overrough, then you can once again pull 5 rounds of trump.
Wow.
Uh-oh.
Anyway, I think if you rough that 4th heart with a 10 in West, you lead a spade to your hand, get the bad news, and you can just eventually take a spade finesse.
Yeah, but then you can't unblock the diamonds to pitch a club on the king of diamonds.
Well, it's 2 of them on.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, this is just going to be down off the top, so none of this matters.
Yeah, Edgerton. I do kind of feel for him. He's looking at no wasted cards and hearts and 2 kings, but obviously East was under a lot of pressure when 4 hearts came back around. Maybe Edgerton thinks that the 4 spade bid almost guarantees heart shortness, in which case his hand's a lot better. But
yeah, I mean, I think like 2 kings is nice, but presumably West showed some values when he passed over 4 hearts, which, if he trusts his partner to, to use the information, maybe bidding on just 2 kings that you've already shown some values is just a little too much.
mm-hmm.
But, obviously, partner had a very abnormal hand for this action. Like, I think East 4 spades is mandatory, but West has no reason to think that East just has a 2-no rebid.
Right. So 4 hearts the winner on South's hand this time. Push the opponents up a little bit too high. I mean, that's what preamps do. And I feel like we've seen Whibley and Edgerton have a little bit of difficulty against some aggressive preemptors in the past. My recollection is that maybe this is why they like preempting themselves. They're like, it works so well against us that we have to get in there with the 2 spade openers. But preempts can work. I mean, they can work against anyone and players of all levels, and that's kind of been shown off here with Moulton's 4 heart bid. Push the opponents a little bit too high. So on to board 23. South passes, West passes, and North has this 16 count in 3rd seat. Gets to open a no trump. East should be able to show spades in a minor with 2 spades.
Yeah, I think most experts play, and obviously this pair is playing a card showing double of 1 no trump, but I think most experts play 2 clubs for the majors and 2 of a major for that major and a minor. It's become close to universal at the top level.
Yeah, so South, I mean, doesn't have a wonderful hand, but he does have 5 hearts. Definitely thinking about trying a negative double just to get his hand off his chest.
Yeah, I think the alternative is just to label all into 3 hearts, right? And, even when partner has 2, that could be fine.
Yeah, you could definitely label Sol into 3 hearts as well. I mean, pass is an alternative with spade length. Maybe hoping to defend.
Yeah, and I guess you could also plan to defend 2 spades, but bid out if the opponents find their diamond fit.
Right.
And 4 hearts is kind of close, right? You lose a diamond and 2 spades, and trumps are 2-2, so you can rough the 4th round of clubs. So, yeah, 4 hearts just makes.
Yeah. Yeah, North has just like the perfect fit, right? He has all of the club honors are working, no diamond wastage, opposite the shortness, and 4 card heart support.
I see. So they're playing for Lebensol, and North obviously loves his hand after that.
Right. Yeah. So 3 diamonds, transfer Lebensol showing hearts, allows North to express his opinion that he has a pretty good hand. They found the game. This looks like a good result for North-South.
Yeah, it's got to be. Whether or not it generates a game swing, you've got to be feeling pretty good about getting to 4 hearts in these cards.
Yeah, for sure.
Especially after the interference from East,
Yep. So East leads the ace of diamonds, gets the 3 of diamonds from partner, kind of suggesting don't switch to spades. That's just a suit preference. King of spades switch anyway. This is a nice play. It's not going to amount to much, but Edgerton dumping the jack. He knows his partner has good spades over there, so this is just going to clarify the spade position to his partner. And we will see a claim shortly. Once declare test the clubs.
Right, if clubs were 3-3, you could pitch a spade away and make an overtrick.
Yeah. So 10 tricks. We are a couple boards ahead of the other room. They are currently playing board 21. That another preemptive action that may have worked out well for Edgerton, may not have. We'll have to see if his teammates end up finding the no trump game on their cards north-south. But we've got 7 boards to play in this set, and then the players and myself, and probably Craig too, will have a lunch break to get some food.
Yeah, and these matches, like partly just the stakes are very high, of course, round 16 of national knockout, but just generally matches behind screens play extremely slowly.
Mm-hmm. So Edgerton gets to open diamond on his hand, which, given that they're one club, is, I think, like the weak no trump balance type hand. A diamond promises an unbalanced hand.
Yeah. Yeah, and we haven't seen it, but it's possible that they open a club even on 3-3-5-2.
Yeah. So 2 no trump by North, showing the round suits, hearts and clubs. East probably expects the opponents to end up in clubs.
So you start with a card showing double and proceed from there. I mean, this might make it a little hard for East-West to find their spade fit, but of course we can see that's going to be a good thing for them.
Yeah. Yeah, Zimmerman might have saved East-West a little bit of complication on this hand by sticking in the normal, but I would say, as usual, fairly light overcall for him.
Yeah.
And the South has a good hand, but opposite his partnership style, he's probably not thinking about making a game try. I would expect him to just bid 3 clubs.
I think so. I mean, obviously he's going to think that he's in pretty good shape here, but he just doesn't have enough to look for more. And I guess maybe he could redouble to show cards, but yeah, just 3 clubs seems fine. And I think also, South obviously has been playing with this North for a long time. West opened the bidding. East made a high card showing redouble. South knows what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
I think South can be almost positive that North is light for his range.
Right. Well, 3 clubs got doubled, and West left it in. Which...
Yeah, of course. He knows he's in a side's best spot.
I mean, it looks like they can get this 1. Can they get it more than 1? Like, off the top, East-West have 3 clubs and a diamond trick. 1 diamond goes away on the spade ace. And East-West can get a heart ruff. So that'll be 4 trumps and diamond.
But, so after diamond goes away on the spade ace, though, declares, now expose himself to a spade tap. So West might score a 4th trump trick.
Oh, well, I mean, West is getting 4 trumps because he'll either get a heart ruff or as you say, right, long trump. But that might be it.
That's 5 tricks.
Yeah. It's possible this is only plus 100 for East-West, which honestly is going to be a huge result for them. If North had stayed silent, maybe East-West get to 4 spades.
Yeah, but one way or another, either North's hearts or South's spades are going to have to be dealt with, and neither of them really can be.
Mm-hmm.
So, as you say, we can count 5 easy winners off the top for the defense, but where is Declare getting to 8 winners for his side, right?
Sure.
We've got a spade and a couple of hearts, and a diamond is 4, and, show me the other 4.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, if left to his own devices, Declare could potentially set up the hearts via roughing finesses against East, but...
Yeah, or maybe you just play to, pitch that diamond, rough as many spades as possible in North hand, which turns out to be a lot of them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, the spade opening lead is going to make things easier to attempt that line of play.
Yeah, so I would like pitch a diamond, rough a spade, heart to the ace, rough another spade. Well, now the defense can pull trumps because you can't get to now you can't rough another spade because you don't have any more hand entries with the hearts 5-1.
Right. It is
So
going to be a
let's
little bit challenging for Declare to find a line of play that doesn't go down several tricks. I agree with you.
I mean, how about pitch on this and play ace of hearts, heart toward the dummy to try to bank that king of hearts when West is short as he rates to be?
I mean, there's a lot of reasonable starts to the plan, to
Yeah.
the hand, for sure. Like, one thing that Declare might be thinking is, like, he really wants to lead a heart towards the ace-10. It strongly sounds like East is making that card showing double based on heart cards, and so that's going to suggest queen-jack fourth or queen-jack fifth. So forcing him to split might allow you to gain an extra trick in the end position somehow.
Right, that's a good point. So maybe pitch,
Well,
rough a
I think
spade.
rough the opening lead and then lead a low heart would be that start. And then we kind of adopt your plan of once East has split the heart honors, now we lead the 10 of hearts through West, and West has to decide, do I rough, do I discard and let them score the king of hearts?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised that Declare is really taking a lot of time here. We're not sure what the best thing is double dummy. Like, he's really not sure what the best thing is single dummy.
Yeah, I mean, another alternative is depending on what he thinks is going on in the diamond suit. Like, if West has one of those diamond honors, he can score 2 diamond tricks per force. The 8 of diamonds is a big card. So he might not realize that he needs to pitch a diamond on the ace of spades. He might, like, win this in hand, pitching a heart from dummy, lead a diamond to the 8. It's going to lose to the queen, and he's going to be like, that looks great.
I mean, some of the time it loses to the king because he's false cards, and now Declare is really thrilled.
Yeah, right.
Like, that would be a really, you know, really normal play for East to make. False cards Declare, partner doesn't care.
Yeah, of course. So he might attempt to take 2 diamond tricks that way, not even pitch his diamond loser on the spade ace, and that's not going to go well for him.
Yeah, so meanwhile, despite all the time taken here, we don't have results at the other table. I wonder if it was the same start and the same long tank at this point. We do have a result on the previous board where West made that raise to 5 spades, East West got to 3 no trump, and of course lost the first 6 heart tricks.
Yeah, so oddly enough, getting to 5 spades ended up winning the board. I mean, if they had stopped in 4, that would have been wonderful for them. But Kalita Klukovsky just decided they didn't care about Heartstoppers. I think a pretty reasonable treatment in general these days that even if you are off the running suit, sometimes the opponent doesn't lead it from like ace, queen, 10, 6th at trick 1.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes they just block.
Yep. I will note the board 21, we do have the other result as play has gotten underway, declares rough the opening spade, but on board 21, North-South did not manage to find 3 no trump on their cards and instead opted for 5 diamonds, which is not the worst contract, single dummy, but without any real entry to North's hand, Declare struggled a little bit and ended up going down 1 in that contract.
So here Declare did rough the opening lead and played heart to the ace, heart back, trying to score at least some number of tricks. Here, I guess West couldn't really have a pitch available, but if West had a little more hard length, maybe we could take a rough in the south end.
Yeah, now it's worth noting East didn't split his hard honors, and Declare was not brave enough to stick in the 10. So that's the only reason why you'd rough the opening spade lead, I think, rather than win the ace, because you're hoping that East kind of does split whenever they have the queen jack over there. So a little bit of a mind game being played by both Moulton and Whibley, and Whibley has gotten the better of him this time.
Yeah, so I think West knows he can guarantee a plus score by roughing this trick and playing a diamond.
I suspect he will rough.
Yeah, I think West knows that he says strong diamonds because what else could he have for his redouble?
Mm-hmm.
I guess he could have the ace of spades after Declare rough the opening lead.
Yep. Yeah, but West does correctly pitch a diamond. Otherwise, he would kind of be roughing air, since that 3 clubs will eventually score per force. Now heart roughed with the queen of clubs. West can and probably should at this point over rough and pull trumps.
Yeah, Declare, of course, is just trying to force out some of West's club honors.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but West can kind of see that if he doesn't over-rough this trick, Declare is just going to do it again, right? He'll cross either to the diamond ace or rough a spade and then rough another heart. And then he's going to be in the same spot, but with having allowed Declare to score a rough with the queen of clubs. So he does over-rough, and now the question is, does he pull trumps? He does. Ace of clubs, he'll be happy to see his partner turn up with a trump. Jack of clubs.
And then a diamond through, presumably?
Yeah, and oddly enough, like, East kind of gets end played in a weird way on a low diamond ducked around to East queen. East can cash 2 hearts, but then either has to give Declare the diamond hook or access to the stranded ace of spades.
Yeah, of course, West can pitch 2 diamonds on those hearts, but that doesn't really help him.
Right.
You know, because if he roughs the diamond, then he's just down to only spades, and that's a good Declare the ace of spades.
Oh, wait, no, you're totally right. That is an extra trick, isn't it? Okay.
Oh, yeah, yes.
Yeah, I forgot West was still hanging on to this 3 of clubs, so...
Right. And of course, Declare can go with the ace of diamonds and pull trumps, but then East has 4 red suit winners.
Yep. Yeah, so maybe a little bit of... Edgerton has not worked it out.
Yeah, he made that play pretty quickly.
I'm not that surprised by the spade continuation. I mean, obviously, Declare did rough trick 1.
Right.
And...
Right, a partner has the ace of spades is the best play.
But maybe he should have paused to think for just another second or 2.
Yeah. It is hard. East didn't really have any opportunity to signal.
East was able to pitch on the clubs as West was cashing them.
Yeah, but like he didn't have an opportunity to make a useful signal, right?
Yeah.
Like you can play an encouraging diamond, but that doesn't tell partner that it's king queen. It just tells partner it's something.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he doesn't have a play that allows him to deny the spade ace.
So the queen of hearts cashes. Whibley will stick Declare and dummy with the jack of hearts, presumably. Or the 6 of spades, I guess, at this point. Equally good. And will score his diamond king for down 2.
Yep, so probably an okay result for East West.
Yeah, they weren't really making anything, I think. I mean, 4 spades doesn't have an obvious 4th loser. off the top. There are 3 aces that North-South can cash, but it's a long way from Declare taking 10 tricks.
Yeah, and it's possible that their teammates will just make a one hard overcall instead of 2-no trump, and they won't be at risk of going for a big number the way North-South were here.
Sure.
Like, I think I would probably just bid a heart, like, sure, you're 5-5, but your hand's a minimum, and your second suit is 10-9 fifth.
Mm-hmm. Well, 300, this is likely to produce some sort of swing, because, as mentioned, 500 was available to the defenders the way the play went here. Or East-West might get in trouble in spades, or East-West might get doubled in spades and make it. A whole variety of options.
I mean, I think at the other table, if it starts a diamond, a heart by North instead of 2-no trump, I don't know, doesn't he just either bid a spade or make a negative double, whatever shows 4 spades, and like East-West just find their spade fit and they break 5-0?
Yeah, and again, I'm not convinced that 4 spades is necessarily going down. I think it is, but it's a contract that has some play to it.
Yeah, and the minors are so friendly that something good might happen.
Sure. Well, speaking of getting doubled in spades, we have this hand, board 25, where Zimmerman's going to pass in first seat. Okay.
I was going to say probably.
I was pretty certain that I wasn't talking about North-South getting doubled in a spade contract. I was thinking about East-West ending up there, but...
I'm very aggressive double by East, also red-white.
I will just take credit for my omniscience here that someone's getting doubled in spades on this board.
I mean... neither North nor South have any reason to look for anything else. South gets to put down 10 doubles, 10 trumps, and 2 aces.
Yeah. All right. Well, I mean, how badly is this going to do?
It's not great.
Is that your expert opinion?
I don't think they're going to slaughter it, right? I mean, North-South can take 3 side aces and a second heart. That's halfway there already. All you need to take are 3 trump tricks, which doesn't look that hard. Just rough a couple of clubs, when you're in dummy with your 2 aces and queen of hearts.
So is this making?
This might make. So East is certainly going to lead the king of diamonds, right?
Yep.
So how about win, club to the ace, jack of hearts?
Yeah, I mean, for one thing, West might need to duck that. But I'm wondering, because I think Declare is likely to win the diamond ace for fear that this is what's happening. But
yeah,
you really don't want to give the opponent's communication in diamonds. So ducking the ace of diamonds would be a reasonable way to really mess this up.
Yeah, like let's say he overcomes that hurdle and wins it.
Mm-hmm.
Also, ace of diamonds, club to the ace, jack of hearts, and let's say West doesn't duck it because Declare could have jack doubleton.
Sure.
Probably doesn't because that would give East a 5-card suit, but let's just say West wins it.
Mm-hmm.
So he does what?
Well, I think ace and a spade lets Declare make. So...
Yeah, so now Declare is in with the 10 of spades, and let's say he just wins the heart and returns, I don't even know, another heart.
Yeah, it has to be a heart, and so Declare roughs the club, heart, club rough.
Okay. Heart, rough. And he still has king jack third of spades. He's certainly going to take an 8th trick.
Yeah, but he's going to get a 9th because West has been stripped of every not 9th, 8th.
No, he's got 8 off the top. He might take 9 just by exiting diamonds when West is trump tight.
No, he only has 7 off the top. He has 4 tricks outside of spades, and he definitely has to lose the spade ace. So his only hope
Yeah.
is to score 4 spade tricks. I guess West's spade honors actually come into play, right? The ace, queen, 9, 8 of spades, given that the 10's doubleton and dummy. Okay, never mind. I take it all back. Down 1.
Well, what West's best defense is going to be to get in as early as possible, play just ace of spades, queen of spades, I think.
Yeah, which will hold declare.
Yeah.
To 7 tricks.
Like, little disappointing to hold that hand, hear your partner make a red-white takeout double, find out the declare had king jack fifth of spades and have to be careful to beat it one.
That's true. All right, there is the ace of diamonds.
Yeah, of course, West knows that the North only has a 5-card suit because he's looking at 7, at 8 of them. Mm-hmm. 6 in his hand and 2 in dummy.
Oh, 2 spades with spades and a minor, by the way, according to ViewGraph Operator.
Oh, I see. All right.
I wouldn't put it past him to...
Yeah. Yeah, I think, this North certainly, if he had a 5-card week 2 available, would often make it, I think. I see, so they're playing a 2-diamond multi for normal week 2s.
Mm-hmm.
So again, I do not think North is thinking on this trick. I'm not sure why the card hasn't been clicked yet, but probably there's some discussion of what the bids mean.
He might be asking about carding. I mean,
Oh, yeah, that's true. I guess that would be more common before playing the ace from dummy, but yeah, that's very possible.
Yeah, so he plays the 6 of diamonds, concealing the 4, but now we do see club to the ace. Probably the jack of hearts. I mean, it does feel like East is likely to hold the heart king, and it's definitely going to be with length. So there it is, jack of hearts.
Yep.
Goes around to West, who does win the king. So will we see ace of spades, queen of spades? I kind of take everything back and don't think it matters what West does here, given that he has all of the high trumps, or high trump spots.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's true.
Well, West just gets to play ace of spades, queen of spades later, pinning the 10.
Oh, yeah, right.
So
yeah. He'd better do it at some point to this hand.
Yes, I mean, he doesn't have to do it immediately, but if he gets in at trick 11 or something, he can finally do that and score up his 9-8 of spades eventually.
Yeah. Yeah, and he can't be loving this. He knows his partner has made a takeout double on minimum values and that he has no way to put him in.
Well, look, if he gets a plus score, he might be thrilled that he avoided getting penalized in spades.
Right.
On this hand. Because this could have been a huge disaster for West if it really had started pass... Let's say East passes, maybe not in this partnership, but in the other room. South opens something and West sticks in 2 spades thinking, hey, red, white, I have 6-3-3-1, a pretty good spade suit. That would not have worked out well for his side.
Yeah, I don't know what his teammates' 2-level methods are, but even if they do have a 2-suited bid available like this, maybe you don't, it's not super attractive when your second suit is 9-8 fourth. I don't know. I don't play those methods, so I don't really know how mandatory it is in a hand like this North hand.
I think it's pretty popular in Poland, and having picked up one of the strongest Polish partnerships in the world of Kalita Klukowski, they probably suggested to team captain Zimmerman, hey, we play this awesome thing. You should try it.
Yeah, I think it's more common to play that it guarantees 5-5.
Mm-hmm. Whoo, boy.
Yeah. Yeah, poor West, though. when this hand opened, he thought he was probably in the game for at least 500, and now he's, working out his best route to go plus.
Yeah. Well, while Edgerton sits on this, and I'm sure he'll eventually play Ace Queen of Spades, either now or at trick whenever. 12 hits have come through for Hans. On board 24, four spades was bid in the other room. As you predicted, North did overcall heart, eventually bid four clubs, which could have worked out really badly for the Aussie pair, but they didn't get doubled in four clubs. Kalita decided to trust his partner in the spade game. That got picked off by Hans, and 13 tricks later, they were down 2 for 12 big imps.
Yeah, I like North's four club bid, actually. So East double presumably was 4 or 5 spades because it's alerted.
Mm-hmm.
So South redouble showed a good hand. South either at hearts, which I think is somewhat unlikely, but when South doesn't have short hearts, he had, isn't he a favorite to have club length? Maybe not. Maybe that's a little too much. I guess South could be like 4-2-5-2. Is that possible?
Yeah.
Anyway, whatever the reasoning for it, it worked out incredibly well here.
Yeah, I mean, I think East West were barreling into four spades on their own power, and maybe they'll take a look back at this hand at the lunch break and say, hey, we could have got these guys in four clubs. That could have been a big turnaround in this set. Maybe we should be a little bit more aggressive going after penalties, which personally I think tends to be a good strategy against these very aggressive preempting pairs.
Yeah, for sure. And just in general, if you're playing like, you don't want to double to any part scores in Swiss matches because it can just skew the match result so much. But in long matches, going after penalties is usually fine. Even if they make it once for every 2 or 3 that you beat, you're not losing much.
Definitely. Well, Declare is going after this line. Heart to the ace, club rough. He's going to score 6 tricks immediately. And with the king, jack, 10 of spades, he will be able to come to a 7th. But as long as Edgerton carefully covers the 10 of spades, forcing out the trumps, he will be able to establish the spade suit himself.
Yeah, I think North will be pretty happy with this result, and West will be a little disappointed, but mostly relieved.
Wait a second. Have I miscounted again? This is trick 6?
Well, this is what I was talking about earlier, where you play a diamond, West can rough, but if West exits with spade, you just play another diamond at him.
Right.
Yeah, so Declare just made this. West had to play those trumps.
Oh my god, yeah, Declare did make this. So wait, going all the way back, let's step back. Was I right that West needed to duck the jack of hearts then? Because I don't think there was anything he could do once the jack of hearts went to the king. He was always getting 2 club roughs in hand, and he was always getting West to lead spades a couple of times for him.
Maybe that's right. All right, I am going to cheat here and look at the solver because I thought that he could play trump at that point, but nope, you were correct. He had to duck the heart.
Yeah, it's really hard to see these plays from afar, but we have the benefit we're seeing all the hands, so I can look at it and be like, well, of course, with hearts 4 triple 3 around the table, we want to deny entries. I mean, Edgerton knows that as well. He understands the principle, but he doesn't know that hearts are 4 triple 3. Maybe he should. Wibbly hopefully was giving accurate count signals to him. Yeah, but it's still definitely not an obvious play to make.
So Wibbly did play the 5, but of course, so I think the deuce was missing. But if Whibley had started with 10 fifth, he really shouldn't be playing his second lowest to give count, right? He should be playing his second highest.
Yeah.
So I think Edgerton probably did have enough information to know that hearts were as they were.
Yeah, I mean, still he would need to work out that it was important to deny dummy entries to take these club roughs. But he had all the information available, right? He knew that spades were 6-5-2-0 around the table due to the opening bid, and he knew the diamond position based on trick one.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think just, kind of more generally, I think he can anticipate that Declare's strategy is going to be to take some low roughs and then do some exiting and hope that his opponents have to make leads up to his higher trumps.
Right. I
think like that line of play is, what you would expect from an expert.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, it's definitely going to the
I mean, like, missed opportunity to beat two spades doubled. They might still win a pile of imps on that one if West gets doubled and two spades in the other room.
No, it's true. That the set had been going pretty well for Hans up to that point, but that's gonna slow their momentum.
For sure. Yeah, and we do have 5 boards to go at this table before the lunch break. East opening a no trump and West transferring to hearts to start this auction. Zimmerman is thinking about sticking on a call with his 6-card spade suit and singleton heart.
Yeah, if he does, I think he still compete to 3 hearts. I mean, East might be 3 hearts now anyway.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, East has a pretty big hand. Only 15, right? But 3 aces, 4-card trump support.
Yep. The doubleton.
Yeah.
And he's right, by the way. East-West can make 4 hearts, I believe.
And I think I was going to say I think Edgerton might bid it, but there is a little bit of the psychological factor that you just got a really bad result. You want to right the ship. You want to make sure that you go plus. And whoa, okay.
Zimmerman clearly regretting his choice to pass over 2 diamonds.
That might not be most people's decision to balance in with 3 spades here. The opponents have decided to stay out of game. You're pretty happy. The King of Hearts is in the pocket. But Zimmerman does get, I don't know, maybe a little bit rewarded with no double.
Yeah, and of course, one reason to bid 2 spades on the previous round is when 3 hearts comes around to your partnership, partner can decide whether to give you to 3 spades or not, instead of you giving yourself this blind guess as to whether you should have bid on the previous round.
Right. It looks like this should sail down a
I was wondering that too. I think he actually can make it.
He can make it double dummy. If he switches to ace and a diamond, he has to fly king, play a spade to the 10, eventually pin the jack doubleton, pull trumps, and then run the clubs to pitch his diamond loser.
Yeah.
It might not be the most obvious line of play, but he can do it.
I think it's not going to be a huge surprise that the honor distribution is approximately what it is.
Yeah, although he might think that East could have the diamond queen. And so just simply taking a diamond finesse against the no trump opener is pretty reasonable.
Right, if you hop up with the king there, play a trump to East, and he cashes the queen of diamonds on you, you really feel
that would feel pretty bad. You're right about that. But, I mean, Whibley might also just, continue a heart, thinking, let's start tapping Declare. Maybe I can make use of, long hearts in partner's hand to force Declare's trumps a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, maybe, I guess, he has to know North has six spades. As aggressive as it is, it would be totally inconceivable if he doesn't. So playing a club trying to give partner a ruff is probably futile.
Yeah.
Like, if partner could have a third trump, maybe he'd be able to give him a club ruff, but even against an aggressive North, I think it just isn't possible.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, clubs could be 4x1 around, in which case, then yes, you would be able to give partner a ruff, switch to clubs, get in with the spade queen, club ruff, but that's another alternative defense, of course. And I mean, Whibley might even switch to the 9 of diamonds, which would give Declare another piece of a problem. Well, after a very slow first quarter, this one has provided a lot more action. We have 3 double-digit swings and one of 9 imps as well, only 2 push boards. The hand where North made 2 spades doubled previously, the other room quietly ended up in 2 hearts east-west in the 4-3 field.
We didn't anticipate that the precision pair sitting north-south of the other table would have a 1 spade opening, so West was not in danger of going for a number.
Right. Yeah, and Kalita decided not to make a takeout double of 1 spade in their room, whereas here Whibley decided to make a takeout double of 2 spades.
To be fair, it's a little different. After 1 spade, you're almost certainly getting another chance. After 2 spades, you almost certainly aren't.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so he did make that 9 of diamonds play. The defense is off to a pretty strong start here.
Yeah, they're going to beat it now. Declare has misguessed the diamonds or mispicked the diamond position that he needed. And now eventually we'll just pick up the trumps for 2 losers, but that'll be down 1. So a club, hoping that West is out. Declare can win the king and lead another spade up, covering the jack.
Or I think more likely just putting his hand on the table.
Yep.
Oh, I guess it's possible that West could have the 3rd spade, but that would be a weird false card with the jack.
True, yeah. All right, so club around to the queen, pull the last trump, and on to the next board. We got 4 boards to play. Match still close despite all of these swings back and forth. I mean, both teams are throwing the punches. But Han's currently getting the better of it by just 1 imp, but that's all that matters at the end of the day.
Yeah, and still, even in spite of 3 double-digit swings this set, still a very low-scoring match. 89 imps through 27 boards.
Right, yeah.
26 boards.
Yeah, and kind of in a funny way, the swings haven't necessarily been like one table bids game, the other table bids a part score. It's just been a bunch of these doubled contracts all throughout.
Yeah, there was the slam on the first board of the set. But other than that, it's true.
Speaking of slam, we have something that might be a slam east-west. 6 clubs looks like it has some potential, but is probably a little bit short on a trump opening lead.
Yeah. You can pitch your diamond loser away, but you have 3 losing hearts to deal with. Diamonds don't split, and only 1 ruff if they start a trump.
Yeah, but it will. They do need to lead trumps. Otherwise, I think Declare will end up making it, but we'll see if they end up getting there.
Yeah, I mean, you do have this problem that once you take 2 roughs, you expose yourself to South's 10-4th clubs.
Yeah, although I think what's going to end up happening is East-West are just going to cross-rough 12 tricks to get there.
They're very kindly for Declare. Whichever point is suit he leads from dummy to try to score some roughs, North has to follow for quite a few rounds.
Yeah, so we'll see if they end up getting to some high-level contract. I mean, West 3-club overcall after the 2-diamond multi-opener is a step in the right direction for East-West.
Yeah, and so if you're North here, do you bid 3 hearts just to, make a little noise or, and not give East-West uncontested auction? It's also lead directing, which could be important if East-West are about to land in 3-no trump.
Mm-hmm. I think if I'm a very aggressive bidder, I do bid 3 hearts, and that's what Zimmerman's chosen to do.
So East double is really just card showing here, of course. West may just pass this, figuring, his side doesn't have a fit. I mean, it turns out they have the small club fit, but, it feels like a misfit auction. He knows North is aggressive, so, it doesn't have to be a great spot for North-South.
It's really not a good spot for North-South. If they get all their tricks after leading 2 rounds of trumps, East-West are going to beat this 800, which is almost the value of the club slam that doesn't even make. So
Right-South is going to lose 4 club tricks if he's not allowed to take a rough.
Right. But no, Edgerton decides not to go after the penalty. Trots out 4 clubs.
Yeah, so East wants to make sure that he sets trumps. 4 diamonds might well not be a cubit for clubs, right? He's never had a chance, to... and in fact, he's kind of denied a club fit, so... 4 hearts, even bypassing diamond cubit to make sure partner knows the clubs are playable is really important.
Yeah, that's a good point, that on a lot of these slam auctions, you do want to make sure that you and your partner confirm trumps in some way. Otherwise, subsequent key card bids might not be interpreted as key cards. It might be interpreted as an offer to play.
Right.
Everyone has been past an exclusion before, and this is a great way to get there.
Yeah, so West, of course, knows that his partner has a huge hand. He has, a minimum in high cards, but of course he has this really strong club suit that he, he's sort of shown and sort of hasn't. So yeah, he does cooperate, which I think is pretty sensible.
Yeah. Now, I mean, the spade cubit's interesting because on the one hand, East knows its shortness, which isn't great. Opposite is ace king fifth. But on the other, it does show some sort of interest in cooperating in a slam try, because West didn't have to cubit the spade shortness. He could have bid 5 clubs. So, I mean, East might place his partner with the heart ace and good clubs and think his hand looks something like this, maybe more realistically 1-3-3-6, in which case, if his partner has, say, the diamond king, then slam is basically going to be on 3-2 diamonds, and you might have chances if the suit's 4-1.
Yeah, when also, even if partner has king empty third of diamonds, you can just pitch one on the king of spades and, not have a diamond loser on top, and if they're 3-2, set them up.
Yeah. Well, Wibbly is thinking through the possibilities. I strongly suspect he's going to put partner on 1-3-3-6 shape, and then it really is all about the diamond honors.
I'm going to throw something else out there. Is it possible that... No, I guess 4 hearts has to set trumps. I think, is it possible that he thinks West has, a spade fragment here? But I guess it just absolutely is not possible.
Here we go. This is going to be a pivotal hand in the match. I can already feel it. I mean, if North finds the trump lead, then this is going to go down.
I think if North had 3 trumps, he would. A singleton trump is usually a pretty unattractive lead against a slam.
Yeah, I agree. And he kind of very quickly puts the king of hearts on the table. Now, I made the bold claim that Declara was going to make this, and I think I'm right, but I guess we're about to find out. Declara wants to time the play carefully here, because you really don't want to be in the position where you rough 2 hearts and then have to rely on the 10 of clubs dropping in 3 rounds. You would very much prefer to be able to rough spades or diamonds in the West hand scoring those small trumps earlier. So
Yeah.
I think a line of play of ace of hearts, ace king of spades, pitching a diamond, ace of diamonds, spade ruff, heart ruff, spade ruff, heart ruff, spade ruff, and now Declare has just taken the first 12 tricks,
Right.
is a simple attempt to make it.
Yeah, it's interesting. So many years ago, player. I think it was from the trials where they played the same boards at every table. So maybe it was a quarterfinal or something, and there was a hand, something like this, where like Jeff Mextreth went down, like a couple of other great declares went down, and the player showing the hand said, "Yeah, I just took the first 12 tricks," and it was something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's some of these like there can just be sort of weird. Like this, obviously, I think there's no alternative line of play, but there can sometimes be like weird blind spots about that. It's like, you pitch like on some other hand, like you pitch a diamond, you play ace and rough a diamond, trying to set up the suit if they're 3-3, and it turns out that, the trump risk was a mirage. You could have just roughed your two things, set up a trump winner for the opponent, then taken it back away from them.
Yeah. Yeah, so we'll see if Declare hits upon that line of play. If he doesn't, it is still possible to make it because he'll end up... Actually, it might just not be very challenging to make this at all, as long as he shortens himself enough. Because he can always throw South in with a heart at the end of the hand and eventually force South to lead away from the club 10. But it looks like he's adopting this plan. Ace, king of spades. And generally, when you're trying to cross-ruff, you want to cash all of your outside winners before taking any ruffs. Very important to do so. Like, for example, if East makes the mistake, or if Declare makes the mistake of leading another spade here, South will be able to ditch that king of diamonds.
Right.
Which would prevent Declare from cashing the diamond ace. So...
Oh no.
Boy, I was just talking about this.
I think Declare is down now.
If South pitches the diamond,
If South figures out to pitch the diamond, yeah. And it is weird. Like there's no reason not to cash that ace of diamonds.
Yeah.
Like I think the player's plan would always be to rush spades back to his hand because South is known to be short there, but
I kind of believe this is what actually happened at the table. I mean, I was waiting for an undo for a few seconds, but now that the two of spades has been sitting out here for a while, I think Declare did make we'll call it a technical mistake of not cashing the diamond ace and is getting severely punished here when South does have the singleton diamond. I mean, Moulton hasn't thrown his diamond king yet, so there's still some hope.
I mean, that diamond pitch from West was pretty revealing, though.
Yeah, but the fact that Declare didn't cash the diamond ace is also pretty strange.
Yeah, that's true.
He has an opportunity. I mean, this was looking like a huge result for Hans that I think would have set the tone for going into the dinner break or lunch break, which is honestly a really important tone to set when you're playing in these matches.
Yeah, I think certainly both pairs on the Swiss team have a ton of experience playing both ahead and behind in high-stakes matches. But, yeah, as you say, like, letting them make a slam that, particularly if he doesn't pitch the diamond here, and they make a slam that the defense had two ways to beat right before the break, it definitely weighs on you, even if you're good at facing adversity.
Mm-hmm.
Particularly like Zimmerman's lead was very reasonable, but he had a chance just to beat it off the top. He didn't, and then if they blow a second chance to beat it, it's definitely you know definitely demoralizing.
Yeah. There goes the Diamond King. And bad news for Hans. I mean, Edgerton now knows that he's messed up. That this slow King of Diamonds pitch does not sound like a guy who has King Queen, like Jack fourth or whatever. Wow.
Yeah, poor West.
Yeah, I mean, it's like this play was very unlikely to cost, but this is kind of one of those reasons why you're taught very early on when you look at cross roughs, just like cash all of your outside winners and then start cross roughing.
Yeah, and particularly assuming that he thought the South Spades were true cards, where we had a Doubleton, the odds of South also having a single to diamond were so low.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure in that respect, it just it might not even have crossed his mind that was a danger.
Right. Yep. Yeah, it only really costs if South has exactly this distribution, because if South happened to have 3 clubs, then he could still make it from here. He would rough the spade, rough a heart, rough a spade, rough a heart, rough a spade, and then he would pull trumps with the king, queen, jack of clubs, and the ace of diamonds would hold up at trick 12. But with the clubs now 4-1, he just has no way to recover.
Yeah.
So Hans does pick up 6 on board 26. The other room also reached 3 spades. And a bit of a different opening lead, so kind of gave the position away. Kalita ended up leading ace and a diamond against that contract. And then there was no way to score that queen of diamonds, so DeClaire was able to simply pull trumps, pitch the diamond loser on 4 rounds of clubs.
Yeah, ace and a diamond certainly is a 100% lock to be exactly a Doubleton.
Yep.
I think now he's going to put the ace of diamonds on the table, but of course it's going to be too late.
I think he continues roughing spades and hearts, but
I don't, because if there's any possibility the South King of Diamonds was a false card, the next one won't be.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter if South has 2 diamonds, then the club's split. So then it is safe to continue roughing spades and hearts and then pull trumps.
Yeah, good point.
So yeah, there is the spade, which is at this point good technique to prevent going down 2 by trying to cash the diamond ace. That would have allowed South to rough in and pull trumps. But escaping for down 1 when you had a chance to win a big score.
Yeah, I think... I was going to say, is it possible that there's some layout where trumps split and there's a squeeze, but I guess not. That's just not possible.
I mean, not with North having the diamonds and South having the hearts. No. If Trump split, DeClaire just has 12 tricks. So down 1, minus 50. Tough result for Edgerton. I mean, I think they had done quite well in the auction to get to the contract that had a chance to make 6 clubs, and then they were provided the opportunity to make it, but not careful enough at planning the cross rough.
Yeah, that's one where before electronic play records, you go back and compare. Sorry, they let a trump.
Yeah, that's what you tell your teammates, but 3 boards to go. So Edgerton over here needs to shake it off.
Yeah, particularly, he's now had 2 hands out of the last half dozen where he knows that he blew a double-digit swing right at the slam of the 470.
Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, look, they're still in it. He's going to be happy to find that out when they go compare.
Actually, 2 out of the last 3 end. Oh, absolutely. And from his point of view, having a break will be great. He can reset himself.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Anyway, fairly tame board here so far. Normal spade opening, normal forcing no trump, normal 2 heart. East is probably going to try 2 no trump. Since he has an invitational hand, I imagine West will bid 3 spades, and then East will have to decide whether to take it in or not.
Yeah, I mean, surely East will. Obviously, he has no honors in his partner's suits other than the spade 10, but he does have ace king ace, which are pretty good cards on the outside.
Yeah, well, particularly he knows even if partner's minors are the other way around, that partner only has 3 cards in the minors, so partner had a singleton club and doubleton diamond, then he has no minor suit losers either.
Right. Yeah, so there's the 3 spade bid as predicted, and I do think 4 spades is going to hit the table pretty quick. It has. Yeah. So now North on opening lead probably chooses the diamond sequence. A little preference to that.
Trump, despite picking up partner's king, would work pretty well here.
Yeah. I mean, Trump opening lead does sometimes work against these 2 suited hand types. So we'll have to see what Zimmerman goes with.
Yeah, it's true. The diamond is pretty normal.
Well, he does find the trump lead, which is going to, as you say, work quite nicely with Declare having such weak hearts.
Yeah, although the club split 3-2, so. Yeah, so actually a diamond would have been better for that reason to knock the entry off a dummy.
Yeah, I see what you mean, because Declare can now just pull trumps, make sure to play the 10 of spades at trick 1 so he can repeat the spade finesse. Ace, king of clubs, club ruff, diamond to the ace, and then run the clubs to pitch hearts. He'll even be able to guess the heart suit for a 12th trick if he...
After he pitches 2 of them away on the long clubs, yep.
Yeah. It's a good technique by Edgton here, putting up the spade 10, probably expecting that North does not have the spade king for this opening lead.
Mm-hmm.
And South, of course, covers, so now he does need to be a little careful. Obviously, he doesn't know clubs are splitting, and if they don't, there's no real use in trying to set up the club suit, but it does appear to be the only extra chance he has to make this.
Yeah, I mean, of course, he can see that if he crosses to a club and plays a heart, the defense isn't going to let him rough one because they got off to the trump lead. So yeah, I guess he could try ducking a club first. Would he, to make it when clubs are 4-2?
Well, the defense can switch to diamonds.
Oh, right, and get rid of his entry. That's true. Good point.
Yeah, I think the alternative was maybe to cross in clubs and try and lead a heart up. The defense is going to be forced to play a second trump anyway if they can. Right. Otherwise, you get a heart rough. But he decides to just pull trumps.
Yeah, so this will be a little uncomfortable for Declare because you never want to have to bank on a 3-3 break, but all will be well.
Yeah. He just really doesn't have an alternative.
Right. Yeah, he may, just look around for a while hoping that there is one. It's always you get to this aggressive game, You want, especially after the previous hand. I'm sure he wants to make sure he doesn't have another blind spot.
Yeah.
Like, here we can see that the analysis in his mind is just the correct one. He's got nothing else to play it for. But so I've got a break. Let's see. We've got a scoreboard in the other matches.
Yeah, good point. We can take a look and see if some of the other results are in. All of the results are in, based on what I'm looking at.
Including this one, of course, because they finished. Since they started on delay, they finished only a few minutes ago. But I will not reveal the result to our spectators, but it is available. So Nickel is now 24 imps over Simpson after being stuck 2 at the quarter. Bathurst extended their lead over Fleischer, which is bad for my Bridge winners bracket because I had picked Fleischer to win the event. Goodman started out 10 imps over Wolfson and is now plus 18. That's a relatively tight match. Juster is also 18 over Leibowitz. Leibowitz is the Grossax and Bilda Madala. Juster picked up Kraniak and Demouy after their previous deal ended. Of course, we have this match. Rosenthal was up 18 after 1 quarter and is up 21 now. And Kane, that is, of course, Patricia Kane, is up by 34 imps over Street. And in the last match, Amoil, the team that knocked me out, is beating Hammond, probably the crowd favorite, by 33.
All right, thanks for the update. Yeah, so Declara did play for 3-3 clubs and ended up with his 11 tricks.
Wow, so on board 27, the slam hand, Edgerton is going to be relieved beyond measure that he's only losing 3 imps on the deal.
Yeah, Klukowski have had a couple of kind of slip-ups, it looks like systemically maybe, on some of these deals where East obviously thought his sequence was forcing, West did not, and so they get to 4 diamonds, and that sails down 3.
Yeah, that does look a little strange to me. If you're West, I guess, West must have thought that with a hand that could pull 3 for power reasons, he would have started with 3 hearts.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, important to discuss what to do in really weird auctions.
Yeah, well, with 2 boards to go, so that means Hans is still maintaining a small lead in the match. South here, pretty big hand, gets to open a diamond in 3rd seat with a 17 count. West overcalls a heart. Here's his partner bid a spade, which he's going to be thrilled to see, and just blast the game.
Yeah, nice decision by East to make this advance on a fairly light hand.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this opening lead, of course, is going to make things even easier, setting up Declare's dummy roughs.
Yeah, so it looks like if the defense get to switch to trumps at some point, presumably now, Declare might be held to 9 tricks. Is that possible, or are the hearts getting set up?
I think so. I mean, he's got 5 spades in his hand because he can, rough a couple of hearts and they split. 3 diamond roughs and dummy, even if they lead a trump now, and 2 aces, right?
Yeah, I guess it's still the same cross rough plan, right? Like cash the ace of hearts and the ace of clubs, and then just start cross roughing. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, maybe a trump lead at trick
I
one.
think I was going to say, I think if South have your trump just win in hand and rough a diamond immediately, and then play as a trump's, his hearts, rough a heart,
Yeah.
rough a diamond, rough a heart, rough a diamond, draw trump's claim. I like this king of clubs play. If declared didn't have the 10 of clubs, something interesting might happen on a hand that looks kind of bleak looking at the dummy.
Yeah, I guess I would be a little bit concerned that if partner did get in, he wouldn't be able to lead clubs profitably. So maybe a low club from king third. But you're right.
Right. We know the partner's not getting in, right?
Probably not. Yeah.
Like, what is he getting in with? It's not a club.
That's a good point. I guess none of us are getting in ever again.
That's probably true too. But yeah, the only entry North could possibly have is a club anyway. So, clubs is totally safe.
Right.
Let's see. So this
is going to be 11 tricks now with that king of clubs switch. Declare pulls trumps. They split. Roughs a heart. The last heart is good. Knocks out the club queen and just claims.
Yeah, it's true. Dummy will be good very shortly. And that feels like a pretty good East-West result.
Yeah, they got to the game. I mean, South has a big hand, but no real ability to compete. And we're on to the last board of the set. So play is scheduled to resume in about an hour from now, which means these players are not getting a long break.
Well, remember, they've been on break for a little while already.
Yes. But
they also start playing again in half an hour.
They start playing in half an hour. So VGraph with 30-minute delay will be back up in about an hour. And Craig and I will be back here for that. It looks like Switzerland and Hans will still be on VGraph given the other match scores. This appears to be a fairly close one. And I think Jan likes to keep all of the exciting matches on VGraph for the second half of the day. Here, Two Hearts shows both majors weak.
I think actually both. I think it's actually exactly 5 spades, 4 hearts invitational.
Oh, 5 spades, 4 hearts invitational. Yeah, maybe it's not so weak. I'm looking at that hand and still counting up the high card points.
Yeah, that reverse flannery by responder is a pretty popular agreement because that hand is otherwise very difficult.
Right.
Now you can bid a spade, East bids no trump. You can bid 2 hearts weak, which is really good.
Mm-hmm. So I assume West is thinking about correcting to 3 diamonds to just show his shape here, especially given the 1 diamond opener, and he does.
Yep, that's read.
And Wibbly will definitely check this out.
Yeah, and this is a situation, East bid in tempo, and it's very important to make this bid in tempo, to give your partner, otherwise, West could feel like he has, restricted choice of action here, but when East just, bids 2 spades in perfect tempo, West can do whatever he wants.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, really important in a lot of these auctions to, to act in your normal tempo to avoid giving partner any kind of an issue.
Yeah, so South has to come up with a lead. I mean, normally you would think a trump lead on auctions like this might make sense, but it's fairly unattractive with ace doubleton in the suit, although he might do it anyway. And aside from that, I guess the unbid club suit might be the choice.
I think, a hard, knowing that West has length and East has hard shortness seems fine too. Partner could just have some strength there.
Sure, yeah.
Like, obviously not great on this hand, but most layouts consistent with this auction, a hard is fine.
I think we will see ace and a diamond. I mean, South looking at so few high cards. Okay, he does lead a heart. which will run around to the queen. And once again, this entire set has been about cross ruffs.
Well, it's interesting. So Declare would have taken 4 heart tricks. Might he not put into 10 now, hoping South led from the jack and he's got a free finesse?
I don't think anyone leads away from the jack of hearts on this auction, but maybe. I mean, I don't think Declare is ever really taking 4 heart tricks because North will always rough in on the 4th round.
Yeah, right. And the only time he does is when he wins the queen now and can somehow draw trumps and still have a heart as an entry to the 4th heart because he has no side entry to it.
Mm-hmm. Well, he does put in the 10. I don't think it mattered one way or another.
Yeah, and I guess it's fine. Like, pitch like 2 more hearts, pitching a spade, ace king and ruff a club.
I'm a little surprised by not playing clubs first before hearts, but like we do want to rough 2 clubs, right? So
yeah, but it's the same. I mean, if you played ace king and roughed a club and played hearts, he would still need to find some path back to his hand to rough the 4th club. I think it's all basically equivalent.
Sure. So king of clubs, club rough, then we lead a heart. One of the opponents is going to be out on this trick.
Yep, hopefully North.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Declare is going to take quite a few tricks on this hand. And North can rough up with the queen and play a trump for trump and another trump, and then that'll hold Declare to 9 tricks.
Well, North is going to pitch a club here so that he can...
Oh, sorry, never mind. I was forgot that Declare wasn't following here either.
Yeah. I mean, this is basically the reason why we might have preferred as Declare to rough our clubs first. But
yeah, same people as the 6 club hand.
Yeah. Looks like Wibbly and Edgton need to read a beginner bridge book on cross right now. They ran into a very unfortunate distribution on 6 clubs, and here, yeah. I mean, Declare is making his contract.
Yeah, Declare, Declare is not being all that severely tested on this hand.
No. But the 10 of clubs pitch looks like the standout to me. I mean, Zimmerman obviously knows the 10 of clubs is high, and that's what he's hesitant about. That if Wibbly has the 7 of clubs instead of Moulton, then he would just be dumping a club trick by doing this. But there it is. 10 of clubs, nice play. Wibbly now gets to rough the club with the jack of diamonds. And 10 tricks after pulling trumps. So that is going to wrap up the second quarter of coverage. Looks like the other table does have one board left to play, but I think Craig and I are going to take a break. So thanks to everyone who's been watching, and hopefully you've enjoyed the commentary for the match. We will be back in about an hour's time for third quarter action of the same match, Team Switzerland against Team Hans.
Yeah, so thank you, Rob. Thank you, everyone who joined us for this set. We'll see you in a little bit.
Yeah, take care, everyone. All right, Twitch chat. I have ordered food in the middle of the set, and that's good news. I did see a lot of discussion about the seating once again. I think, so Matt is very upset with the, okay, let me bring me back for a second. Hold on, I can do this. There. Matt has been very upset about the way that seating has been done in this tournament. But remember, the NABC is technically like a US event. It's like, how is seating done in like tournaments that occur in England, or tournaments that occur in like Sweden or Poland or wherever? Like, you base it based on your local bridge organization, not international play. Like, I agree that I think it would be reasonable, especially given that the NABC has basically turned into a world championship event, like the Spin Gold and Vanderbilt and whatever, are like the equivalent of the Bermuda Bowl to some extent, that it would be fairly reasonable to do this where you do seeding based on like WBF play. But because this specifically is just a North American Bridge Championships, right? It's not a World Bridge Championships. It's not listed as that the ACBL can make seeding based on tournament rewards in the ACBL. It has historically been the case that international teams have been seeded low in the events because of this. But to some extent, that doesn't really matter much. A lot of the teams are just like really good. Like we can pull up the teams that are ahead of Hans in the standings right now. And I will do this, and then I will run to grab some food. Oh my god, I have like a million windows open. So the teams that are ahead of Hans currently, we can take a look, and we'll see. I will give my fair assessment of whether or not I think Hans at 15 is underseeded. So Nickel. I mean, oh my god, like, please, can we get... There we go. That's much better. I don't know how well they've done in certain events. I think Nickel was USA 2 for the recent Bermuda Bowl from the US. So if we're taking in international competition, then Nickel was USA 2, who beat USA 1 and made it to the quarterfinals, or semifinals, in the Bermuda Bowl recently. Am I wrong about this, or was it Fleischer? It might have been Fleischer. Actually, I'm pretty sure it was Fleischer. Fine. Well, so that's great. All right, point ignored. But Fleischer is sitting here as the 3 seed, right? I mean, I think they definitely deserve to be well ahead of Hans. Hans, now they're 4-handed, and Australia in the Bermuda Bowl, like I'm just going based off of some sort of international competitions. Australia did very poorly, all things considered, in the Bermuda Bowl. It's not as if these are like not good players, but they're certainly not as strong as Fleischer. All right, let's take a look at some of the other teams. Rosenthal, the 4 seed, made up of Broglen, Bakke, Helgamo, 3 members of Norway's winning team. Like, they definitely deserve to be ahead of Hans. We can come back to Nickel. We'll think about that in a minute. Wolfson, I'm not that familiar, but I feel like maybe Meckstroth ended up winning the seniors, like the Dorsey Trophy. I'm not certain about that, but I feel like he's done fairly well. And some of the other players on Wolfson might have been on that team. Goodman, I'm not really sure. Donati and Precario, the Italian partnership, is relatively strong. I know that they've done fairly well in big international events. So, you know, like, this Goodman team being seeded about the same as the Hans team feels somewhat fair to me, just based on look a little bit. I do agree that Rambeau is probably underseeded, but again, there's a lot of big French tournaments. They have to choose where to play, and the ACBL has determined that, you know, like, only their own competition. So this is definitely one team. Rambeau at 20 seed is very much undervalued. I think I picked them to go quite far in the tournament in my bracket. Amoyals, Toledano Zamir, you know, really strong partnership from Israel. Gru and Moss have... I guess I haven't seen Gru and Moss actually do all that much recently. I mean, they're very good players, but maybe they haven't actually performed all that well. So maybe Amoyals is a little bit overrated at an 8 seed, but I'm not sure. Leibowitz, so Bilda and Medalla have done, Avicenna. I don't think there's any question Leibowitz is higher seeded than Hans. Juster is higher seeded. They have Jacob Morgan, Jeffrey Juster is the sponsor. Zagora and Berthau. I don't know if they've done much recently. Kraniak and Demoy were on USA 1, Spectre, who flamed out in the quarterfinals of the Bermuda Bowl. I mean, obviously, like a good partnership, so that is fairly impressive. I feel like Hans is fairly seeded. That's my opinion. And based on what I've seen today, I feel like Whibley and Edgerton are good players. I think they make far too many mistakes in some positions that players who would be seeded in top 10 teams would not make. Like, cashing the diamond ace on that cross-ref in 6 clubs, I think is a huge mistake. That was Edgerton, right? And then there was a little bit of mistiming the cross-ref and 3 diamonds on that last board. That was by Whibley. Maybe not so much of a joke that they need to read up on basic cross-ref technique. But anyway, so my opinion about Hans is that they're fairly seeded. But it has historically been the case that foreign or international teams are underseeded for these events. Like when I played my very first Vanderbilt with McAllister on the team, we were 4-handed, and our opening draw was a 4-way match. The 4-way match was Bathurst at the time was one of the teams. They're obviously very strong. And then the other 2 teams in the 4-way were India's national team and Argentina's national team, both of which were heavily underseeded because they were from foreign countries and didn't have a lot of US playing experience. So you can get absolutely screwed by playing against some of the lower seeds. But yeah, the problem is that there are a lot of strong teams now. It's tough. I don't think anything's going to change. For what it's worth, I don't think anything's going to change, and I think that's okay. But I do agree that if the ACBL wanted to turn this into effectively another Bermuda Bowl or something, they probably easily could. Most players probably think of these events as world championships. At least I do. So, making it to the round of 16 or round of 8 is effectively making it that far in a world championship event, because most of the best teams in the world show up to these things and compete, which also does kind of make it a little bit more fair to use these events as the seeding point qualifications. Since if all of the teams are going to show up, then you get seeded based on how well you've done the previous few years, and you've also been playing the previous few years. So anyway, I do believe Hans has been consistently playing in these events for the past 10, 20 years. So I don't think that they've been seeded unfairly because they haven't been competing. But I could be wrong about that. Maybe someone can let me know. Rombo, I do believe, probably hasn't been playing regularly because the younger one, I think Leo, is quite young. Yeah, Nickel having lost first in the Solway, or round of 32 or round of 64 Solway and round of 32 Spin Gold, shouldn't give them a lot of seeding points, but I actually don't know who the team was. Maybe they've swapped some pairs, which is possible. So maybe Weinstein and Levin came from a different team, and that team was doing well, so they carried a bunch of seeding points with themselves. Or it could just be that, yeah, they've had some bad performances the past few years, which of course should be weighted more heavily, but also they've done very well in the past. When we were on the Wikipedia page yesterday, we saw Nickel won in 2017 and took second in 2018 and second in 2019, that's an impressive result. And of course, that's 7 years ago. But it's not as if these players have deteriorated so much in skill in their old age that they're not still capable of winning the event. The 1 seed for nickel does feel a little bit ambitious. Maybe Fleischer should have been given the 1 seed, or Switzerland, more likely, should have been given the 1 seed. But I think nickel being like a top 5 seed makes some sense. Anywho, it's 3:15. I have 45 minutes to get food and eat. So I am going to, more importantly, why isn't fantasy bracket updating? That actually is more important, and I have no idea. Pulling this up, like, no one has any points yet, which is great news for me. Maybe there'll be a software glitch and I can redo my bracket. I have no idea. Anyway, I'm going to run, so I will... it's only 45 minutes. Here's what I'll do. Because it's 45 minutes, I'm going to put the scoreboard up. Let me get rid of this and this. I'm going to turn off my camera, and I will mute. And so let me put up like a giant BRB thing. Wait, hold on. I am super hesitant to do anything on this because I have fear that... There. Maybe I should put like a little timer or something. All right, that's perfect. I need to run and get food. So thanks for tuning in. I will leave the stream up, but we will be resuming in about 40-ish minutes or whenever I finish eating. Hello, I am back. Well, we got a couple of minutes before the third quarter starts. And I think the plan is basically to stick with Switzerland Hans for the remainder of the day. Thank you. Welcome to the stream, guys. So, for what it's worth, I think Hans is absolutely out of the match. They have no chance to win. I know it might not look like it on the scoreboard, but Zimmerman's going to be out for the next 30 boards. And overall, today, Kalita Klukovsky have massively underperformed so far. I mean, it might continue, in which case Hans will definitely have a chance, but being up only 10 at this point when your opponents are getting to 4 diamonds down 3 on an auction where they don't understand if they're forcing, and having a variety of other mistakes, it just feels like their luck is going to turn around and Switzerland is going to get their act together and they're going to be able to capitalize on a lot of the mistakes that the Hans team is making. So I kind of believe that by the end of the third quarter, this match might not even be on ViewGraph anymore. I don't know if they actually have the technology available to swap to a different table between the third and fourth quarters, but just FYI. And on that note, let's go ahead and make sure that I don't forget to do a prediction for the third quarter. So let's say, here we go. Here's the prediction, since I feel like I've heavily weighted you in terms of one team over the other. Who will be ahead at the end of the third quarter? So Switzerland or Hans? I'll give you 10 minutes. I think it's not even going to be close by the end of the third quarter, but we'll see. We'll see. I mean, that's why you play the match. Very possible that Hans does pull out some more stops and maintain a lead. Quarter 3 match up between Goodman and Wolfson. You were all in on Hans' first set today. You can repeat it. All in on Hans again. So Wolfson, Goodman, I forget if that match was on earlier. There's an 18 imp difference. Hans is a very easy team to root for. They're fun, and they're all really nice guys, very friendly. So I will agree with Michael on that I wouldn't mind having them beat Switzerland, take them out of contention for yet another championship. I wonder who the most winning team is in Vanderbilt plus Spin Gold, I guess plus Solway history for these NABCs. It's probably not one of the more recent teams. It might be someone like Nickel, or it could be like Hammond maybe from back in the 70s. They probably cleaned up. Switzerland against Hans. I think the plan is going to be to follow Edgton Wibley today. I would like to see Klukovsky. Oh, I noticed people have been messaging me on BBO. I know you guys can't see it, but Um, we can probably stay with Edgerton Wibley. I really would prefer to get a little bit of the Polish guys in on camera, since I think they're kind of fun to watch. They do a lot of things that look weird to me, but just work. And so I think that's really cool. All right, I think I'm diving in. Here we go. Edgerton Wibley.
After this board, we should get them. I'm going to be joined by Rob Brady any minute now, who possibly was at the other table. Hang on.
Hello.
Hey, yeah, I was just wondering if you had possibly gone to the other table for variety, but obviously not.
No, I was honestly hoping to take a look at the Polish guys, Kalita and Klukowski, at some point today, but we have been following Edgerton Wibley all day, and they're obviously a very exciting pair to watch, so I'm looking forward to this third quarter.
Yeah, do we, so we don't have names here, obviously, at the other table. Do we know who's playing for Zimmerman, or for Switzerland, rather?
Nope. I mean, this could be an all-Australian matchup if Hans and Hung are sitting north-south in this room.
No. Hans and Hung are teammates with East and West here.
Yes, although there has been a little bit of confusion with the nameplates on VuGraph.
I suspect we'll get the right answer at the end of this board. And boy, very aggressive action by East here.
Yeah, so East is a passed hand, and given that he decided not to open two hearts on his King Jack 10 fifth and second seat, he feels kind of obligated to come in here.
I guess, and we saw him open 9-8 fifth earlier in the match, so a little surprising that he's not taking, that he chose not to take that kind of action here.
Yeah, I mean, I agree that obviously this hand looks a lot better than the hand with 9-8 fifth of spades that he preempted previously, but that was first seat, no one vulnerable, and here we're in second seat. Maybe that has a little bit of an impact on his decision.
Yeah, although we can see here that he would have stolen the hand almost certainly if he'd opened it.
Yeah, it would have been difficult for North-South to get in. As is, they find their way to four spades, which is... I mean, it could make. The King of Spades being in the pocket is good news for Declare. But he's going to have to navigate the diamond problem.
Yeah, there's certainly work to do. If the Jack of Clubs were dropping, it would be much easier.
Right. I'm going to make the bold prediction that on a heart lead, Declare is going to go down.
I think so too, but if you're East-West, you'd still be a lot happier. There's, two hearts past, three hearts, and North-South are just totally frozen out. You get to play it there.
Sure, yeah.
I think that would probably go off a trick, but, still a little more comfortable kind of, drifting off 50 when the opponents can make at least 140 than having to, look what happened here, right? Now they're going to go plus.
Yeah, with the trumps splitting, this club lead is going to pick up the club suit. So now Declare just needs to pull trumps, run the clubs to pitch a diamond, try a diamond finesse for an over trick.
Yeah, a very reasonable lead from East, who has to think that some of the time he's going to have an entry with the King of Spades. Declare takes a finesse, he'll have a trump left to get a club rough. So this feels totally normal, but it's going to concede 420.
Yeah, for sure. So
yeah,
oh my god.
He'll still win some imps. But here, we all have partners who would open two hearts, and we all have partnerships where you don't do it. But I think here, a partnership that does do it, he lost an opportunity.
Definitely. So the result from the other table is already in, and it looks like we are seeing Brink and Driver, north-south in this room. For Switzerland, Team Switzerland, Kalita and Klukowski are sitting east-west at the other table. They ended up getting to 4 hearts, east-west. The opponents bid on to 4 spades, which got doubled. And then on the same club lead, well, same type of club lead, low from a doubleton over there, that did pick up the club suit. Declare was able to pull trumps, taking the finesse, and eventually tried the diamond hook for an overtrick. 590.
And Kalita made the same delayed 2-heart overcall.
Yeah, so opening club lead goes to the 9. It's conceivable Declare could come up with a way to go down here. If he believes from the 2-heart overcall that East is likely to have the diamond ace, he might be worried about the king of spades offside and a club ruff coming in. So, I mean, we might see a large swing on this board if Declare tries spade to the ace spade.
Well, what shape would that give East?
I mean, it's basically the same. He would have a singleton club.
Right, but again, what shape would he have? 3-5-4-1, maybe 2-5-5-1, not possible, right?
Yeah.
He would just been one no trump takeout. He's a passed hand.
Yeah.
He can't have 6 hearts. He would have opened 1 or 2. So, yeah.
Yeah. So North does think about it for a while. That's probably what he was considering, but then eventually takes the spade finesse. And now we'll see the claim asking about the ace of diamonds.
Yeah. Yeah, and the spade finesse is by far the most straightforward play.
Certainly. So 5 imps go in the way of Hans, who extends their lead. They came in ahead by 10 in this set, and now they're going to be up by 15, 1 board into the second half. We should mention that Hans is playing 4-handed, so they have the same 2 partnerships, Edgerton Whibley sitting in this room, Hans and Hung sitting north-south at the other table, whereas Team Switzerland has 3 partnerships on their team, and that means Zimmerman and Moulton are going to be taking a break.
Yeah, I think they played as many sponsors do the entire first half, and they're done for the day.
Right. So it's now up to Brink and Driver, a very strong partnership that has been playing with this team for quite some time, and Kalita Klukowski to try and turn the tide in the match if they want to move on to the round of 8. Hans definitely making them work for it. And especially as an international team, you might expect that Hans comes in with a little bit of a disadvantage from the seeding perspective, where many of these NABC events are seeded based on past results in specifically NABC competitions. And so Hans coming in at a 15 seed might be a little bit undersold.
Yeah, and they do... at least when foreign teams are relatively new to NABCs, they do give them some courtesy seeding points to try to make the bracket, as it should be. But I don't know, if there's a point at which, you've been coming to the Nationals for 20 years and you're a foreigner, do you still get the seeding points? I'm not sure.
Mm-hmm.
I think you do, because I think since one of the things that can get you seeding points are American Master Points. Those, if you're the equivalent of someone with 10,000 Master Points, you should keep those for life, because it's not really fair to treat you as having no Master Points just because you live elsewhere.
Mm-hmm. Well, second board of the set. So South opens 2 hearts, which I think is just weak. Or... I'm going to try and pull up their card. I have 15 different cards open, and
Yeah, they play weak twos and three suits.
Great. And so I have to assume that North is the one thinking.
Yeah.
This doesn't look like West should be coming in with two spades. I mean, the vulnerability makes it attractive, but partner's a passed hand. Where are you really
Actually,
going?
although keep in mind the screen has South and West on the same side, so it would be a little odd to put in South spade and pass the tray, not put in West spade.
I agree. I agree. But the other table did make their way up to four hearts north south and took the 11 tricks that Declare had, picking up the trump suit for one loser.
Yeah, somehow if West ducks the ace of diamonds, the diamond loser goes away, but that's pretty unlikely.
Right.
Yeah, it is weird. It doesn't seem possible the West has been thinking for this long, but also it doesn't seem totally possible that North has been thinking this long either. Like that hand obviously is very nice, but it's not a slam hand opposite a weak two most of the time.
Certainly not. So maybe we have like a break or something, like Edgerton had to get up to use the restroom or something. Very possible. I'm going to take a quick peek at the auction in the other room just to see what happens. South elected not to open in second seat, unfavorable, and that allowed Klukowski in third seat to stick in his two spade opener, spades and a minor. But eventually, after North's 2-no trump overcall, North-South found the heart fid and ended up in four hearts.
All right, there we go. Yeah, so North is going to at least investigate a little bit, see if South can do anything interesting. I believe this asked for a high card feature. Yeah, the card just says 2-no trump asking. So 3 hearts, showing whatever it shows. He does sort of have maximum, but 3 queens and a weak trump suit. I suspect he won't be so excited to cooperate even if North makes some kind of move. Yeah.
Yeah, so North-South 2 get to four hearts. And it looks like the safest way to play the contract is to just go ace of hearts, heart.
Yeah, this lead. I guess you take the finesse for lack of anything better to do here.
He better, otherwise he's going to go down.
No, that's all right. You would lose. Oh, yeah, spade a heart. Oh, I see, because he would lose a rough. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, technically he could go ace of spades, unblock the clubs, and then play heart to the ace, club pitching a spade, and then play a second trump. But, I mean, if you're going to do that, you may as well just duck trick one, take the finesse.
Right. Yeah, I guess it's not possible that the opening lead is a singleton.
It seems pretty unlikely against these guys.
It would give ace to 6 card suit, which, he didn't open a weak two on the last one, but it's hard to imagine that first seat white red he would miss the opportunity.
Yeah, so Declare does start on trumps, and this will be the same 11 tricks as in the other room, at least I expect.
Yeah, I think West is just going to grab the ace of diamonds when Declare leads one off, and that'll be that.
Yeah.
There's just no reason to duck that trick. Ace empty fourth. It might go away, but here with ace jack 10, winning is always safe.
Exactly. So, I mean, same contract bid in both rooms.
Never mind that. North is exposed anyway. He's looking at the king queen of diamonds.
Mm-hmm.
I was thinking of the other tables auction that had the transfer auction. Putting South as dummy.
Yeah. So 5 imps on the first board, almost no harm from the double of the game. Although in a match that's close like this, every imp does count. But then,
Yeah, I mean, 15 is. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but like 15 is all. Obviously, it's only board two of the third quarter, but 15 is a big number because that's more than a red game swing.
yeah, it's more than a red game swing, and especially in a match like this where the total imps scored are, I mean, just barely over 100 at this point. As opposed to, for example, if I'm looking at like some of the results from other rooms, Leibowitz against Schuster have scored almost 200 imps in 30 boards of play. So the 15 imp lead in this match is going to be a lot more substantial than the actually 18 imp lead that Schuster has over Leibowitz in their match.
Yeah, of course, Leibowitz with two Ro16 on the team. There's a lot of action.
I mean, we might have expected with Wibley on the team there would be a lot of action here, and we've seen some. Yeah. We have seen some.
Yeah, so East, knows this is kind of grim, but he's also look around, see if anything's possible. I mean, that's a spot where, again, like, from the other side, maybe your partner has the ace of spades. You can get a ruff or something, but...
Yeah, so 11 tricks in, push forward. We're 2 boards into the set. We're playing 15. Short break for comparison. We will be back for the final quarter after that. I would say it looks like 3 passes are going to go around to East, but you never really know.
I was just wondering whether North would make a light third seat opening, even though he'd be opening on Jack 6.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think East will probably upgrade to his 2-no range. I think there's a school of thought that says maybe you don't do that when you have this shape because if partner has a 4-card major, yeah, he does open club. If partner has a 4-card major and, a fairly weak hand, you might play it into Trump where he scrapes up a response in his suit at the 1 level.
Yeah, well, that point is moot now as North opens a club, so he starts with a takeout double.
Yeah, I think South might try no Trump here. Good pass, but I don't know. I feel like especially against an aggressive East, partner could have a good hand. Yeah, so tries a diamond, seems fine.
Yeah, so South bids a diamond. I mean, North can't be loving the position he's wound up in. He'll probably rebid 2 clubs, would be my guess. But, I mean, one thing he might do is just pass a diamond and hope to get out of the auction alive. You would hate as North to bid 2 clubs, East makes another takeout double, and West sits it. Okay, he does decide to bid his 4-card spade suit instead.
Yeah, and East takes him off the hook here.
Yeah, I mean, East is just further describing his hand. He doubled, planning to bid no trump to show a hand that was too good to overcall 1 no, and he's followed through. I feel like this probably ends the auction.
Yeah, I think if you're West, you don't really have a reason to bid 2 hearts or 2 diamonds. Your partner's showing 18 to 20. You have 4, so you've got a playable spot and 1 no trump.
Right. So East West do miss their heart fit, but it's not going to cost them too dearly. It looks like 1 no trump is a pretty safe place.
Yeah, and South will probably lead a diamond, and now Declare doesn't have to, doesn't have to worry about the diamond tricks. The ace will pop up. So he'll take 4 spades because he'll probably take the spade finesse since it's marked. That's fine too. So spade to Jack and King, probably cross the dummy. Maybe, I guess he probably just cross the dummy and spades and lead a diamond. I don't know. And you could start a club, but that seems kind of scary.
Well, I think he'll go after hearts. That appears to be the better source of tricks. Like Declare doesn't know
Yeah,
that
diamonds, yeah.
yeah, North has the diamond ace and South has the club ace. He probably expects those cards to be flip flopped.
Right.
Influenced.
So the six of spades does go to the jack and king, and I imagine we'll see a low heart hitting the table. Maybe ace and a heart, but one of those two plays. So there's the low heart. South gets to win the jack, apparently, is the honor he chooses to collect. I mean, South knows the spade lead has not worked out well, that when it goes to the jack and declares king. So yeah, South kind of reasonably but unsuccessfully is switching to ace of clubs at this point. So how many tricks is Declare going to wind up with now? Second club goes around to the king. Declare can play ace of hearts and a heart.
I think he's going to make 3, right? Defense is just going to get a heart and a diamond from here. Oh, sorry, no, because North can knock out the... no, yeah, South can't play a third club, so...
Right.
Yeah, so he's going to make 150.
That seems most likely to me. Although I could definitely see him ending with 120 if he decides to go a little bit more passive and cashing out, or if he mispicks the position. Like exiting the king of diamonds here might scare him off. North wins the ace and continues clubs, and then he'll just probably cash his winners. I mean, I like the plan of ace of hearts heart, I think. All right, 10 of spades to the queen. And now diamond.
Yeah, so we'll make 3 this way. He won't take any hard tricks other than the ace, but if North clears the clubs now, you can just pitch a heart on it.
Yeah, and if North doesn't clear the clubs, then Declare will, in fact, score.
After all, yep. Yeah, this feels like a pretty good result. Plus 150.
Yeah, it's not going to make a large dent in the scoreboard one way or another, but could be worth a couple of overtrick imps here or there. So 150. We'll see what happens in the other room. I mean, North chose to open his 9 count in third seat. It's possible the other table won't do that. Or maybe they'll just duplicate the result.
Yeah, I think once you start with a club, that auction's pretty normal.
So West has 13 here, which I believe is a 1 club opener for them.
I think so.
I know they're playing a variable range no trump, right?
I believe North-South are playing a variable range no trump.
Ah, okay.
So normal spade overcall, negative double, normal 1 no trump by West with flat balance hand and some spade stoppers. And if you're North, you take another shot here. I think it's probably a little too much, but it's got to be a little bit of a consideration. I feel like this hand's a little too kind of scattered, and if you don't catch a pretty good dummy, you could really just be in a lot of trouble, as he is here.
Right. Yeah, and I mean, I think the queen third of hearts, of course, is a pretty bad holding for North.
Yeah. The only redeeming feature is the singleton club, and yeah. So he does let it go.
Yeah, so East gives the bump to 2 now, which seems reasonable. He has 11. I mean,
Yeah, West Open vulnerable and even a lot of aggressive pairs. They might be on the aggressive side of normal red, but they're still going to be, somewhat restrained. Yeah, so in West, full 13, decent stoppers. Aces and kings does take it in, which seems pretty normal.
although he's not going to be happy about the result.
No, I mean he has no tricks, but you know, but it looks, and especially there's often a little bit of an advantage putting not just putting the strong hand on leads and sort of overcalled, but also the card placement rates to be easier than it would be on a blind auction. So if that's worth half a trick in the play, then the West hand goes from a slightly marginal acceptance to a pretty clear acceptance.
Right, sure. I mean, North has to find an opening lead, but I kind of expect that he will find something which works. It looks as if either a diamond or a spade is going to work out pretty well for the north-south side.
Yeah, I'm not sure if East-West no trump range, but it's 14-16. The West just has a clear maximum.
I think they're good 14 to 17. So North does get off to the diamond lead, which Declare can win the jack and dummy if he guesses to. It's
sorry.
Well, it's probably not the play you. It's certainly not the play you want to make, right? You want to play low and hope that North is led away from the 10, so that for one thing, if South has the queen, he might play it, and that'll blow a trick in the suit. But for another, if South doesn't play the queen, then the diamond suit is still frozen, and neither defender can lead it again.
Yeah, I like this lead. I think we can see that a spade works fine because South has the 10, but anytime declaring side has the 10 of spades, a spade is probably pretty bad. And I guess South could have a spade of honor, but he doesn't have much since you're looking at a full 13 points and the opponent's got to 3 no trump.
Right. Yeah. I mean, that's one thing, but also there's kind of this concept that both opponents are just bidding no trump, right? Like West bid 1 no, East bid 2 no, West bid 3 no. They aren't afraid of the spade lead. Right. So it's pretty likely that they actually do have like king, queen, 10 of spades over there.
Yeah. Yeah, so I think, between a diamond possibly just being your side's best shot and a spade being so likely to blow a trick, this lead seems very, very sensible.
Yeah. Now, Declare having kind of mispicked the diamond position, which I don't think was going to matter. It might have made North-South's situation a little bit more complicated if he had won the jack of diamonds at trick 1. But South will be able to get in with a club trick eventually, put a spade through, and then North is just going to cash out the diamond suit.
Yeah, so Declare, assuming he puts in a spot here, is going to come to 3 clubs and a diamond is 4, and 2 hearts is 6, and 1 spade is 7, and I don't think he's ever going to find himself even an 8th trick.
Yeah. I mean, South not splitting the clubs is definitely a play that makes sense, but a little bit scary. North does have to find some discards. I mean, it looks like the only discard North can make on this trick is a spade. Pitching from that queen of hearts seems needlessly risky.
And I guess West double dummy could try exiting a diamond and hoping something interesting happens with North stuck on lead after cashing the diamonds.
That's kind of the idea. I mean, I don't know if he's going to, but he does realize that he just has no tricks and his position is kind of hopeless.
He can cash one more club here, making North find another discard before he does that too.
Yeah, so there's the diamond exit. And North can certainly cash the ace of diamonds to find out what's going on, which he'll definitely do. One way or another, he knows that he doesn't want to be on lead, so he's going to have to either throw Declare in if Declare has the fourth diamond with that 7, or cash out the diamonds to strip Declare's other exit against him.
Yeah, I mean, South really doesn't have a choice but to pitch a spade, so when he pitches the 10, that'll clear everything up for North here.
Right, yeah. A lot of people might be wondering, why is Driver not just cashing the 7 of diamonds? And it's not because he wants a beer. It's because he wants to really make sure that he's not tightening the noose on either himself or his partner. Like some of these positions where Declare throws you in 3 no trump and you can cash, just enough tricks to not set it. What happens is if you end up running your suit and cashing all your tricks, either yourself or your partner ends up getting squeezed. And yeah, so Driver was just being extra careful that it was safe to cash the 7 of diamonds, and he was right.
Yeah, and I think it kind of has to be, but it's very wise to, give it a look and just make sure, because he knows he's getting in again one way or another, so there's no urgency to cash it.
Right. So first, Declare needs to find a discard from East Hand. Either of the black suits seems like the right alternative. You definitely want to save that 4th heart just in case it forces an opponent to keep a bunch of hearts in their hand.
Yeah.
So he does pitch a spade.
Yeah, and South will as well. Just a question of which one.
Yeah, I mean, South is feeling a bit of uncomfortable pressure on this trick. Obviously, he can't throw clubs, but for the reason already mentioned, he can't really afford to pitch a heart from his 4-card suit. So he does have to pitch a spade. He tries the 5.
Yeah, and West also had an awkward choice of discards.
I think Driver is going to exit the Queen of Hearts here. It feels like the right card to play. I mean, if Brink was sitting on 3 hearts instead of 4, he might have thrown 1 on this trick. Yeah. So I think Driver does know the heart, at least the count in the heart suit is 4-4-3-2 around the table, and therefore exiting a low heart would be bad. Declare could ride that around to his jack, but exiting the queen is absolutely safe. Whoever has the jack of hearts, if Declare does, the suit is blocked on the queen of hearts exit. And if his partner has the jack, then obviously it's good to start hearts.
The hearts are only sort of blocked, right?
The hearts are only sort of blocked.
So you lead the queen and win the ace and dummy.
Uh-huh.
And now now you can unblock the heart, give North a spade, and if North plays a heart back to you, now there's your entry. If he plays a spade back to you, you place in a club to South, and South is down to only hearts. So we have one way or another. The defense maybe doesn't know, but the defense will be getting stepping stoned into giving Declare that heart again if North exits the Queen of Hearts.
Ah, good point. Yeah, okay. I see what you mean. I was just thinking that North was getting thrown in and figuring he would always have safe spade exits from there, but you're completely right.
Yeah. Yeah, but South is going to be on lead with his Queen of Clubs at trick 12,
Yeah.
give or take.
Yeah, and this is all due to the fact that North has cashed the seven of diamonds, right? If South had a second spade, then when West tried to exit the king of spades to North, North could just duck. And now if South gets in with the club queen, a spade comes through, and North runs all the spades. So, um, to some extent, cashing the seven of diamonds really didn't work out well.
Yeah, North can still exit with a low spade, and I think um, save the day here. North, if West plays more spades, then great, North cashes out. And if he plays clubs to South, and South can play off from his side and avoid setting up the jack in that way.
Right.
Of course, that does bank on South having the ten of spades, but yeah. So he does try this Queen of Hearts play.
Yeah.
Like, very understandable. Like, it's a pretty natural play in this kind of suit. And,
Right.
when if West had the ten of spades, it wouldn't cost.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, maybe Driver was expecting his partner to pitch the ten of spades if he had it. Brink, of course, doesn't realize that North's spades are so good. So he was thinking, if North had ace jack, like 8 fifth of spades, then I need to keep the 10. So partner can lead a low one to my 10. But we'll see if Declare finds the stepping stone in clubs, which I think he probably will.
I think you just kind of fall into it, right? You exit a spade, North wins, North plays another spade, and you have a complete readout on the South hand, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and fortunately for South, I would say, there's no guessing in the end position on this spade exit from North. Because we already know that the clubs are 4-1 between North and West's hand. South knows to keep the Queen Jack of Hearts or clubs and abandon the heart suit.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, it almost looks as if South is getting squeezed, right?
Right, but I think South knows what's going on. And, if West had the third heart, then he was getting squeezed and there was nothing he could do about it.
Yeah, exactly.
Declare pitches a club from dummy, wins the queen, and if South was squeezed, then what could he do?
Yep. All right, so Jack of Spades around to the queen, Ace of Clubs and a club, and Declare does escape for down 1.
And the other table is quite slow. We don't even have a result on board 3, the one no trump hand.
I did get a message about that where supposedly there's been a little bit of a technology issue and we might have multiple matches running currently. Let me hop outside. You stay here and I will be back in just a second to check on that.
Okay.
All right, what's actually going on? Yes, there is a second match. Okay. I will go and tell Craig.
A forcing no trump from South, not quite good enough to game force.
All right, let's hop out and go to the other table on VooGraph where we do have comparisons. So we will see you over there.
All right, I'll see you there.
Hello. Well, apparently we have some duplication in the VooGraph.
You guys are doing, there's 2 tables of this table in play. So we have a spade, 2 diamonds, showing a game force with hearts, I guess, or invitational plus with hearts. Invitational plus, I bet.
Yeah. 4 hearts by North. Happy to accept with King, Queen, 4 of trumps, despite the minimum.
And this actually is pretty trivial. The spade breaking makes it even easier, but there's just just no danger here at all. I think it's going to make 5 pretty quickly.
Yeah, 11 tricks. So it seems. the spade suit breaking, trumps breaking, no issues whatsoever for declare, and kind of the nice fit with the singleton club opposite no wastage. I do want to catch up because while we were in the other room, we didn't think that there were compares for the previous two boards 3 and 4,
All right.
but now that I'm seeing quite a few imps have been swung on them. So first on board 3, where Wibbly ended up in a no trump and kind of very nicely played through the hand to take his 9 tricks.
Wow.
The other table, Klukowski and Kalita ended up bidding a little bit too much, getting to 4 hearts. They're 4 losers off the top, 2 trumps and 2 aces, but they ended up going down an extra trick, presumably a diamond ruff. We don't get to catch up all that much. But then board 4, 12 imps going back the way of Switzerland. So their first imps of the set, and overall 12 to 13 on the segment, but Switzerland seems to be carrying some momentum. 3 no trump down 1 in this room, but in the other room, north-south, kind of as you had mentioned, North took a second call after overcalling coming into this auction and got severely punished for it. East-West were able to kind of capitalize on North's mistake and go after him, doubled for 500.
Yeah, and you'll notice. So this aggressive decision cost the side 12 imps, but on the previous board, hung open 2 clubs precision. Kalita doubled, and South with King Doubleton of clubs and a 7 count raised to 3 clubs, and that made it very difficult for East-West. East obviously had such a strong hand. He doubled again. West bid 3 hearts, and East couldn't stand it. He took it into 4 hearts. So, on balance, the aggression cost his side 4 imps, right? Because you can't isolate those 2 results.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, it's not as if like, oh, well, Hung made this bid on board 4 and he got punished, right, and therefore he cost his side 12, like as you say. It's just high volatility is the way that these guys tend to play, and that makes for exciting matches for sure, which is, I think, what everyone wants to see. So their partnership style is clearly to just put a lot of pressure on the opponents, and sometimes you go for 500 and sometimes the opponents get to a horrible spot. Yeah. Driver showing some proper cross-ref technique here on the sand, cashing all of his side suit winners before I can't get over it.
That was a really sad hand, but a very good lesson hand.
Yeah.
Most of the time, it doesn't matter that you didn't cash your ace in time, but once in a while it does.
Right.
Yep. So he's just got a claim now. Declare his hand is good. So surprised he hasn't. Now he's claiming.
Yeah, 11 tricks. And 5 boards into this set. A decent amount of action, actually. Although not much in this room. I guess the other room has been the one where a bunch of the interesting results have been coming through. Okay.
Yeah, let's see.
Is this a 2-spade opener?
I assume that white, he would have done it already.
Yeah. I think vulnerable, especially unfavorable, it's probably more prudent to pass these.
It may be a little surprising here that West didn't once again try no trump. Obviously, the shape isn't great for it, but after a diamond passes spade, you're not really happy with any of your options.
Yeah, I mean, you can pass with partner being a passed hand. You could decide to raise to 2 spades as well. So driver with his great takeout shape gets to make the double of 1 diamond. I mean, with no wasted diamond cards, I think it's kind of standout, especially with the 15 count, 16 count.
16,
but but yeah, I mean, most people look at it and say, "Don't you have to have at least 1 4-card major?"
Nope.
No.
Yeah, South might well take another call here. Bid 2 clubs, just trying to compete somewhere after partners double.
Yeah, it makes sense. So as you say, South does try 2 clubs.
Yeah, so West. Kind of interesting. Like, should this be a support double position?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either, but you know, it would be kind of useful. Yeah, I think he'll just win two spades, probably. Maybe not.
Yeah, I mean, so West does 15, but his partner wasn't able to act over the original takeout
Yeah.
double, so he knows that North-South have most of the high cards. I mean, the Singleton Club looks kind of nice, although it is the Singleton Queen, so that kind of detracts from the hand value. And the three good spades feels pretty good.
Yeah, you know your side has at least an 8 card spade fit, right?
Yeah.
Partner didn't make this on a 4 card suit.
Right. But West does decide to go quietly. Sells out to two clubs. Has to find a lead. Oftentimes, partner has bid the suit because he happens to have an honor, and that's the only honor in his hand. So maybe the ace of spades lead is what West could pick.
Also, the takeout double on his left makes the ace of spades relatively safe, right? He knows any spade honors are going to be on his left, and his right hand opponent has shortness.
Yeah.
And of course, it doesn't really help him with trick two.
Yeah, I'm kind of thinking I would like to lead a club as West. I would prefer it's not the Singleton Queen, but because I have all of the missing high cards, my partner's never getting in to play a second club. So it kind of refutes the value of trying to pull some trumps if partner can't help with that plan. He does lead the Queen of Clubs, so I was thinking we might see this, but it could look a little hopeless from Edgton's perspective.
Yeah, I think one thing that this does have going for it is, he knows that his holdings in the other three suits are pretty bad to lead from, and the club is going to be often the best lead just for rough reducing purposes. So the fact that it's the queen, to some extent, who cares?
Sure.
Say partner doesn't have a quick entry to lead a second one because we're looking at ace king the other suits, but we want the lead to come up to those ace king.
Yeah.
And if you're declaring now, I was gonna say what's your plan? I mean, exiting a spade maybe is attractive.
Yeah, I think there were a lot of options for declare. I mean, a simple one is actually just to pull trumps. Because if he scores 4 clubs, 3 hearts, and a spade, that's already 8 tricks, and that's all he needs.
Oh, right. It's only, and 2 clubs, you're right.
Yeah. So this seems somewhat attractive. It doesn't mess around. You don't have to deal with diamonds coming through if East has the spade ace. So I suspect he's just going to continue pulling trumps from here, but I guess we'll see.
Yeah, and if a diamond comes through, the 10 of diamonds dummy is going to stop the defense from running the suit at least quickly.
Right.
West diamond, I probably showed an unbalanced hand with real diamond length, right? They're playing 2+ club?
Yes. So declare does continue a third trump to the 9. I mean, we might see him take heart finesses now, because even if he gets a heart ruff, then declare will be able to ruff the 4th heart with that 4 clubs in dummy.
And he might play the small heart to the queen, and then a club back in the jack of hearts.
Sure, yeah.
If it goes queen king, that's kind of good for him because it unblocks the suit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but basically any line of play from here, it looks like it's going to come to at least 8 tricks, and I suspect maybe 9 on the actual lie of the cards.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, West is going to have to do something helpful at some point.
Yeah, West is kind of getting oddly squeezed on the clubs.
Yeah.
He can't afford to pitch a heart because that would blow up the heart suit. And pitching a spade would cut communication between the east-west hands and the spade suit. So he has to just keep pitching diamonds, and eventually Declare is going to be able to set up long diamonds.
Yeah, if he pitches a spade here, Declare can throw him in and get the king of diamonds.
Right.
Yeah, so he's, I think, coming to the realization that the position is as annoying as we were just saying.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, it looks like a heart discard might be safe at this point because South has no entry to the long heart, as long as he doesn't cover the jack of hearts with the king on the next trick. The heart suit will be blocked.
Yeah, although he can play heart to the ace spade, right? Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I think one way or another, I think the player is probably going to take 9 tricks now. Like, there's a heart, Declare can play whichever heart he wants to, across the ace of hearts, play a spade to the queen and west winds, and what do you want him to do?
Yeah, it's funny. If we switch the jack and 10 of spades, I think the defense has a recourse to this plan. But Declare effectively can either cut communication in spades by ducking around or force West to win the third round of spades.
Right, if West plays the jack of spades, you let it hold. If he plays the low one, you go up with the king.
Yeah. I mean, Edgerton's still hoping that he can beat the contract, I guess, somehow, but that seems a bit far-fetched.
Yeah, where is he taking 6 tricks at this point?
Yeah, I mean, this is 5, the king of spades is 6, the ace of hearts is 7, and
right.
It's kind of hard
also
to imagine that his partner has, like, the king of diamonds and the jack of hearts and didn't take a call earlier.
Yeah, I mean, the heart to the queen doesn't really tell him much about what's going on in the heart suit, so he's got a little reason for optimism there, but even so. Mm-hmm. Like, if nothing else, I think you can tell that he's getting strip squeezed.
Yeah.
And that'll be, and Declare only needs 1 extra trick.
Yeah, exactly. Man, if only this was like the Risinger or something, we would have so much more excitement about 2 clubs. We're fighting for the over trick in 2 clubs.
No, or the Lederer Cup.
Yeah.
So there was an event in the UK a couple of weeks ago that used hybrid Swiss victory point and border match scoring. Each board was both imped and border matched.
Yeah, which is unusual. I don't think very many places play that style of scoring, but it was very exciting to watch because, players didn't need to just consider the imp implications of their actions. They had to consider if no trump versus hearts was the right place to end up. So there's the heart discard from West. And
so I think the player now is probably going to put the jack of hearts on the table.
Yeah. And certainly West will have worked out not to cover that trick. So there's the jack of hearts. I mean, I think, maybe Edgerton still in the back of his mind is thinking the only way I can beat this is if partner has the 10 of hearts, but no, he has worked it out. So the jack of hearts holds. but now, kind of as mentioned, this position of the jack of spades actually matters. Heart to the ace, spade to the queen, West will win. And if West exits the spade jack, Declare will just let that win the trick.
Yeah, and he's going to have to do a little bit of card reading to make sure that East West are on lead, or basically that East is never on lead.
Mm-hmm.
But I think he's going to get this right.
Yeah.
And of course, West can't duck a spade to the queen because then Declare just cashes his 7 of hearts.
Mm-hmm. Well, the other table may have been more exciting to follow in this on this hand because they got all the way up to 3 clubs, north-south, and had to find a way to take 9 tricks. Declare managed.
So Declare has chosen to play a diamond off dummy here instead of a spade. So I think that is going to actually hold himself to 8 tricks, right?
Yeah, if West goes ace of spades spade here, dummy is the one that gets unplayed into leading away from that 10 of diamonds.
Yeah, in fact, this is probably better because, never mind, it's not better. Yeah, so ace of spades, low spade would not be good enough. He had to play ace of spades, jack of spades.
Yeah.
Yeah, so just
10 tricks. Is that where we're at right now? Because that's what it's looking like.
Yeah. Yeah, 1 into north-south.
Wow.
Amazing.
Yeah, 10 tricks was not what I would have guessed. But
no.
Well, once again, Edgerton still sitting here thinking, I'm trying to beat 2 clubs and hope that Declare was just going to misguess the spade position at that point. But the Singleton Queen and Brink's hand was an unwelcome surprise.
Yeah, and always a challenge defending when your partner is almost but not quite broke and trying to figure out where his little bits and pieces are.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we got quite a hand for South here.
Yeah, and South gets act first, which is always exciting, right? You don't want to have this hand in 4th seed. It's going to be at 4 spades by the time it gets to you. So I think South gets to open this a club, which can include some strong hands.
I thought that they were, one club is a little bit multi-way, but their strong hands go with 2 clubs. 2 clubs does look a little odd to American eyes. I think, most American 2/1 pairs would open 1 heart, but, who knows what their agreements are.
Yeah, although, kind of the counterpoint, South has a 3-loser hand, if we're counting losers, and some players just stick hands that have enormous playing strength into their 2 club openers.
Yeah.
So that would cover this one.
Yeah, it's always a little annoying starting the hand a level higher, but against that partner with 2 diamonds, you bid 2 hearts, he does something, you bid 3 clubs, and now you're in a much better position because a heart, a something, 3 clubs. Your clubs could just be anything, including a singleton.
Right. Yeah, well, I remember Michael and I were talking about that sort of convention the other day, like a heart of spade or a heart of no trump 3 clubs for non-Gazilli partnerships. That frequently is just some sort of artificial game force that could contain a whole variety of hand types.
Yeah, you could have anywhere from a 7-5 monster to 7x2 with a Doubleton club.
Right. So 2 clubs, 2 hearts by north. I'm guessing it shows spades, but maybe they're playing some other variation of. I actually don't have their card. Do you have their card?
I do, but I don't think it's. Here we go. So, yeah, So it says any game forcing hand, but their response is um, it says what their two diamond bid is, says what their two spade bid is, says what their two no trump bid, and their three club and three diamond bids. Two hearts is not on their card unless I'm missing something. Oh, I'm sorry. Two hearts equals five of one major, short in the other.
Mm-hmm.
Doubleton on both in the other. So I guess South could have asked, but of course he knew.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of what it sounded like. Well, I assumed it was spades, but that is
if I'm reading it right,
like.
it's actually either major.
Mm-hmm. So Whibley needs to get off to. It's not going to matter what Whibley leads. Declare is just going to pull trumps across to the spade ace, maybe try and pick off the club suit, but we'll end up with 11 tricks, the same 11 taken the other table. The six of hearts lead does allow Declare to make 12 tricks.
Yeah.
Yeah,
if you can run it and run the jack of clubs.
Yes. Gives him the extra entry. But that is not a realistic line.
There would be some questions if North adopted that line of play.
I think from all three other players at the table. Yes.
Yeah, so what's the technical play here? Draw trumps and play ace of clubs, low club?
Well, you're only in 4. So if you're...
Right, but you still want to take max tricks.
Yeah, so I mean, in that case, it's ace king of clubs, I'm sure.
Even though you pick up queen 10 4th and east by playing ace low? Oh, because queen of clubs sing doubleton is more likely?
Yeah, like you may as well just like try and take 12 the normal way.
Yeah, I guess in 5 you do need to safety play.
Right.
Yeah, and of course, once West follows, he knows he's taking at least 11 tricks.
Yep. Yeah, so queen of clubs doesn't drop. We will see the claim, push forward. A little bit of action, but currently the set is 13 all, and we're about halfway through.
Brink picking up another 7-card major.
Yeah, this one not quite as good as the last hand. He doesn't have a side 4-card ace king 4th, but it's still a pretty nice hand.
I think there's a decent chance that the auction will be at 4 hearts by the time it gets to him.
It does look as if Edgton might open 2 hearts. I think you're right about that, and then East could definitely find a 4-heart raise. Brink is still going to bid 4 spades. He's
absolutely
not upset to give that contract a try.
Yeah, and since Dummy has plenty of entries, he will not lose a trick to the singleton queen offside.
Yeah, well, more importantly, he has 9 spades between them. Because if North had Jack Doubleton of spades, then, the technical play in the spade suit is to take the first round finesse against
Queen
fourth
onside.
Yeah. But with the 9-card spade suit, he can afford to cash the ace before deciding what he wants to do, if he thinks that the heart split is so bad that spades are likely to be 3-1.
Yeah, of course, he potentially would lose a trump trick if West had a spade void, but that's obviously quite against the odds.
Right.
So 3 diamonds looks like a lead directing raise to 3 hearts.
Yeah. And
I don't know if it is, but that's certainly what it looks like. So if you're South, how many spades do you like? I think 3 spades is plenty. Yeah, but I guess he was certainly wanted to take a moment to give this a good long look.
Yeah, I will clarify on the 3 diamond bid. It's technically just supposed to be 5 or more diamonds and natural. It says nothing about hearts, but I'm sure, especially if people are familiar with playing against this partnership, that like systemically, it makes sense for three diamonds to just be like almost anything.
I think it's just for doing natural non-forcing. The guy can have 9-8 with the hearts.
Yeah, exactly. We've seen that earlier today. So,
yeah, no, there's like if you're playing this pair's week 2 style, you absolutely need to be able to have responder bid his own suit and rescue you.
Right. So this explains why West has raised to 4 diamonds here. He thinks that East has a real diamond suit, and with his singleton spade, he's hoping they might have a good save.
Yeah, in fact, they do, right? It just happens to be 5 hearts.
Right. Yeah, it's not cheap. It's 300, but they could get away with it.
Can they get up 500 if they lead trumps? Because North can lead a trump at trick 1 and does have 2 club entries to lead more trumps, which would hold West to 1 rough.
Nope, I see it. North gets squeezed in the minors.
Squeezed in the minors,
yeah. Almost.
Right, because if they're doing that, they can't be knocking the diamonds at a dummy.
Right, yeah. All right, so East scam has been exposed over the double of 4 diamonds. Driver's sitting there contemplating, like I do only have Jack 9 4th. I'm sure they're in a 9-card diamond fit, but I have the ace can clubs. We don't have a spade fit. Like, I guess I'll double. East had 4 hearts already out on the tray before the double hit.
Wow. So we'll have to take a look at the play record, but in the other room, they failed to make 4 spades.
I don't think Declare is going to have that trouble in this room, because with East having so many cards in the red suits, it's very unlikely that Declare needs to take a first round spade finesse.
Oh, yeah. So for the spectators who haven't looked, the play went diamond, diamond, third round of diamonds, and South was worried about West having a rough, so he roughed high and took a spade finesse, which seems... Is that right?
Yep. Yeah, well, the ace of hearts got cashed at trick 1, and then 3 rounds of diamonds.
Yeah, actually didn't look past the third diamond rough of the ace. That seems a little contradictory, though, doesn't it? You know, if you rough with the ace, you're sort of deciding that West doesn't have the queen of spades, and then he second-guessed himself by taking the finesse?
Well, no. I mean, he's just playing East for the spade queen, and it's always safe to rough with the ace.
And when he says the spade queen, then it doesn't matter what you're rough with?
Yeah, like, unless spades are 4, whatever. I think you're, like, technically right. You should probably rough with the 10. But...
I see. So Klukovsky actually made a really great play. So the Poles' lead agreements are second and fourth low from doubletons, I'm almost positive, including mid-hand. So he led the 5 of diamonds and followed with the 7, making it look like he had a doubleton, kind of, you know, giving Declare this losing option.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, whereas at this table, I mean, for one thing, Edgerton led a diamond, kind of following his partner's signal with the 3 diamond bid over there. So they just don't have any chance to get that same defense going. Brink will be kind of easily making 4 spades from here. He's going to cash the spade ace, and if the queen hadn't popped, he might have thought for a while, but now that it does, the hand will be over.
Yeah, it's interesting. So at this table, maybe... So... if West had led a high diamond to try to put aside, like just hypothetically, which I realize is impossible, to try to put aside in the same position, Brink would know 100% that someone was jobbing him, but I'm not sure he would. Probably he would know his East because West raised to four diamonds.
Yep.
On a doubleton would be pretty unusual, but he would have something to think about. Like he would absolutely know that someone wasn't telling the truth, but he couldn't be sure who.
Yeah, I think 90% of the time it's going to be the guy who has the big trump fit with his partner's opening major suit.
Right. Yeah, no, that's true because he revealed it when he went four hearts. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so once again, the match is going to be within a couple of imps with this swing going to Switzerland.
Yeah.
These will be now a 10 imp match, or a 5 imp match rather, with the 10 imp swing.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah, so halfway through the set, we got 7 more boards to go.
So it's Wibbly's turn to have a 7-bagger.
Right, and I guess you could make an argument that this might even be weaker than Brink's last 7-card suit. They've just been getting decreasing in value, depending on how you look at Ace King Jack 7th as opposed to Ace King 10 9 8 7th.
Yeah, well, this is going to be kind of a disappointment for East, who is going to think that his hand is pretty great for 3 no trump. You know, you sort of start 8 tricks in your hand. But, of course, with South having Queen 10-3 of clubs, he's not going to be able to run those. I mean, still, the defense has to be a little bit careful because they have to... Well, yeah, the defense is going to have to make sure... Like, if South leads a high diamond and doesn't unblock them while he still has his club entry, declare can actually make 3 no trump.
Yeah, I do suspect that...
Of course, you can just lead the Queen of Spades at some point.
Yeah, they'll probably end up setting up a spade trick somehow, but how is the auction going to turn out after the 2-spade opener from North?
Yeah, it's interesting. So I was thinking that probably a very likely continuation was 2-0 Lebensol by West, 3-0 by East.
Sure, yeah.
Although if you're going to do that, you might as well just overcall 3 no trump.
Yeah, I was wondering if Brink was going to take a call over this double, because, I mean, Brink has a really good hand. He has 13.
Yeah, but he has, a soft 13 opposite his partner's known weak 2 style. Wow, so West actually passes, despite how it worked out last time.
Don't worry. He's learned from the previous mistake that now he's not going to give Dummy any extra entries that he doesn't deserve.
Yeah, and of course, Ace Queen 9 8 6 was not good enough to beat 2 spades doubled, but Jack 10 6 5 deuce here is.
Right. Wibbly has a little bit of a better takeout double this time than he did on his previous 9 count. But yeah, so I imagine he'll lead a high club. And
yeah, so in 2 clubs, West pitches a heart. Now West can rough a heart, and that'll be that.
You say it as if the defense is just going to go ace of clubs, king of clubs, a low heart to the king, heart to the ace, heart rush.
No, they don't even have to, though, right? I mean, West will play the 3 of hearts encouraging, East plays ace in another, and he still has the ace of spades entry.
Yeah, but is it so clear that East has to cash the king of clubs at trick 2? Like, what if West has the doubleton? I think East might be able to overcome this difficulty if he goes high club, ace of hearts, West can discourage, and then it'll go king of clubs, heart. All right, East tries the ace of spades, sometimes a good thing to do against doubled part scores, full trumps.
It's going to be a little hard for West to card accurately because he's not going to realize that North is overruffing a club.
Right. Yeah, but East will, and that's why East is never going to play a third round of clubs. There's no way this makes, right? I just want to deja vu this in case.
I mean, weirdly, even though the Trump holding is much worse East-West, I think this one is much harder to let through than the other one. Like, the other one, you can see how it happened. You know? This one, it's really hard to see how it's possible for Declare to make.
What if a club goes away?
I mean, 4 diamonds are going to stand up. That's a good start for Declare.
Yeah, I think Wibbly does need to cash 2 clubs. Okay, well...
I see, so... Yeah, and again, like, Declare has to figure out what's going on here. He's... Obviously, he knows what West trumps are, but he knows very little about the rest of the shape of the deal.
Oh, boy. This feels pretty bad, I think, for the defense. So if Declare runs 4 diamonds now...
Yeah, but that's hard, though, right? Declare's missing the 9, so the 10 could just be a normal card from 10-9 4th or something.
But what's the alternative? I mean, we know West is roughing... If West roughs in on a diamond, they're roughing in with a natural trump trick that they were going to get anyway. And it's not like we want to really be exiting clubs or going after hearts ourselves. So I think we can just cash 3 diamonds and see if the suit splits at the very least. And when East shows out, like, you know, we know that East started with singleton ace of spades.
Yeah, so pitch a club on that. And then, I don't even know, but yeah, that'll give Declare at least 7 tricks, right? Because he'll have 4 diamonds, the king, queen of spades is 6, and be able to certainly score 1 trick with the 9, 8, 7 of spades.
Right.
You know, just like play a club through West, and, you know, if West splits, that's fine. If he doesn't, that's fine too.
Yeah. And after 4 diamonds, Declare can go after hearts, hoping to set up a heart trick. Now, at that point, East-West will be able to cash the ace-king of hearts and the ace-king of clubs. I think they can still get at a trick, even after this diamond switch. And I think they probably will.
Yeah, and they might need to get that heart rough.
They do, yes.
Yeah.
But like West almost gets end played into getting the heart rough.
Yeah. Oh, and actually, right. So cash 4 diamonds, ending in dummy. Exit a hard. I mean, does West need to go over the king of hearts at that point though to make sure that everything is untangled?
Okay, fair point. This is like the 3rd time today we've seen this position. Like West doesn't. East could win the ace of hearts and then play a heart to East West king, and then a club comes through for the ace king to pitch the heart and then a heart rough. But yeah, they will have a little bit of work to do. It's not as if it's just automatic to beat the contract from there.
Yeah, you know, I had told myself before the day started that I was going to look for interesting hands to give to one of the bulletin editors who I'm friends with, you know, because they're always looking for content, and of course completely forgot, but like this might be an interesting one.
Yeah, certainly for defensive carding and signaling. This feels like a difficult hand for East-West to get right at any level. But we'll see if Edgton and Wibbly are up to the task. I mean, I think they will be, especially with Edgton seeing now that his partner has no values in diamonds, he'll know about partner's heart ace. He should be able to work out to fly king of hearts on the first round, which will make the defense very easy.
Yeah, the one thing that has, I guess it won't really matter because his options are going to be so restricted, but West right now must be convinced that East doesn't have the ace king of clubs, right? East didn't lead him a trick one, he didn't lead him a trick two.
That's true.
And I think, and there's room for North to have one of them.
Yeah.
Give East, he doesn't even need it, but give East the jack of hearts, and then there's very much room for North to have the ace or king of clubs.
Yeah, but my God, what is East's hand for the takeout double? It's stiff ace of spades. Like, East has to have a hand that was too good to overcall 3 clubs, right? But the only high cards that are out are the ace of hearts and the ace king jack of clubs.
Right, like how about stiff ace, ace jack fourth, too little, ace king, ace jack six.
Is that really a double?
It's a 14 count with, it's probably a 3 club bid, but like one way or another, West knows that East has an abnormal takeout double.
Yeah.
And maybe he should work it out, or maybe he has enough information to work it out. When my partners don't lead the ace king of clubs, it's because they don't have them.
Ace from ace king is the best lead in bridge.
And it is, the spade lead at trick one is kind of standard in these positions, although a little risky here because Declare, when Declare is known to have a lot of length and a shortness in dummy, maybe you keep the ace hoping Declare just plays a spade to an honor and your singleton ace actually captures something valuable.
Sure, yeah. Whoo, boy. Well, I will have you know that no matter what the result is on this board, we're going to have a new leader after this one. Switzerland bid and made 3 no trump in the other room.
I think it's a little bit hard to entangle. If you hold yourself to 3 diamond tricks, you can still set up a spade to beat it, but it's not it's trivial double dummy. It's not trivial single dummy.
Yeah. The defense at the other table didn't really have much of a chance to go right.
Yeah. After a heart lead, they did, they did compress the diamonds, and that was that.
Yep. So 3 rounds of diamonds, East showing out, so Declare knows it's going to be safe to cash the king of diamonds. Or the ace of diamonds now.
Yeah, and Declare obviously, basically a trick 1 was 100% short spades for 5-1.
Yep.
Between the opening lead and the pass of the double.
Yeah, so there goes the club. And now Declare leads a heart. So we'll see what Edgton does. I suspect they're going to do the right thing even if Edgton doesn't fly king of hearts on this trick. But it's a little bit more difficult, of course.
So if he doesn't, Wibbly has to return a heart first, and then West has to put East in with a club, I think. I think they do probably have to do this in the right order.
Okay, hold on. It's been one of these days. Are we sure this actually isn't just cold now? Because,
No, I think, no, they can't make it, actually, because... Oh, is the North has pitched a club? Yeah. Huh. Well,
I thought this was just cold after the diamond switch, and I was second guessing myself for a while, but now I'm back to thinking that Claire might just have 8 tricks.
So let's see. What if he plays a club now? What's the defense's best counter? He's on the board, so he plays a club. East can win the jack and play another high club with West pitching a heart.
Yeah, but I think that's good enough to let Declare make, because Declare will ruff the seven of spades, cross to the spade queen, and lead another club, and eventually score two more suit trumps.
Right, if West splits, he can just pitch, and if he doesn't, he can rough in low.
Yeah, and if East never plays a second club. So I think you're right. Exiting the queen of clubs, for example, right now would put the defenders in an impossible position.
With East having all three clubs, dummies clubs are equivalent for exiting purposes, but the queen is, kind of caters to West having singleton jack.
Yeah, so this, I would say fortunately for Hans, it looks like this is going to be a disaster at both tables. Maybe Edgerton will learn after this to never sit partners take out doubles of two spades.
Well, it's interesting. So we were talking earlier about, collecting penalties. I gave you this hand from my match where I went minus 670 because an aggressive pair did something I thought I could beat, and it turned out I couldn't. But, if you beat some of them, you're not really giving anything away. So, like both times, he had a reasonable chance to beat it. The defense was hard, but, your imp expectancy is pretty, obviously, no one likes bringing back 470s, but your imp expectancy, even when they make some of them, is pretty good.
Yeah.
As long as you beat more than you let through, you're not giving that much away. And if you beat a decent number more than you let through, you're just collecting a ton of imps, even with the occasional loss.
Oh, yeah, for sure. But I think if Edgerton was somehow presented the opportunity to say, you could play in a thin 3 no trump that the defense will have to be careful to beat on your cards, or you could play in a thin 2 spades that you will have to be careful to beat, right. He would take the 3 no trump all day.
Of course. Right. You can defend a thin, you can defend 2 spades doubled when the opponents are white and you have to struggle to get 100. Yes.
Yeah.
No one would take that proposition.
Right. But that's basically what this hand came down to. Obviously, Edgerton didn't realize when his partner made the takeout double that he was just looking at 8 or 9 tricks in his own hand and no trump. But that is ultimately what ended up happening. To win these imp matches, you really need to some extent, get lucky that the positions you end up being kind of shortchanged for and you have to work towards are the ones that pay off the largest rewards. And this, unfortunately, is a position where the reward is very small if he does beat 2 spades, whereas at the other table, Kalita ending up in 3 no trump, the reward is huge if the defense makes 1 slip up.
Yes, I'm curious. What's your style here as East? I think over 2 spades, I would probably just bid 3 no trump. I don't like going through the double with this shape.
I think I would double.
It would work out really badly.
Yeah, I think I would double. But I totally understand. Honestly, any other alternative action, 3 clubs, I would understand. 3 no, I would understand. 2 no trump, I would probably find new teammates. But yeah, something like that. He exits the 8 of clubs.
So if you double and partner bids the somewhat expected Lebensal 2 no trump, what's your plan?
You're just going to bid
3 no?
Yeah.
I guess that does give him the option to correct if he has a 6-card hard suit where 2 spades, 3 no basically tells partner to shut up and put down the dummy.
Yeah.
Seems reasonable.
Well, it looks like Driver's done it. So we will see 470 on the cards, and that's going to be working out the umps 14. Or is it 15?
It feels like more than 15, but I think it is 15.
Okay.
So 470, 600, 1070. I think is 15, although I don't know. Bridge imp scale. I really should just always have this at my disposal because I do not know these imps offhand. It's actually only 14. Although if you're sitting there east-west going minus 470 for the second time, it's going to feel like a lot more.
Oh, God. Now I'm second-guessing myself again. This low heart from east over to west hand. I mean, certainly Edgerton has to put a low spade on the table. Does this change anything? Because it might be the case now that
I think declare is okay, so he'll play a club, right?
so if he plays a club and West pitches a heart, declare gets to rough, but then on the heart exit, East wins and gives his partner heart rough. I think they beat it.
Yeah, what if declare plays a heart now?
Then East gets to win and play a club once again, and West pitches a heart again.
Yeah, so I guess this is down one at this point.
Yeah. Oh my God. This has been a roller coaster of a hand to work on analysis.
Yeah, of course. Poor East West are gonna, they're gonna think they have a good result since you can't make 3-0 Trump, but they're gonna lose 12 imps.
Yeah. Yeah. So Edgerton's last good piece of work here, pitching a heart. Declare gets to rough and exit the Jack of Hearts, but as long as Wibbly continues his good work of giving partner heart rough, he does have a full count on the hand. I think he's already worked this out by the time he led that low heart to partner's king. So yeah, he instantly continues a heart, partner roughs with the 5 of spades, and eventually will score one trick for one down. Still, with 600 in the other room, this is going to be 11 imps going to Switzerland, and they're ahead by 6. 6 boards to go in this set. But man, after that first opening board, and of course board 3, where Kalita Klukovsky in the other room got a little bit overboard, reaching the heart game, it's just been all Switzerland. 3 10+ imp swings, and they've retaken the lead in the match.
Yeah, and I think the one on board 4, they just live and die with that style. But I think the swings on 8 and 9, they're probably going to be kicking themselves for a while afterwards if they don't win this match.
Certainly. So South opens 2 diamonds here. Weak with diamonds. Unusual.
Quite unusual for a European pair.
Yes. And North has a pretty good hand. 19.
Yeah, so if you're sitting there South, obviously your diamond suit is horrible, but when partner bids 2 spades, are you tempted to splinter?
That's a fair question. I think most pairs would essentially outlaw 4-card majors from their 2 diamond opener. And
right.
Therefore, South kind of has the maximum spade length. I think I would prefer if I had honor 3rd of spades for that type of bid.
Yeah, and I would prefer ace-6 of diamonds, king 3rd of clubs.
That would, yes, certainly that as well. But I think I would be happy to do it if I was ace, king, jack, 6th of diamonds, and the same hand. Then now I have the source of tricks. Partner's two spade bid, my splinter is effectively a slam try, and I'm basically maximum in terms of slam potential. But no, North decides to go a different route. I was kind of wondering if he might try this instead of 2 spades, going through 2-0.
Yeah, well, he has to because 2 spades would be non-forcing. I just took a look.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Yeah, so over this, 2 hearts is a relay, 2 spades and 3 clubs are non-forcing natural, and 2-0 says asking, which could mean anything, but I'm guessing it's some kind of bogus bid.
Yeah, so South is saying bad suit, good hand, if this is kind of some sort of standard August type response.
Yeah, I don't generally play August because my weak 2 style is fairly constructive, so you don't really need it. Obviously, if you play a pretty wide open style, as both pairs at this table do, you really need a way to distinguish your good hands from your bad ones.
Yeah, Al Hollander kind of clarifying a little bit. So Tuno was asking about like this. It's basically August-like, but 3 diamonds was some sort of modified response, showing a minimum. Presumably that means maybe 3 clubs could show a 5-card suit even at these colors, or maybe something else is going on.
Yeah.
But 3 spades by North, South will definitely be able to find a raise.
Yeah, well, in fact, he finds a cubit, quite reasonably in his hand. Since he got to show a minimum already, now he's very comfortable showing a slam try.
Yep.
So we'll see whether North does decide to try 4 diamonds, even knowing South is minimum.
It seems unlikely. I mean,
yeah.
South clearly has the club ace and the diamond king, but despite having all of those cards, North still has a lot of losers in the majors.
I mean, South might not even need the diamond king, right?
For the 4-club Cupid?
Because again, he could have the king of spades instead of...
Okay, sure. Yes. He might have preempted on 6 small diamonds and the king of spades, ace of clubs, but...
I mean, king third, singleton, queen six, ace third. Isn't that totally consistent?
You think that hand would show minimum?
With a weak suit, maybe. I'm not sure how those guys handle it, right? But, I would... If partner wants my diamonds to be a source of tricks and I turned out to have, like, queen 9-6 or queen 8-6 and swords is looking at the 9,
Yeah, well, Wibbly, understandably, had no idea what was hitting in dummy and decides to try heart, figuring the unbid major might help his side out. Unfortunately, it's just going to help declare.
I see. So Hollander is suggesting that 4 clubs may not have been a cubit. It may just have been a better hand than raising spades directly.
He told you not to quote him.
I paraphrased him.
Yeah, it's very possible that 4 clubs is something else. I think cubit makes sense, but it's hard to know without knowledge of their agreements.
Yeah, very.
Other table took 11 tricks, which seems like a reasonable number, especially on a heart lead. Declare gets to rough a couple of hearts in South's hand, eventually losing a club and a spade.
Yeah, definitely. You get an idea of just how much work these pairs put in. That, if Al is correct about this 4-club bid, that North-South have, developed this kind of, esoteric method in a somewhat rare auction, right? That probably doesn't come up a lot. But, like these guys, they're basically they have one job, and it's to play 3 NABCs in a world championship a year, and the entire rest of it is working stuff like this out.
Mm-hmm. Well, Driver has done a little bit better than the line that I was proposing. The simple plan of roughing some hearts, he decides to pull trumps, and with the king of spades on side, spades breaking and diamonds breaking, he's going to set up the long diamond suit, and should be scoring a beer on this one, in fact.
Yeah, so the defense... yeah, I guess that's right. So the defense, if they had started a club, would have gotten a head start on getting that entry. Had a dummy?
Oh, yeah, no, I mean, a club would have been a monstrously more effective lead, but yeah. I can't really blame East for trying the heart.
Yeah, it's not like a club lead beats it. It just does better.
Other table on this board did bid up to 4 spades and made 12 tricks. I mean, we can count them. 7 spades and 5 clubs with both suits breaking. I suspect that if East-West find their way into a slam, North-South will be able to cash out both their aces.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's going to be basically impossible for North-South to get too high after South opens the bidding, or for East-West to get too high after South opens the bidding.
Yeah, so South does get to open a diamond if he chooses. Systemically showing 5 diamonds, I think.
Interesting. So, Mexstreth, wonder what's going on there that he's unable to play the final segment.
Yeah, that's in one of the other matches, the Goodman-Wolfson match, which is fairly close. Could be a blow to the Wolfson team if Mexstreth does indeed have to sit out.
Yeah, certainly wish him the best and hope everything is all right.
So is Declarer going to make 13 tricks on this lead? He might.
Yeah, I think that's certainly a live possibility.
Like, to beat 4 spades, I don't think Brink can afford to go ace of diamonds here. He's looking at, well, the king of spades and dummy, which probably fills in the spade suit, the ace queen of clubs, where he doesn't have the king. I mean, maybe on a good day, hearts are 4-trip-3 around the table, and you can go king, ace of diamonds, king, queen of hearts, ace of hearts. But realistically, I think sticking in the 10 of diamonds is...
Yeah, he knows West has more than 1 diamond, but he also knows that if West does have this kind of club holding, that 5 club tricks are running, North never took a call, so he doesn't, North did make a card showing double, so his high cards are going to be somewhat limited.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, say against that, it's difficult to see a beat if you win the ace of clubs unless West somehow has 3 little hearts, but why shouldn't he,
Maybe the best way to try and beat this is if West has queen third of diamonds. You go ace of diamonds, diamond, hoping to give your partner a ruff and get in with the heart king for another diamond ruff. That actually seems like a pretty sensible play. Ha! I got there before Brink did. Let's see it. 10 of diamonds back. Okay,
nope.
Never mind. Well, queen of hearts, king of hearts, and...
the easy layout of just cashing a bunch of heart tricks. And also, I think if North had a diamond ruff, he would have signaled it on the queen of hearts.
That's true, although that would have maybe cost them the set, because now South might not have another heart entry.
Right.
But Switzerland does get an imp. Well done by Brink to cash out. He was probably told, hey, going into this set, we're down by 10, every imp matters, you gotta play for all of those over tricks. And he will be pleased to see how things have turned out. 4 boards to play in this room.
Yeah, this really is really just all Switzerland after the opening couple of boards.
Yeah.
Just say you're talking earlier about over tricks mattering in here. They picked up 4 imps and over tricks to 0, and it's significant in a 9-imp match.
Absolutely. And so I think we're going to see a push on this board. West gets to open a spade or a no trump. No, they play a variable range no trump for seat favorable. So West gets to open a spade. East bids 2-no.
And this one looks a little extreme as a no trump opening with such concentrated suits and no rebid problem.
Mm-hmm. So East
2-no plus.
East 2-no bid, I mean, according to their card, is game forcing with 4 spades.
Sure.
That's kind of how I feel about the 8 count. I mean, it looks like a mixed raise to me, but...
Yeah. I think an aggressive limit raise fine. There's no way that card is accurate saying this is the game force. I mean, I shouldn't say that. I think it's very unlikely.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's more likely that they, and also keep in mind the card we're looking at is not this partnership's card, right? It's West card with a different partner.
Yeah. Well, I will blame Edgton for this result because he's the one who failed to find double dummy by opening a spade. Par is 4 spades in the East making,
Right.
with North having no entry. And I do suspect Driver is going to have an easy time putting the Queen of Hearts on the table at trick 1 with that 9 of Hearts pip being an important spot card.
Yep, so this will be down before West gets the lead. West still, South will win the Ace of Hearts, cash a couple of clubs, and play a heart to his partner's Jack.
Yeah.
And that'll be a push, presumably, on exactly the same line of defense. Yep.
Yeah, so 3 boards to go after this contract quietly sails down a trick. What do we think about the border match decision to go win the Ace of Hearts and put a diamond on the table South? No way, right?
That would be a pretty amazing match point play. and a very insulting one.
Yeah, I also don't think it's going to happen. King of clubs, North is going to give a count signal on this trick. Looks like the 3 clubs upside down count. Ace of clubs, and now a heart back.
Yeah, here the count doesn't really matter, but it's very important to stay in good habits on cash out hands like this.
Mm-hmm. 10 of hearts, good play, just in case South needs to retain the lead for example, diamond through, or to give his partner club rough, for example.
Yeah, I think if North needed a diamond, he would have played the 9 of hearts under the 10, so South knows the hand's over. He also knows it's declare claimed.
Yeah. Good technique on defense by North-South, and they push the board. So, North picks up a 12 count over here. Gets to open a club. I don't think Wibbly is going to try to take out double. I mean, we've seen some of these takeout doubles earlier in the match, but they were on better hands than this one with 4 triple 3.
Yeah, so North-South have the 9-card heart fit, but even without looking at the heartbreak, I think if you're North-South, you'd rather be in 3-no than 4 hearts, right? Maybe not.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, it's somewhat close to being a good game to end up in. On the surface, you only have 3 losers if things split normally, and the spade ace is on side.
Yeah, like that's a parlay, right? 3-no kind of only needs the clubs 3-3.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
And if they're not, the spade on side or some luck and hearts might save you anyway.
Yeah, for sure. So maybe North-South will find their heart fit and decide that 3-no trump might be a little bit better. I mean, South more than North, I think, would be interested in 3-no with all these kings and queens.
Yeah, like South has the kind of hand where sometimes you don't even give partner the choice.
Sure.
Like, if you made his small spade a small club 4 triple 3, he might just bet a club past 3-no trump.
Yeah, it's possible. Other table does reach 4 hearts and goes down 2 in that contract. Probably thanks to the poor trump split and the spade ace being offside.
Yeah. And 3-0 if clubs don't split, but the spade is on side. You might take 4 clubs and 2 diamonds and 2 hearts and a spade,
Hmm.
depending on the defensive timing. And you would need the diamonds to break because you can't afford long losers there. But you've got 2 ways to win where hearts really everything needs to go your way.
Yeah. So to get caught up with the auction, I mean, they play some sort of relay system over a club of no trump, but a no trump started a game forcing a relay as South, and now North is kind of relaying to get information, basically.
Yeah, I think a club past a diamond would have just been an artificial negative, and a heart and a spade would have been other artificial things. Is that right?
They might be positive with those suits, but denying a game force.
Yes, you are correct. It says 1 heart, 1 spade, natural, and can include longer diamonds.
Hmm. Well, I guess we're about to find out.
Well, and this with clubs 3-3 is going to be trivial. So yet another giant swing to Switzerland.
Yeah.
I don't know what these bids mean, but whatever's going on with the North South auction, this is really well judged by Brink and Driver.
As it generally tends to be. I mean, these guys, like specifically Brink and Driver for this partnership, seem to do a really good job of getting to the best contracts for the Switzerland team. I've always been impressed with just like how often they get to 3-0 or 4 of a major or 6 of a minor or something when it's just like barely the right spot to be in, and then they play the cards really well and make their contract. So Edgerton getting off to a diamond lead.
Yeah, these days when you look at the late rounds of these national knockouts, everyone, just about everyone is an established partnership of long-standing because there's, whatever you're playing, even like the platinum pairs where a lot of people pick up partners, you can get away with not having great methods. These events you just can't. Like the best pairs are going to be like this north-south where they have the tools to find a 4-4 fit and still offer a choice of games. Where in the other room, presumably they were just kind of trapped into a hard auction.
Right. So how easy is this again? Let's just walk me through it, because the defense has 3 top tricks that they can take.
Right, but clubs are 3-3, so you take, if they duck the diamond, you play another diamond at them, and I see, yeah, Claire doesn't know they're splitting, but, he'll play on clubs, they'll split, and eventually just knock out a diamond.
Yeah.
You need to make 3 pitches from South, but you can afford for them to be 2 hearts and a spade.
Mm-hmm.
And if clubs don't split, this would be a much harder hand. I think the Claire would still have chances, but here, he's just going to run his clubs and claim.
I really like the Jack of Diamonds at Trick 1.
Yeah.
I was going to mention that I thought Brink might try this, because this makes it so hard for East to duck the Ace of Diamonds.
Yeah, exactly. And, of course, like, as it should, right? If South had King empty third of diamonds, he would play the Jack.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so East is going to know that West only has a 5-card diamond suit, but, certainly has nothing else to look for.
Right. So there is the diamond return, confirming count in the suit, the 6 of diamonds high from the remaining doubleton.
8 of diamonds high from the remaining 4.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure, but I would guess that East-West no declares major suit shape.
I think so as well. I believe South was the one Oh, South is
I think
declaring. I think South was asking questions.
I thought we had seen earlier that one no showed 4-4 in the majors.
Oh my God, maybe it did. I think it's just a game forcing relay, but
I'm trying to find it. Oh, yeah, it's hard to tell because they use slashes as dividers a lot, and I can't tell when a slash is starting a new sequence and when it's like a continuation. But I think one no is just game forcing balanced.
got it. So, I mean, Declare is going to be thrilled. The clubs have broken, so he now does have his 9 tricks in the bag.
Yeah, and he can come to the King of Hearts, cash the Queen of Diamonds, cross back to the Ace of Hearts, and try to generate a spade trick for an over trick.
Yeah, yep. Which will fail, but he's going to be quite pleased and probably expecting to win a nice swing on this board, especially when he finds out the hearts are 4-1.
Yeah, I mean, obviously a somewhat lucky 13 imps, but also a very well deserved 13 imps.
Yeah. Match is still within Han's reach, though. I mean, obviously, they were playing kind of neck and neck against Zimmerman when Zimmerman and Moulton were in earlier. They will not have that privilege later in the match. In the fourth quarter, we're going to see the same pairs sitting up against each other. But Hans has demonstrated that they can definitely generate some plus positions.
Yeah, and we've got some score updates, as Al points out, while they're playing these last couple of tricks out. Nickel is far enough ahead that Simpson may withdraw. It went from a 24 match to 85.
Wow.
Here's down 42 to Bathurst. They've now lost all 3 quarters. Goodman is 13 over Wolfson, and Wolfson is going to be handicapped by not having Mextra available. I'm not sure how they'll line up. So maybe maybe Garner will play a set with Berkowitz, to let Wolfson continue to sit out, or maybe the Wolfson Garner will just come in.
All right. Second to last board of the set, Switzerland up by 22. 13 count over there in Wibley's seat. I think this is a little too heavy for their 1-no opener, so he opens the diamond.
Are they, what's their no trump non-vulnerable?
I think 10 to 12 first seat, but don't quote me on that.
I think no. So again, this is the hung card, but I think this says they're 14 plus to 17 always. I think you may be thinking of the North-South pair here that was playing 9 to 14 no trump in some seats.
9 to 14, yeah. That's actually just an awesome convention.
And we do have 2 matches that are extremely close. Hammond stuck 31 at halftime, is now +1 against Almoils.
Yeah.
And Rosenthal was +21 against Rombo and is now -7. So we've got definitely some excitement going on in some parts of this bracket.
Yeah, well, we have a lot of excitement going on this board already because West started out a diamond, a heart, 2 hearts. And I don't actually know what 2 hearts was. Presumably it showed spades.
Yeah, I think 2 hearts was a transfer, probably any strength. 2 spades just says balance minimum, do what you want. West could have had just, a negative free bid, right?
Yeah. Now, East-West do make a slam in either spades or diamonds. 6 diamonds is, of course, the better one. And as I say that, lo and behold, Kalita and Klukowski for the Switzerland team do find their way into 6 diamonds in the other room and make it.
Yeah, I think this East-West pair will get there too, right? West is now showing a good hand. East will do whatever he does. probably 3-0 trump, for lack of anything better to do. Nope, three spades. West will set trumps with four diamonds, forcing, and one way or another, they'll be off to the races.
I wonder if they can play in diamonds anymore.
I would have thought after, if East had chosen 3-0 trump, West four diamonds would set trumps. Here, I think if West bids four diamonds, I see you mean because it sounds like four diamonds might be a cubit for spades.
Yeah, I don't know their methods, so it's kind of hard to speculate. Obviously, West was kind of backed into this unfortunate space-consuming three-heart bid systemically because that was his only way to force.
Yeah, and unfortunately, with West not having the king of spades, if he asks for key cards and it is for spades, then his partner's two response won't quite tell him what he needs to know, but I think it'll still tell him enough. King of spades, one minor suit ace has still got to be good enough for a slam.
Yeah.
And then West can offer six diamonds as a choice, and he'll be thrilled to take it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it looks like West is bidding key card and spades, so let's see if he does have the availability of getting back to diamonds after this. Five hearts, as you say, two without the trump queen.
Yeah, and West doesn't care which two, because the king of spades is an important card in either contract.
Yep. But, being off a key card and the queen of trumps, especially in what's likely to be an 8-card trump fit, you wouldn't want to be in six spades.
No, but he knows that he does want to be in six diamonds.
Yes. He hasn't found out about the Heart King, but obviously you can only do so much, right? All right, there's six diamonds.
Yeah, and when partner doesn't have the Heart King, he could have the Club King, and then it just goes away.
Mm-hmm.
Or South might just lead a club, and when partner has King of Spades, no King of Hearts, Ace, Queen of Clubs, then it goes away that way.
Yeah, so here's where good partnership discussion would be very helpful. And I'm sure these guys have talked about some of these positions, but as a newer partnership, a lot of the times you make kind of fast rules on this bid is always this bid is always this. And a lot of players would say if spades are confirmed as trump and we've bid key card and spades, then six of a new suit is asking for, say, third round control, right? So maybe West is looking to see if East has the diamond queen. And if so, then seven spades is the right place to play. So East is going to think for a little while over six diamonds.
Yeah, getting back to what I was saying a board ago, having incredibly firm agreements for every contingency is really at this level, everyone takes a lot of tricks, everyone evaluates their hands well, but situations like this where you really need to make sure it looks the same from both sides of the table, or where one pair of great players can beat another pair of great players.
Mm-hmm. Now, I think from West's perspective, he probably thinks that this is a relatively safe situation to end up in because he knows his partner doesn't have third round diamond control. He's never going to get to seven spades. So in the worst case scenario, he gets to six spades, he's off a key card and the trump queen, and hopefully he can get lucky.
Right, which is exactly the situation here.
Yeah. But Wibbly over there is...
Yeah, I am curious about Wibbly's three spade bid, whether whether it was just a punt or whether it did, say anything specific about his hand.
I really like it as a punt. I think it's a great bid, regardless of what it's supposed to mean, just because three hearts took up so much room. This is, I think, why relay systems have some popularity, which is because, what do you want to do when your partner makes a artificial game forcing bid? You want to take up as little space as possible. So right. Three hearts, artificial game force. I'm going to bid three spades. Let's see what partner does next.
Yeah, but the corollary to taking up as little space as possible, and I agree with you, is when you take up more space than that, it should show something like here, you know, East, like West commanded East to do something useful. East knows that three spades is sometimes going to block the partnership out of bidding 3-no trump.
Mm-hmm.
He's already shown, that he has a hand that can stand to accept a spade transfer. I don't know, like, why wouldn't you bid 3-no trump? Sure, you only have one hard stopper. That's not great, but, you sort of start the description of your hand by accepting the transfer. Partner has said, okay, what else? Like, three spades doesn't tell him anything new.
Yeah. No, that's a good point as well.
Yeah, I think, relay systems, one reason that they're not more popular, besides that they're complicated and hard to remember and not great for casual partnerships, is usually you have to decide at the system construction phase what information your relays ask for. And like, if it's shape, that's great when shape hands come up. It's honor location, that's great when you need to know about honor location, but you usually can't do both.
Right. All good points.
Most pairs show their shape, and like that's really useful on a large class of hands, like strong balanced hand, opposite hand with shape. Like relay systems are great. Mm-hmm. They win a lot of bidding contests because that's a common bidding contest kind of hand.
Yeah.
Yeah, East. So he does get it right, but kind of put himself in a position where he had to make a final decision, not knowing a ton about partner's hand.
Mm-hmm.
I think if he had bid 3-0 and West had pulled to 4 diamonds, he would have a much better idea of what was going on.
Oh, for sure. So Hans does not pick up 2 imps for playing in the inferior slam on this one.
But they'll be happy to get a plus score.
Yes. So Brink has to think real hard about his opening lead. He has a lot of values for this auction. And I mean, he might try a club.
Yeah, partner didn't double 4 clubs, which makes the club lead kind of scary.
Well, I'm just kind of thinking, like, what if West Cupid was the club ace? Okay, he tries the king of clubs. That was not the club that I was envisioning on opening lead, but kind of the same idea.
Yeah, so with Trump splitting 2-2, this is going to be very quick.
I expect so.
Particularly now that he only needs to rough 1 club in the West Hand.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I guess also he needs to deal with his heart, but the spades are a pretty promising option for that.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's...
Or Trump could just be 2-2.
Yeah, I mean, I think he was planning, if diamonds were 3-1, to rough both his heart and his... Actually, I'm not really sure what his plan was. Maybe he was planning to duck a spade then and hope to set up the spade suit.
Yeah, because you might be in danger of a third round of spades coming through and promoting a trump trick.
Sure, yeah. All right, but 9:20, we got one more board to play in this room. East-West at the other table. Kalita Klukovsky got to 5 clubs, which did sail down a trick.
I mean, the defense does need to find a spade lead to beat it, I think, right? Otherwise, you can play trumps and pitch a spade on the third diamond.
I imagine that's right, but 11 tricks are pretty far away. Like,
yeah,
even,
maybe not.
Yeah, it might still even be too much to handle, but yes,
yeah,
spade lead would be easy.
Another thing, like, since West trumps are so weak, play the hand as a dummy reversal. Try to pitch a spade on the third round of diamond and rough 3 spades in the West hand.
Mm-hmm.
But of course, we can play the third diamond. South can rough with the 8, which is a winner.
Yes. So notably, South didn't open in first seat, unfavorable, despite the 6-card major and 10 count. Decides that I mean, the trump suit is fairly weak. He has a couple of flaws in the hand. The queen 10 third of spades on the outside is not great. Also, the outside ace of clubs, maybe, if you're counting that.
And interestingly, the other table where North-South played precision, South also decided not to open.
Mm-hmm.
I think, in standard, you probably wouldn't open because vulnerable against not. It's a little much for one and a little misguided for two, but I would have thought a fair number of precision pairs would treat it as within the range.
Yeah, definitely. So maybe just because your unfavorable players decided not to get involved in the auction early. We have a bit of divergence on the auction from the other table here, where South elects to redouble the double of 2 hearts to show a pretty good hand. Doesn't come without risk. I mean, especially with 6-3-2-2 shape. If East-West have a way to get you, you could easily be completely smashed here.
Yeah, but you have 6 trumps and your partner raised to 2 hearts. How bad could it be if he competes?
Yeah. So 3 clubs by West.
Yeah, North certainly is thinking about, and whatever. He just knows that South has a good hand for his previous action, and, so does North. So, it's, possibly a little much to compete if your partner only has 5 trumps.
Right, yeah. I wonder if East is the one thinking. No, North does bid 3 hearts, and I think that's going to make East's life a little challenging here. I was wondering if East might have tried 3 hearts if he had that cubit available, planning to pull 3 no trump to 4 clubs as like a invite to 5 clubs.
Yeah, and we've seen at this table, at least, the operator has been putting in the bids as they happen rather than waiting for both players on one side of the screen to make their calls and then inputting them at the same time.
Yeah.
So that's obviously better view graph form because sometimes the players on the other side of the screen can hear the typing and know who's pausing.
Wow. Well, this is a bit of a difference of opinion.
Yeah, so this looks cold, right? They're going to lose a spade, a heart, and 2 diamonds?
If 3 hearts is where they end up, yes.
I don't think West is going to take a call here.
West can get a spade rough.
West might double this, given that his partner opened and then made a takeout double. That's obviously what he's thinking about, right? He's not thinking about bidding 4 clubs.
Really?
Could be wrong.
I'm a little surprised Wibbly didn't try 4 clubs with the heart void, but I understand, he's already done a lot on this auction.
Yeah.
His partner couldn't bid over a heart. He opened the bidding. He made a takeout double. You gotta give your partner some slack at some point, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, they could also only have 8 clubs, right?
Yep. Well, Edgerton does pass it out, and he is going to need to lead a spade or, 1 round of diamonds followed by switching to spades. A couple rounds of diamonds followed by switching to spades.
Even 3 rounds of diamonds, pitching a spade is fine. With the ace of hearts and now spade to the ace spade rough.
Yep. Yeah. As long as West gets a rough, he'll be okay to defeat the contract. It looks like Declare might have just a little bit too much work to do, even if East-West are not perfect on defense here. 3 rounds of diamonds, first hurdle, Declare needs to rough with a high trump, and that's not automatic. And then, when Declare tries a heart to the queen, he's going to find out about the 4-0 split. He'll need a bunch of hand re-entries to pull trumps, and that might be too difficult to manage as well. But if Edgerton Whibley do manage to beat 3 hearts in this room, adding that to the 50 points they scored at the other table, these will be the first imps they picked up since board 3 of this set. They'll get another 4 added to their scorecard. Still going to be trailing moving into the 4th quarter, but 18 imps is a lot more manageable than 22. Players will be getting a short break to compare scores, use the restroom, grab some water, and then come sit back down to play the 4th quarter of play. Craig and I will be back here. I think we want to follow... Well, I want to... Here, I'm demanding. We're going to watch Klukowski's table. Klukowski and Kalita. So wherever they end up sitting, that's where we will be for the 4th segment.
Fine with me.
So hurdle 1 overcome.
Yep.
Declare has roughed the 3rd diamond with the King of Hearts, and Edgerton does find the spade pitch.
Yeah, I think we're roughing there would be a pretty big error.
Yeah, so...
Yeah, so
heart to the 10.
Yeah.
And now Declare knows he needs to get back to hand first to lead a heart to the 8. So the defense is going to have plenty of time to find this spade rough.
Yep. Yeah, so this may, may take a couple of minutes while everyone, works out how to maximize their trick count, but it's going to be down 1 in the end, I believe.
Yeah.
And that should be, I guess, 4 imps to the Hans team, is that right?
Yes.
Plus 100 to this table and plus 50 to the other?
Yeah. So Whibley, fortunately for him, even if he does play a 4th diamond here, that's also going to be effective. The 9 of hearts will then just naturally grow up into a trick. But a spade would be the simplest way leading to defeat. So Switzerland will be up by 18 at the end of the set, and 15 more boards to play. Hans is not out of it yet.
Very, very disappointing set for Hans, though. Coming in looking pretty good and dropping somewhere around 30 and change, 33, I believe, if the result here is as expected.
Yeah. If only Whibley knew that it didn't matter. He's like, okay, like, does partner have a spade rough coming, or do I really need to put this king of diamonds on the table? He goes with the king of diamonds, and it just didn't matter. Edgerton, all he needs to do is not over rough the jack of hearts, and he'll be sitting pretty.
Yep. Yeah, and of course, that's pretty well known in, positions like this. When Declare a rough's high and you have middle trumps and a high trump, just pitch and wait for your middle trumps to come back to you.
Yeah. So we'll see a claim in just a second. There it is, 4 imps to Hans. And...
Yeah, so a little positive reinforcement to end this, but this is going to be a bit of a grim comparison with 4 major swings against them.
Yeah, so Craig and I will be back at the other table for the 4th quarter in just a few minutes. Stay tuned.
Yep, see you in a minute.
All right, chat. Well, who was right? I just want to point out that I guess it's closer than I expected. Let me get me back on screen, because I know everyone believes that it's like an ostrich thing. If you can't see me, then I don't exist, even if I'm talking to you. Switzerland did make the big comeback. Yandolius capitalized, by betting correctly. Where's the tally? Hans down 13 after quarter 3. They are currently down 18 after quarter 3. But let me try and get up the scoreboard and make some edits. Ooh, Nickel does win their match. Where's Matt O'Farrell? Get him back in here. Who says that Nickel is underrated? Or overrated as the 1 seed. They're the only team that forced a concession out of their opponents. I mean, obviously, like, some of that comes with the fact that they're playing against the lower seed, but it's not a terrible lower seed. Rodwell is on the team. I mean, I don't know how good he is, especially playing with different partners at this point in time. But there are some strong players on the Simpson team. All right, let me update the scoreboard. Do 94-71. Okay, maybe we were off by a little bit. Looks like there might have been score corrections somewhere. So Zimmerman's actually up by 23 instead of 18. Rosenthal has made a bit of a oopsie. They're now down to Rombo, who we completely agreed is a little bit underrated. What's going on in the Street Kane match? Kane is still dominating. Go Tim, my boy. And Leibowitz is still trailing. And then Amoyles also has slipped a bit against Hammond. They just didn't bother to play quarter 4? Yeah, that's exactly how it is. So if the match looks out of reach, a lot of times players, and you're allowed to do this, will concede the match because they want to get more rest and be prepared for whatever event they're playing in tomorrow. Whether that's some other sort of like National Swiss or something like that. But of course, like for most players, if you were a junior or like younger player or like less experienced and you made it all the way to this event, you paid your entry fee, right? And you get to play against really high level competition. Of course you would want to continue playing. So, but most of these players are like playing on sponsored teams and like their sponsor wants the pros to be well rested. More time to get a table of Barbu up. Yeah, that's possible. All right. Question, because I don't know if I was the only one who was having like technical difficulties on my end. Were there any like weird flashes of color on the screen in the middle of the broadcast? Did anyone notice if there was like some glitchy something going on? Because I think I have overloaded my computer with having like 15 windows open, and sometimes my screen has just been glitching out. If it's not happening for you guys, then like I'm totally fine to continue with it. It's not a huge problem for me. But I do want to know, because if that's happening, then maybe I'll like shut down 4 or 5 different windows. And didn't notice any flickers. Okay, no flickers. Great, great. That's perfect. That's what I want to hear. Eyes wide closed, so you didn't see anything? Sounds like I should download more RAM. Yeah, because that's exactly how it works. Thanks. Trying to take advantage of my unfamiliarity with computer systems. Excellent. Good to hear. So it's only on my end. I don't know if that's better. Chat's like, you know, there are doctors that you can see for this problem of yours, BradyBot. Yeah, ATN finally has hit me with it. Maybe it's the drugs I did at lunch, right? That's certainly what's happened. Hey, how was the football match, by the way? Did France win? It's only my PC burning from the inside out. I can only hope. It is a little bit of an old PC. I believe you, Zapsnuff. I oddly believe you. Oh, it's on Saturday. Ha! I was right. I looked it up and I was like, I thought this match was on Saturday. I guess I'm quickly gonna... Oh, God. I want to click on this table just to pull something up for like 5 minutes. I'm afraid that I will walk into commentary. Nope, we're safe. We're totally safe. Holy crap, that is a lot of clubs from West. So, Cran and Vince sitting north-south against Bilda and Madala. I know I said I called them Dennis and Madala, but I'm trying to be consistent now. Also, yeah, what the fuck is that? 9 p.m. Central European time for a football match? Don't most matches... Wait a second, is it summer? No, it's spring. Why would they hold the match that late at night? That sounds like a terrible thing to do. That's a super weird time to hold the match. That's the standard time? No way. There's many more viewers at that time. Like, that strikes me as such a weird time. So, at least in the US, for a lot of the football clubs, I call them football clubs just because I'm talking to a bunch of Europeans. The football clubs will tend to play matches like in the afternoon or evening. I mean, obviously football is not as big a sport. Soccer, whatever, you know what I mean, is not as big a sport in the US as it is in like Europe. So it's like, we want to have American football and basketball at the primetime slots. I guess that makes sense from that perspective. Like, football is one of the premier sports in France or other places in Europe. So you want to have it in the primetime viewer times. Oh, shit. 6 no Trump. North-south. There's no play record. Oh my god. Zach Grossack, the king. I mean, West probably led a heart, right? I guess on a heart lead, it's very easy. Yeah, a heart lead from West gives Declare his 12th trick. But otherwise, there's some real work to do. East has the diamonds, West has the clubs. I mean, East probably gets squeezed in diamonds and hearts, but it's not automatic to make 6 no Trump. But of course, they come in down quite a few imps, so Leibowitz did need a bit of a turnaround. All right, I probably have to get out of here. Here we go. Quarter 4, Klukowski. Let's go. Goodbye, chat. Yes, I agree with Brad. 1 no, 3 no. Felt like an auction that might have occurred on that board. Good afternoon. Craig should be joining me shortly, but we are back here with the Hans against Switzerland match, the 4th quarter of play. Hans was leading through 2 sets, but then as the Team Switzerland ended up taking over with their front 4, Kalita Klukowski, Brink and Driver, a formidable team to play against, Hans ended up having a bit of a disastrous 3rd quarter and is now behind by, it looks like 23, so maybe there was a score correction in between sets. Now, I don't have nameplates for north, south, or east, but it looks like Klukowski is sitting west, playing with his regular partner of Kalita, Jacek Kalita, in the east seat. Welcome, Craig. So East-West get to a natural 2-no trump, it looks like, after North was able to open and rebid the diamond suit.
Yeah, I'm just catching up on the auction here. So, yeah, I mean, I guess if you're West, you don't quite want to give up on a vulnerable game. Can't tell
No.
the penalties.
I mean, although if they were able to reach their 5-3 spade fid, obviously they would have been a little bit happier the way things went. But looks like the defense might need to be a little careful here. Not too careful, but South does have that ace of hearts entry to put a diamond through. And as long as North can figure that out, he's done quite well to duck a couple spades. Now his partner can give him a signal on the third spade.
Yeah, I guess East doesn't have anything to switch to. Just to continue playing his long suit.
Yeah, I mean, now South's discard here might not be all that informative. I think it's likely to be the club queen. And North is going to look at this and be like, well, that doesn't help me at all.
That's you can put a club on the table, too.
Yeah. Yeah, especially with Declare having no fast entry to the spades over in West Sand.
Right, South just has to hop up with a spade and play a diamond through, but I don't think that's going to be too taxing.
Yeah, no, I mean, North will obviously make things easier on his partner if he switches to the Jack of Hearts here, or the 10 of Hearts or 9 of Hearts, but there is the 8 of Clubs. Declare wins the ace. Definitely going to give it his best shot. Lead a low heart. If that sneaks through.
Yep.
Yeah,
then I'll have that heart, 2 spades, and a club for 8 tricks.
Yeah. Ooh, boy.
So I understand why, it's kind of instinctive and you do want to do it in tempo, but it feels like South should have been basically spending the entire previous several tricks thinking about what to do when that happened, and maybe could have worked out that it was going to be necessary to go up.
Yeah, this is one of these spots where you can kind of see the line of play coming, and you're going to have to make a decision on the heart lead from dummy. I think just general good defensive technique is at almost every opportunity you think, what am I going to do if they lead a low card from this suit off dummy? And you think about that for every suit. So, I mean, look, I like that South played quickly. He had thought about it, right? And he decided, I'm going to play low. Hopefully Declare has a heart guess, and my partner's diamonds are a little bit weaker, but it catches him off guard this time.
Yeah. Yeah, and very costly. The other table, East-West went... North-South actually bid and made 3 clubs. I was thinking that East-West had gone down 1 and something, but either way, it's 6 imps more to Switzerland.
Right. Whereas it could have been a swing in the other direction, since the Ace of Hearts would have led to down 2 in 3 no trump for East-West.
Yeah, and again, the lead is now 29 imps, which is a big number because it's more than 2 vulnerable game swings with 14 boards to play.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, certainly achievable, right? We saw a bunch of double-digit swings last set, but, time is starting to run out for North-South if they don't have a swing in the next couple of boards. Even a part score swing would be okay at this point, but, 29 imps and 14 boards, Yeah,
it's hard to overcome that, especially against a team that's this good. And so I'm pretty sure North-South are playing a strong club. A club by North, precision style, a diamond by South, less than 8. and a no trump by North is probably 18-19 or 17-19.
Yeah, this should just end the auction.
I assume no consideration to inviting, despite the good 5-card club suit from South.
I mean, if the range includes 20, maybe. Yeah, we can see that the 5 clubs are going to run, but, you still don't have 9 tricks.
Yeah.
I was going to say that I thought maybe this did show 18-20, but having never played precision in my life, I shouldn't try and make a guess like that. Let's see. Yeah, so one no would be 14-16, which means this is probably 17-19. They may also play Kokish to sort out their ranges and still be able to stop in one no.
Mm-hmm. Well, South is giving it a look, and I mean, obviously, Hans knows that he needs to generate some swings on some of these boards. Like, this might be an opportunity. They're probably not getting to game at the other table, and if clubs happen to be 3-3, 3 no trump might come home.
Partner's allowed to have a third club too.
Yeah.
I think, against that, one way you can swing, like I did this successfully in my Vanderbilt match. So it does 2 spades is like range asking. You're non-vulnerable. You have 25 highs at most. One way you can swing is by passing 1 no and hoping at the other table it goes 2 no past 3 no, and that's bad.
Mm-hmm.
So
now, okay, I did want to touch on a question that someone asked, which was on the previous board. They asked about the club queen discard and what I was asking for. The club queen was just showing the remaining touching honors, so probably from a queen jack 10 holding. Mm-hmm. It had nothing to do with being like a suit preference signal or anything else. He just wanted to let his partner know that behind that ace king of clubs, he had the clubs well protected. That's all it was doing.
Yeah, it also helps partner count Declare's tricks because it tells him that Declare only has 2 club tricks and not a third one with the queen and the concealed hand.
Right. Now, getting back to 3 now, so from Declare's perspective, it's sometimes easier to play in these contracts where like you just need everything to go well for your side. He knows he needs clubs to split, so he's going to assume they do. That gives him 5 tricks. This opening spade lead gives him a 6th. He has 8 with the 2 red aces. That probably makes the heart finesse the most likely source of an extra trick.
I was exactly going to say that. Like, we can see playing on diamonds works, but of course he's just going to play on hearts.
Yeah, although East-West will have to find discards on the run of clubs. Because it's not as if Declare can take the heart finesse before running the club suit. He's got to go ace of clubs, club to the king, and now when he's over here, has to go queen of clubs, club, before playing on hearts, and then he'll see West throw a bunch of hearts.
Yeah, West will throw 2 hearts. East probably will throw 1 heart and a diamond. Like, you don't want to throw 2 diamonds and give Declare an idea of what's happening in that suit.
Yeah, although now Declare might have the opportunity to go ace of diamonds diamond with East pitching 1. So it would look very unusual for East to pitch from Honor Doubleton, right?
Right, but but pitching 1 would be consistent with Honor third, I think, when he still has spades to cash. And maybe not. It's only 4 tricks for the defense. Yes.
Right. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, Declare, of course, also has to find some pitches, but I guess a heart and 2 spades, 1 of each, whatever.
Right. And I will point out that the 6 of spades, although it might look like a high spot card, with Dummy having the 5-4 deuce and Declare holding the 3, he does know that the spades are 4-3 on this deal.
Mm-hmm.
So he can afford to go after diamonds. This isn't like the same position where East has led an ambiguous spade spot and spades could be 5-2, where he would just have to take the heart finesse.
So Klukowski is playing an honest eight of hearts, but of course, against a player like that, you don't have to take him at his word.
Right. Yeah. So I expect Declare to pitch a heart on this trick. Now he throws a diamond. And, I mean, Kalita's a little stuck already, right? Like, the diamond discard is so revealing to Declare, as it often is when Declare has an 8-card side suit and an opponent discards from it, that he might actually have a chance of getting this one right. And I will go as far as to say he needs to get this one right. This would set the momentum in the fourth quarter of play and, you know, I mean, not only pick up what is likely to be a game swing, but generate a little bit of positivity towards the Hung Han's partnership as they move forward.
And I think it very likely would be a game swing. A standard pair, I think, would have a hard time beating this game.
Mm-hmm.
18 opposite 5. Usually, usually a standard pair just wouldn't be able to, to bid to 3-0.
Yeah.
I guess quasi-standard because they are playing some artificiality with their balance ranges.
Yeah, so East throws that diamond. Klukowski is continuing to pitch hearts as we expected. Yeah. And, I mean, listen, Kalita pitched a second diamond. I think Declare is absolutely leading diamond now. No question.
I'm surprised East didn't try playing the 9 of hearts.
I mean, I'm not, but I...
Oh, yes, actually, that wouldn't work either. Then Declare could just do whatever he wants on the heart suit and take an extra trick.
It wouldn't work on this hand. Yes, that is correct. But if West happened to have the heart 10, then that would have been an effective try.
Right. But unlikely because West pitched the 8 of hearts and the 6 of hearts. You probably wouldn't do that with heart length. You might need to keep.
Maybe.
Like West could always pitch a spade, right? Everyone knows that.
Yeah. Yeah, Declare definitely needs to work out that spades are not 5-2, but there are obviously a couple of indications that could be the case. I mean, one being the auction. Both opponents had a chance to overcall a spade if they had 5 of them, but the other being the opening lead from the fourth best spot.
Yeah, and I think in that position, I'm not I've played against this pair, and them individually, like here and there over the years, but I think just generally as a matter of philosophy, the polls are pretty honest on their opening leads.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, as most players are. Like, the risk of deceiving partner is, so high that you have to be 100% sure you know what you're doing if you're going to do it.
Right. More so just for the backlash that you receive since you have to talk to your partner after the game and you don't have to talk to the opponents.
Yeah, right.
Now, okay, I will step back for a second and say, of course it is possible that Kalita has started with a small doubleton diamond and has pitched both of them, but most players don't defend that way. It's very unusual to discard all of your cards in a suit because, and the reason for it is that if your partner has the ace, you want to keep communication to that ace, and if the opponents have the ace, then you want to keep at least one card so that they don't guarantee take a finesse against your partner.
Right.
So I think for that reason, Kalita must have at least one diamond remaining. Which makes playing on diamonds, I think.
Right, like he doesn't really care about the auto location. He just cares that now they're splitting.
Mm-hmm. I mean, listen, other table could be in 3-0. We don't have a result on this board, which is a little bit surprising if North-South just kind of calmly stopped in a part score. You'd think they would be done with the play by now.
Yeah, good point. Yeah, I guess he's probably just thinking that Klukowski is certainly a good enough player to play high hearts when he has the king to try to dissuade Declare from the finesse. And of course, it turns out here, everyone's been totally honest.
Mm-hmm.
And once again, players taking quite a lot of time at both tables of this Switzerland-Hans match.
And it's only going to get worse as the week goes on.
Yeah.
The stakes raise every day that you continue going deeper and deeper into the event. So you think today's slow. Wait until you see tomorrow's sets.
Yeah, of course, as the week goes on, everything is on view graph by at least the semifinals, so the directors will have no trouble assigning the blame.
Yeah. And Declare does pick off the right position, leads a diamond to the ace.
Yep.
Gets to continue the jack of diamonds, and East-West will cash out their spades.
Yeah, so nice result. So I saw a suggestion once for slow play that instead of imp penalties, the right solution is to disqualify that pair from playing the next set, and then everyone speed up because everyone thinks their team can't possibly win without them.
That's amusing. Yes, I do like that suggestion.
Yeah, so nice result for Hung making his 3-0 trump, and for Hans choosing to bid it.
Yeah. That is a step in the right direction, but it is a non-vulnerable game.
So, yeah. 6 imps is 6 imps.
Yep. That should even the scoreboard in this set. I guess we'll see. You know, we have to wait and see what's going on in the other room. They're taking an awful long time to play the board.
Yeah. Yeah, so we'll see if it's East style to open this hand favorable. And I guess it would be mine, but it's not to everyone's taste.
Yeah, so Kalita does open a heart at this vulnerability. I think a lot of pairs playing some of these strong one club opening bids, or one club which can contain a strong hand, gives them a little bit more flexibility on the lower end of the range to choose what to open.
Yeah, I think there are lunatics in the world who might open a club showing a balanced hand, but that would be pretty it would be a pretty extreme view.
Yeah. But I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, so Wes, of course, light opening or not, has an easy game for us.
Right, 13 count, mostly aces and kings, 5-card diamond suit over there.
Yeah.
The hands do not fit very well, but it looks like this has some chances.
Yeah, it's interesting. So if you're south, what do you lead from this hand, right? Like, a heart into the opening suit is really unattractive. Spade is West suit, which is probably safe, but isn't going to get you anything. Diamonds and clubs are both very vulnerable. And it turns out either a diamond or a club would blow a trick.
Wait, it does? I don't think a diamond blows a trick, but I think...
Oh, sorry, you're right, it doesn't.
I think I would tend to lead a club and just treat it as like 3 small clubs and say, it's fine, I have a queen, but maybe they were going to guess it anyway. But he does go with the diamond.
Yeah, so Declare is certainly going to have to guess the club. And if he plays on diamond, the defense can get 3 diamonds, a spade, and a heart just by getting the ace of hearts out of dummy.
Mm-hmm. but that might be Declare's best hope, especially with the ace of diamonds knocked out. His alternative would be to try and guess the heart suit if hearts are 4-3, playing for either king third or jack third, using hand entries to do that. That would probably cause him to guess the club wrong because he needs hand entries and would take the club finesse the wrong direction. But
I mean, he can, possibly play, it won't work here, but maybe start by playing the 8 of spades, overtaking with the 9, hope that holds when the ace of spades is with North before you commit to the club guess. Like, you got to play on spades anyway, so that's a way to also try to get some hand entries without having to prematurely play a club.
For all of the Hans fans out there, I have some bad news for you.
Yeah, I just got the memo also.
Not only was 3 no trump bid in the other room as well, but it made okay, Declare is going after hearts, it seems. King of spades. I think South really should duck this. Yeah, that was a fast duck. He is on top of it. I really like the duck.
He can,
like he knows what's going on because
right.
Declare unblocked the ace of hearts before leading the king of spades. If he really just wanted to play spades up towards the king queen, he would have led a low spade towards the king and then unblocked the heart ace.
Yeah, and look at how well it worked. Kalita was sure that the ace of spades was in North. So he led a low spade to the jack, so he's going to get 0 spade entries to his hand.
Yeah. Well,
and I guess he still could have led the 8 of spades to the 9 instead of the jack, but but I think East was convinced that the ace of spades was in Hung's hand.
Yeah, but I mean, like, kind of fortunately for him, South finds himself end played in 3 suits on this. I think he should cash the king of diamonds so he doesn't get end played another time.
He's fine. He can. I mean, heart and a heart is fine.
Well, he doesn't know that.
No, but he sort of does, right? Like, Khalid not playing this hand like a man who has hearts ready to run.
King Queen 10 fifth. He isn't. He unblocked the heart ace and tried to get back to his hand with a spade to the jack. I'd be terrified of leading hearts. But yeah, you are right. He can exit a heart here, and that would kind of work for his side. Although
we can see anything is going to work for his side, right?
Well, I mean, probably, yes. But he does need to be careful.
Yeah, and anything other than cashing 2 diamonds here is going to work.
Yeah.
Because it's a club, Declare can, I guess Declare can cash 3 rounds of clubs. No, he can't then, because then North has a long club. Maybe you cash 1 diamond, to see if anything interesting is happening, and then I don't even know what you do.
Yeah, wait a second. Declare just has 9 tricks if South exits the heart, right? If he guesses the club queen.
So he would have 1, 2, 3. Oh yeah, you're right. I was thinking North could play hard, but you were correct that Declare would have 2 spades, a heart, and 3 clubs at that point to go with the 3s already taken.
Yeah. I do think South really should cash a high diamond, and I'm sure he's just like working through the possibilities. If East started with singleton diamond ace, then cashing high diamond doesn't hurt. It doesn't cut communication between his and his partner's hand. It'll force a discard from Declare, which might be useful. And of course, if diamonds are 5-4-2-2, he definitely wants to cash a high diamond to prevent himself from getting end played later in the play.
Yeah, he has to be worried about what happens if Declare leads a diamond toward the 10 after, um, yeah, after cashing some hearts.
Yeah.
No, I guess would that be okay then? He would have, yeah, that wouldn't. Well, then he would just be end played possibly later if Declare had King Queen 10 fifth of hearts originally.
Right. I mean, he might be thinking about exiting the club queen. I think that's possible.
Yeah, that'd be kind of a classic spot to do this in.
Yeah, where like even if the club suit happened to have been frozen, right? East's hand was King 10-9 of clubs instead of King Jack 10. Declarer would then possibly misguess the club suit, winning the king and running the 10 into his partner's jack. So fairly unlikely to cost a trick from that perspective.
Yeah, of course, every declarer at this level knows that a strong defender knows that it's safe to lead the queen without the jack in that position, but that just turns it into a guess.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
I still have the feeling that he should be playing a high diamond right now. This isn't one of these spots where he plays a high diamond, partner shows out, and then he goes, oh no, now I've just conceded tempo to Declare setting up that 10 fifth of diamonds in dummy. If Declare had ace third of diamonds, he would have continued diamonds at trick 2. So,
yeah, for sure.
Hans really should know that Declare is limited to at most 2 diamonds to begin the hand with.
Yeah, I didn't know when this session started, but it feels like it's been a little slow. Well, I think it started around 6:30 our time, so 2 1/4 boards in half an hour is a pretty slow pace of play.
It really is. All right, there's the king of diamonds sitting the table.
Yeah, so confirm the 5-4-2-2 at least before you move on to anything else.
Yeah, and now I'm pretty sure South just really needs to switch to clubs.
Yeah.
Which he does.
So he decided, spent that whole tank basically deciding his plan was going to be one high diamond club unless something really weird happened.
Mm-hmm.
So now, East, of course, now has just the one entry to his hand, so he can't set up more than, even if he drops a stiff king of hearts, he can't ever set up more than one heart trick. I think he knows this is pretty grim for his side.
Yeah, so let's see. South can definitely afford to just pitch a couple of clubs.
Yeah, I think for the moment he has to, right? He can pitch one heart safely.
Yeah.
But yes, he can't afford to pitch a diamond until the dummy is cut off.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so now if Declare cashes the ace of clubs, he can pitch a diamond, and if Declare plays a club to the king, he has to pitch a heart. No, I guess it doesn't matter. Yeah. I think the Declare just doesn't have a ninth trick now.
Yeah, North-South have done well at this point. I think the big play there was Hans cashing that king of diamonds to take himself off a subsequent end play.
Yeah.
I mean, I think you're right. It might not have mattered If Hans had just not cashed the Diamond King and exited club, as you say, Declare could have cashed a couple of spades and 3 clubs and then led a diamond, but North has the King of Hearts entry to the long club. So they always would have beat it. But man, these guys make you work for every contract that they get to. It looked like such an easy defense to collect your 5 tricks, and suddenly North-South had to be careful. All right, ace of clubs. South has pitched a heart. Club to the king. South can now pitch his diamond, and they will get the last 3 tricks one way or another.
Now he does try the classy Queen of Hearts, but that will not work.
Mm-hmm. Hung decides to cash a club because he wants to feel his partner suffer rather than playing heart to the jack. Down 1.
Yeah, so, not... Obviously, North-South are happy to have gone plus, but, man, really, really, really tough way to win imps.
Mm-hmm. Well, South with 12 here does get to open the bidding. And wait, what's the opening bid with this in precision?
A diamond.
Okay. I guess this is not a 2 club opener for this pair.
No, I think in the very early days of precision, it was either 6 clubs with no major or 4 major 5+ clubs.
Mm-hmm.
But no one good plays that anymore. Yeah. Everyone plays the 6+ clubs.
Yeah, so South opens a diamond, West gets to overcall a spade.
Obviously, the extremists who don't want to play a 2 diamond, 3 suited shortened diamonds, just play 1 diamond, shows 0+, 1+ diamond.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, everyone plays the 2 clubs guarantees a 6-card suit.
Yeah, so
2 on second otherwise.
1 no by North. East will definitely find a raise of spades and settles on 2 spades.
Yeah, South probably bids 2 no here to show 2 places to play.
Right, and the important thing for 2 over 1ers here, who might think 2 no trump is like 18 to 19, well, he bids 3 clubs, kind of effectively the same thing. South's 1 diamond limited his hand, so he does get to kind of compete hyper aggressively, showing extra distribution as opposed to extra high card points.
Yeah, and I would guess that most precision pairs in this kind of auction have a way to show longer clubs versus longer diamonds. Maybe 3 clubs shows longer club suit, and 2 no would show a longer diamond suit.
Yeah, so South should be showing both minors. Longer clubs is what we're thinking, which is going to make North pretty happy. I wonder if North just tries 5 diamonds here as speculation.
Well, it depends, right? If South's longer clubs could be 2 diamonds and 5 clubs, North better not bid too many diamonds.
Yeah, but I mean, the 3 clubs shows 9 cards in the minors, certainly.
Probably. I mean, what would you do with 1, 4, 3, 5 in a good hand that wanted to make sure you competed?
I mean, that might be an extreme shape, but yes,
yeah,
1, 4, 3, 5 is possible, maybe. Anyway, North tries 4 diamonds.
Yeah, kind of seems like the down the middle choice. And also his hand, obviously his shape is very good for bidding a no trump with a stiff club and 5 diamonds. The king of spades is now not really pulling its weight. The diamonds are jack 10 fifth and partner, doesn't have you don't have a 5-5 diamond fit, so this seems fine.
Yeah, and Kalita,
Practice, so.
noticeably, despite having kind of this maximum for the 2 spade bid and diamond shortness, doesn't try 4 spades because West 3 spade bid was not invitational. West had the option to bid 3 diamonds or 3 club or 3 hearts if he wanted to invite, and chose neither.
Yeah, I think East's hand is basically about par for this auction, so he has no reason to do anything. So, I think Declare is probably just going to pick a hand to win this in and play a trump. And maybe you go up with the ace and rough a spade first. Yeah, let's count tricks. So he's got 2 clubs and 3 hearts. So he needs 5 trump tricks. So if diamonds are 3-1, he's only got 2 in the north end. Yeah, so maybe maybe just start by cross-roughing the hand, make sure you get your spade roughs, and go from there, although now you're in danger of losing one of your heart winners.
I was thinking that this might be another excellent example of a hand where we could cross-rough our way to enough tricks. Declare can, in fact, pitch a heart on the ace king of clubs.
Yeah. And now, if the heart is roughed in front of it, then, then that's fine.
Mm-hmm.
You play your high hearts through West, and he either roughs or doesn't.
Yeah, so that looks to be a pretty productive line of play, especially with the way the opponent's trumps are distributed, where even if the opponents are able to rough in, they can pull no more than 1 round of trumps, with East having the blocking singleton ace. So 6 of hearts, Declare tries the 10, wins the jack with the king. And we'll see if he adopts this plan or if he does go after pulling trumps. Pulling trumps looks like it works out okay when the trumps split, but if trumps do happen to split 3-1, as they do here, pulling 3 rounds of trumps might land Declare in some real trouble.
Yeah, of course. In the club game, West 100% of the time splits the diamond honors here.
That's true. The queen is high, so you may as well play it. But,
I guess it's not possible that Declare has ace fourth for this play, but, definitely we've all played in games where the defense would manage to take 2 diamond tricks with this layout.
Yep. We do have a result on board 18.
And by the way, this West, who's one of the absolute best players in the world, is giving it a look. I mean, here there's a bit of, gamesmanship, right? Maybe if West thinks that Hans diagnosed what's going on, he would do this with the ace and, catch Klukowski napping a different way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's possible. Or, maybe what actually happens is Declare does have ace fourth, and somehow, it's just a good safety play for Declare to duck 1 round and then cash the ace. And it has just kind of caught Klukowski in this, awful position where he's like, well, if that's what's going on, I might blow an over trick, I guess, by ducking.
Yeah, some percentage of the time he knows the whole world is just going to laugh at him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so after all that, Klukowski and Kalita managed to win 2 imps on the previous board when the Hans Declare went down 2. All right, so he overcomes this this one by playing low correctly, or at least successfully.
Yeah, I was just stepping through the plan, board 18, because I've gotten a couple of comments about it. Wibbly could have made 3-no trump in the other room, the way the play went. And he had a guess for the queen of clubs, guessed it wrong, and ended up going 2 down, which doesn't feel great, is disappointing, but, again, Brink and Driver defended the hand fairly well if you take a look through how they went about it, with Brink in the south seat ending up pitching a club from Queen third, and that just makes Declare's life almost impossible to guess the club situation correctly. So now that the Ace of Diamonds held, and especially with South and West being screen mates, South put the low diamond on the table and West, like, you know, put his head in his hands and sitting there thinking for like 3 minutes, eventually like puts a low diamond on the table and like looks around. He like looks at Declare to try and see, did I do good? And his partner wins the ace. Like, yeah, there's no way Declare's playing another diamond right now. So he does win the ace of hearts, ruff a spade. Now we'll see ace king of clubs pitching that heart.
Yeah.
And the cross ruff.
Yeah, now the defense can only get their the 2 trump tricks.
Wait, how confident are we in this? Because I think what's actually happening is West kind of gets end played. If West ever roughs in and pulls a trump, then Declare scores the king of spades because West has to lead away from the ace of spades. And if West doesn't rough in and pull a trump, then the queen of hearts cashes.
Right, good point.
Which is this. I mean, this is just like an amazing disaster.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter though. East West have 1 trick in, and they're going to get their 2 high trumps.
Right, but they also don't get the ace of spades. Like if West was able to,
right, but they were never going to. That's my point.
Oh yeah. The queen of hearts would take a trick even if
right.
West could pull trump. Fair enough.
Right, the queen of hearts pitches the long spade.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Rough a spade, play a club. Well, actually, yeah, I see, right. So rough a spade and do whatever you do, and then if West can rough and draw the last trump, now he is end played with the ace of spades.
Yeah, it's. I mean, it's an amusing position, but looks like Declare is coming out on top.
No, sorry, we're wrong. So rough a spade and play whatever.
Queen of hearts.
West can win. Yeah. So West roughs. Draws dummies now last trump and cashes the ace of spades after all.
Oh, so Declare needed to play the queen of hearts before roughing that club.
The queen of hearts earlier, yeah.
Oh no. Oh
I think
no.
unless something, but I think playing the queen of hearts earlier would have been good enough.
I mean, I'm sure it would have been, but I didn't realize that roughing the club was a big blunder. I just assumed Declare had worked it out. Yeah.
No, after he pitched the heart, he had to play the queen of hearts. I'm looking at the ending here.
Yeah, which seems like kind of a natural play to make.
Yeah, like isn't that why you played the ace king of clubs?
That's what I would have thought, but he does mispick the position. So, maybe a little bit of fatigue getting to them.
Yeah, so another 6 sims going to Switzerland. Where the other table, East West just ended up in, what is that, 3 spades or 3 clubs? 3 spades down 2.
Right, and I mean, down 2 does look like maybe a little bit of a misstep could have happened, although it's kind of hard to fault them.
I mean, is it even though, right? You have 5 top losers, ace, king, and the king of spades, and, if South can manage to just keep playing clubs through, that 9 of spades is a real problem.
Yeah. Good point. So either way, Switzerland, we're going to pick up imps on the board, even if 4 diamonds happen to make. But with it going down, that is another 6 imps. They're up 14-0.
Well, it's not my style to open a hand like this North Four Hearts, but it's also not my style to pick partners who have support like this one.
You think South is going to get ambitious and try and bid a little too much?
I mean, he might or might not, but man, you know, switch the South and East hands, and I guess it would actually still be okay. They would, you know, they'd have worse hearts, but better diamonds, and I don't know. Yeah, Four Hearts just does seem like a state of the match kind of bid to me, and not a bid he would make on the first board of a full day match.
Very possible. I mean, I also think Four Hearts seems a little bit adventurous on a weak heart suit like that with a bunch of queens outside, but I think we've been following Wibbly Edgerton most of the day, and so I'm not that familiar with this partnership style on these preamps. I mean, obviously South thinks that his partner must have something over there.
Yeah. But I think North, he knows he came in, stuck a bunch of imps. It's been 4 boards, which is already a third of this set. At least one bad thing happened to him, and possibly more.
Yeah, although he might expect board 17 was going to be a pickup, and it wasn't.
That's true.
So 6 Hearts looks like it's going to end the auction. East is going to lead a high diamond, of course. See the singleton and dummy. Probably switches to I was going to say a trump, but let me just give this a look for a second. A club is a little bit risky, because if North had King 8 third of clubs or something, you would blow the club suit.
You could shift to the 9 against that layout, right?
Yeah, you could.
Yeah, spade is obviously totally terrifying if Declare had Queen and 1 or something.
Mm-hmm.
Now a club might just go away in a really stupid way.
Right. It looks like the passive heart exit might be East's best bet, and he does go with it. So, I mean, Declare has realistic chances to make this contract. None of them are going to come through, but I believe the first step has to be to rough both of those diamonds in South's hand.
Yeah. So well, one problem is you have to get back to your hand twice if you're going to run the hearts and hope for a squeeze. So one of them can be overtaking a heart, but the other has to be ace and a spade rough, and that might compress your squeeze options.
Yeah, but you
can still do it on very specific layouts, but
you can't do anything without roughing the diamond, so that just has to happen. I mean, we got to rough a diamond at trick 3 here, and then we got to get back to hand and rough a diamond again.
Yeah, so I think starting by taking the remote chance of roughing out King Queen third of spades, and roughing a spade first for that reason.
Yeah, so the squeeze that Declare is going to end up playing for would be if one of the defenders had if East had 5 spades and the king of clubs, right. East would end up getting squeezed. So another spade rough, queen of diamonds rough, and now we overtake the remaining heart and run the heart.
Yeah, so it would also work if he's had king queen fourth of spades and the king of
clubs. Yes, the king queen fourth would also be effective.
And I think you would need both the king and jack of clubs, right?
No, because East would have to discard before South.
Oh, right. So 2 hearts pitching clubs, last heart, hoping it worked.
Yeah, 11 tricks. So
yeah.
Declare probably just faced his hand and said, "I'm running my hearts. Does something work?"
Yeah.
And the defender said no.
Yeah. Hey, Easter, are you getting squeezed? No, I am not.
Exactly.
The kind of thing that at this level takes 2 seconds to accept a claim, and at certain levels of the game, you might go well into the late hours of the evening trying to explain it.
Well, you just wouldn't claim, but you might go well into the late hours of the evening playing the hand as you run all of your tricks slowly and the opponents find discards.
Yeah, so South chooses not to open in third seed with his fairly terrible balanced 11, where we'd have to open a diamond on Queen Doubleton, which is not that appealing.
Yeah.
North, of course, cannot open 2 diamonds because that would be conventional.
Yeah, so East West getting to their 5-5 spade fit pretty quickly here. They're at the 2 level. They managed to get all the way up there.
Yeah, interesting that West decided not to make some kind of super accepting bid.
I mean, his partner's a passed hand. It's true they have 10 trumps, but he does have a lot of losers.
Yeah, I mean, the hand that I'd be worried about would be if East had like an 8 count with 5 spades, where he's almost certainly going to pass 2 spades, but probably whatever he has, there would be some play for a game.
Yeah, for example, a similar hand with the king of spades instead of the queen. There is play.
Or king is here the king of spades could just drop, but like give partner the jack of hearts or even the nines. You have a 2-way finesse. And you can mid 3 spades or 3 clubs and still play 3 spades, which is probably fine.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, it's non-vulnerable, so the cost of missing a game is fairly low, and they know they're having a huge set so far.
Yeah. Glukowski, I think, kind of sensibly just exiting to South immediately at Trick 2, forcing them to find a card to play.
Yeah, of course, and to, he's never going down and almost certainly always making an over trick, so, happy just to kind of play this quickly and move on with it.
Yeah.
The most the defense can get from here is 2 diamonds and 2 hearts.
Mm-hmm. And I think they probably will get all of those tricks.
Yeah, but if either the jack of hearts or ace of diamonds on side, which is a 75% chance he makes an over trick.
Yeah. Now, of course, he could take the backwards finesse in hearts, right? Will we see that? Lead the 10 of hearts, pick up the jack, and then hook the 9 on the way back? Probably not. That 4 of diamonds discard, South is eyeing a little bit like, partner, are you sure you want me to switch to Queen Doubleton looking at that 10?
Yeah, right. I mean, a club looks pretty normal.
Yeah.
3 little dummy, and the Claire has whatever he has.
Mm-hmm.
Can't ever blow a trick to play a club.
Yep. Hung has now been exposed to the disappointment of the opponents are in a 10-card spade fit. Oh, look at that. He did it.
Yeah, I mean, again, like, North-South don't really care about the over trick. They do care about a possible plus score.
Look at that. He didn't quite do it. Never mind. I take it all back.
Yeah, so rough the last club, presumably heart to the king, and then even if it loses, you still got to take the heart finesse because South will be unplayed.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, South pitches a heart. Declare does rough a club.
Declare can now make 3 by exiting with a queen of hearts, right?
Yep. And I think he's doing it. I think he was planning to run that 10 of hearts. So well played by who's declaring this one? I don't think it matters. Well played by Klukowski for his partnership.
And of course, his counterparts did get to four spades. I'm not sure along what route. Probably super acceptance auction. Nope. North Open a week 2 diamonds. So he just kind of got propelled there after a raise and a normal overcall by West.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's going to be another 5 imps going the way of Switzerland.
Yeah, and it's been a bit of a tough day for Edgerton and Whibley, but both their actions at the other table were totally normal. And, everyone's actions here were normal too. Just a system thing where Brink and Driver not playing precision have a week 2 diamond available, and this pair doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. So 2 clubs is clubs in a major, I assume?
Is it?
You think it might be just clubs?
I think it might be just clubs. Okay, it's 5 clubs in a 4-card major.
Yeah, okay.
Which is still not all that descriptive of West's hand, but...
And once again, we're seeing some of these pair differences where Edgerton and Whibley in a million years would never pass that south hand.
Yeah, that's a little surprising.
Yeah. Well, second seed, week 2, it's not everyone's idea of a classic week 2. I think most Americans would shrug and do it, but, they would know all the pitfalls, right?
Mm-hmm.
I do not like passing 6-card majors, and I would consider passing the south end.
So North does come in 2 diamonds. Khalid, no thought whatsoever. I have 5 cards in the opponent's suit. Let's bid 5 clubs.
He knows partner has pretty short partner short diamonds. He can be pretty short partner suit his hearts. You'd love to have a 5th trump here, of course. The defense starts trumps. This is probably not going to go very well for West.
Yeah, so South doubles. Understandably, he has an ace and a king. His partner overcalled. East is a passed hand, and West is somewhat limited.
Yeah.
The hand's somewhat friendly for declare. The trumps split. The ace queen 3rd of hearts gets roughed out.
It's true, but
looks like down 1.
He's still got to be down. You think? I'm seeing down 2. I think at least.
At least, wow.
Well, so ace and a trump, and now declare is going to take 6 trump tricks, and 2 aces is 8. Oh, I see. And 2 hearts is 10. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Also, I think ace and a trump is somewhat unrealistic. King of diamonds looks like the right lead. They might still go ace and a trump after South wins the heart ace, but.
I think now South will probably try a trump. He's also obviously going to be very happy that he's only looking at a dummy with 4 trumps instead of 5.
Mm-hmm. South might switch to spades here. I think that would be sensible as well. Try and collect some spade tricks. He knows a diamond continuation is useless.
Yeah, I guess it's true. If Does just play Trump. It's kind of like maybe on some layouts you had to be worried about declare having 6 clubs and being able to set up the hearts and pitch some spades.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't seem super likely.
No. All right, club to the ace.
Yeah. Yeah, so this feels like a good result for North-South, but it's actually only going to win them 3 imps at the other table since North-South were allowed to buy the contract fairly cheaply.
Yeah, and with 8 boards to go, that is going to put the lead at 52.
Yeah, so far, coming into this board, 32-0 Switzerland. This will be the first pickup for the Hans team.
Yeah, and it's pretty rare. I mean, we did see Hans get a couple of double-digit swings earlier in the day. First couple of segments, I believe. But once this foursome comes to sit at the table, you just don't win double-digit swings against these guys.
Yeah. Yeah, and with 8 boards to go, it's effectively like needing to win 50 imps in a Swiss match. We've all done it from time to time, but, it's an extremely tall order.
Okay, 10 tricks claimed. I wonder if Klukowski took a separate plan, which, given that his ace of spades hadn't been knocked out, he might have tried to take 2 roughing finesses and hearts against North. Which
would work, obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's quite likely.
Yep. So 3 imps. 8 boards to go, but we are maintaining pace with the other room. This looks like a board that can provide some action, though. South will open a spade. And
West.
I think... correct me if I'm wrong. Okay, don't correct me if I'm wrong, but I think West has 3 clubs available to show clubs and hearts.
Yeah, we also played against a pair in the Platinum that played Michaels as hearts and clubs, exactly. So presumably, 3 diamonds to show the other thing. But I think, I would expect. I think those kind of methods are popular in that part of Europe where West can show exactly which 2 suits he has.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so North will bid 3 spades. East will bid a lot of clubs, presumably, if it guaranteed clubs, and a lot of no trump if it didn't. Or 4 spades. Yeah, so that 4 no trump to me suggests that West's minor is not known yet.
Yeah. So for now, pick a minor. Not pick a minor, but show me your minor, please.
So they're going to do pretty well in 5 clubs, right? They lose a spade and a heart off the top. The heart's set up being 3-2 for a bunch of tricks.
Yeah, 5 clubs is absolutely cold. Now, presumably North-South, I mean, they're not going to get there, but they have some sort of save available.
Yeah, I think at this state of the match, fine. They know they've got a save that won't be more than the value of 5 clubs. But when 5 clubs makes, winning 3 imps doesn't really help them that much. If 5 clubs goes down... now they're in a position to win a bunch of imps by just defending.
Mm-hmm.
Saving when it's right to save is not going to get them what they need.
Yeah.
And if there were a chance for a down 1 save, yeah, maybe. But, South, I think, and North can both see that that's not happening.
I think it might be down 1 if East-West don't get a diamond rough. Wait, no. It might just always be down 1, but I mean, it's not... I think in practice it would be down 2. in 5 spades. But North has to find a lead against 5 clubs. Probably a spade.
Yeah, like what else can you sensibly do?
Yeah, so spade to the king. South's not going to be terribly happy. Might try a diamond switch, just kind of hopeful that they can cash a diamond.
Yeah, I mean, he will be correct in a sense because his partner does have the ace of diamonds.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, the West hand is concealed, so he may think that declare is 2-5-1-5. It'd be consistent with partners for spade maiden.
Right. Now, there is a little bit of an added benefit to playing in 5 clubs undoubled, which is that on a heart switch, declare can take the heart finesse. Wait, no, he won't take the heart finesse.
Yeah, he can take the heart finesse, but he will not.
Yeah.
I mean, well, the longer South thinks before playing a heart, the safer the heart finesse is.
Mm-hmm.
If South had just won and put a heart on the table immediately, everyone would know it's a singleton.
Yeah. Or South had thought about this ahead of time before the opening lead and was prepared for spade to the king, heart, low heart from king and 1.
Yeah.
Well, South switches to a trump, and this is not going to cause any trouble for Declare.
Trying to do something safe and hope that Declare just has 3 losers somewhere.
Mm-hmm. Low heart, just to be as safe as possible.
Yeah, and obviously West is very, very happy with his position on the board, getting to declare 5 clubs.
Right.
And the Kalita obviously had an automatic for no call, but he's still going to be very happy at what a suitable hand he's hit his partner with.
Mm-hmm. I mean, mostly happy that 6 clubs is not making.
Yeah,
that's very possible when he's sitting with 5 trumps, a singleton spade, and the queen third of hearts.
Yeah. Yeah, regularly, once he finds out about the diamond void.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, moving on here with time running out for the Hans team here.
Yeah, 7 boards to go. I mean, at 24 imps a board, they could still win this match by a landslide. Pretty unlikely. Once again, we have not seen them pick up more than 7 imps in the second half on one particular deal. But they might have an opportunity here, right? North-South can make a heart game.
I mean, they can and will, but this just feels like a pretty flat 4 hearts. If they were playing this board in every match, wouldn't you expect virtually every table to be in 4 hearts?
Probably, yeah.
Maybe, or somehow accidentally finding your way to 5 hearts, but that makes.
Quick question before East opens 2 spades. How does 2 spades double do? East-West. Okay, East didn't open 2 spades.
5. Probably down 2, right? Declare is going to have to play clubs himself. So 3 spades and 2 hearts and 2 clubs would be 7 tricks for 300. And even King of Diamonds Lee doesn't even help declare because he can never set up his jack.
Yeah. Okay, well, South opened a club in fourth seat. No two-spade opener from Kalita.
Yeah.
He has
or
not
North
been,
South.
yeah, not been drinking the Kool-Aid from the Edgerton-Whibley pair.
Yeah, and also notice North South can play clubs, and now North just gets one of his low trumps via rough. So one way or another, if East does open two spades to the table, as I suspect they might, given that pair's history, North South will get their 300 pretty easily. Of course, they'll lose 4Ms if they do, or 4Ms, yeah. Excuse me. So
North's 2 hearts is just positive with hearts, and South's 2-0 confirms a fit. I think it's like a strong raise of hearts with 4.
interesting. So what do you do if you're South and have a hand that planned to rebid no trump? Do you have to cube it here?
You probably just bid 3-0 to deny a fit.
Or because North has made a game forcing bid, of course.
Yeah, North has made a game forcing 2-heart bid over the strong club opening.
I mean, North might bid 3 spades here anyway, in case South is like 4-3 in the majors and you want to offer an alternative. Or do you think that 2-0 guaranteed a 4th heart?
I at this point suspect that there's some sort of alerts that are happening on these bids. My best bet is 2-0 guarantees a 4th heart. 3 hearts would be the bid with 3 card support.
Yeah, and I think, obviously pairs have gotten much more sophisticated, but, you can still see that precision pairs, even relatively low-level preamps against them, they have to, like this pair obviously does know what their methods are, but it's very easy to disrupt these auctions,
Yeah. Yeah, so 3 diamonds by North. So Kalita was maybe taking some time over 3 diamonds. I wonder if in their agreements Double would have asked for a diamond lead, and maybe he's just hoping it goes ace of diamonds, diamond rough, something over to partner's hand, diamond rough.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, of course. Sadly for him, North can rough the 3rd diamond high, so they only get 1 rough, even if West had another entry.
Mm-hmm. Now, another bit of good news amongst all of the sadness for Hans. They do pick up 4 on board 23. 5 clubs was doubled in the other room and still took the same 11 tricks. Three no just looks to me like some sort of non-serious slam try from North. And I suspect South with, great trumps, but otherwise a pretty terrible hand, is just going to sign off in 4 hearts, and he does.
Yeah, I was wondering. So even with North as a passed hand, though, you think that this would be... it's clearly not an offer to play, but North's range is pretty narrow, serious versus non-serious. I wonder how useful it is when, if North's range is 8 to 10, it's different if North is an unpassed hand because then he's unlimited.
Yeah, it's probably fairly required for North to go through 3-0 most of the time because South is unlimited in this auction.
Yeah, that's true. I was saying, if North's range starts at a game force up with a strong club and ends at a hand that couldn't open, that's pretty tight.
Mm-hmm. Well, East is on lead, so he gets to lead a singleton diamond, which is good news and bad news.
Yeah, it'll certainly make Declare a little nervous because now he really is going to need that spade finesse.
Is he, though?
After ace of diamonds and a rough and the ace of clubs, Declare doesn't have enough pitches.
He does. He does have enough pitches. Oh, maybe not. Maybe he doesn't quite have enough pitches. He only has two, right? King of clubs and the
Oh,
queen
sorry.
of
Well,
diamonds.
but and he'll have if he's cashes the ace of clubs, he will have enough.
No, I just recounted. You can't trick me twice. He only has one diamond pitch and one club pitch.
Oh, right. Yes, because he had to split his diamond honors, of course. Or West could just shift to the king of spades.
That is an alternative, yes. I mean, Klukowski had counted his tricks, decided that even if his partner was getting a diamond rough, it wasn't going to be enough. And
Right. He needs East to have a black ace, and if it's the ace of clubs, then he can't beat it. So cash the king of spades to make sure Kalita knows what to do after he gets his rough.
yep,
So it's a nice play, but unfortunately hit the wrong East hand for it.
yeah. Yeah, very heads up play. This would have been much more interesting at board match because then that king of spades switch did blow a trick.
Yeah, and also nice that he diagnosed and found it very quickly. Pretty sharp analysis there.
This is not his first rodeo, as they say.
Yeah. Still, still a nice play. To find that quickly.
Yep.
So here we've got what looks like a hand where most North-South would get themselves to four hearts.
Yeah, North has a nice 13, South has 15. They can find their heart fit and kind of quickly bid their way up there. East-West don't have the type of distribution to enter the auction.
Yeah, and with the ace of clubs is offside, but the diamonds provide a discard for two of North black suit losers, so this really isn't going to be much of a challenge to go plus.
Right. Once Trump split, you can afford to lose a club, a heart, and one spade, even if you misguess the position of spade king.
Yeah, North-South do have 30. No, they have 28 highs. Maybe gets a little interesting if they make a slam try and get to the 5 level, but I don't think that's all that likely.
No.
They have between them all 4 queens and 2 jacks, so neither of them is going to be in love with their hand.
So one no North-South looks like 14 to 16 to me. So North has decided to go a little bit swingy, upgrading the 13 count, 4-4 in the majors here.
Yeah, and again, probably... Actually, I shouldn't say again. I think this is an action that he would take regardless of state of the match because the alternative is opening one diamond, which isn't that attractive. You do basically have your no trump range.
Yeah, definitely a reasonable position to take.
Like I think standard pairs, I personally wouldn't upgrade to a 14-16 in standard. I think it's not quite there, but in precision where, we're opening a diamond is going to be, like a much lighter range. Just open the no trump.
Sure. And South's 3 spade, maybe a little bit old school, showing, I think, 1-4-4-4 in shape, or 0-4-4-5 in some order in the minors. I think a lot of partnerships tend to play that this would show 1-3 in the majors as opposed to 1-4.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's a pretty standard agreement among American pairs that this would deny 4 hearts instead of showing as it appears to be here.
Right.
So I suspect this pause is just West asking for some clarification on the 3 spade bid before he passes the tray.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, I wonder if it's possible actually that this did show 1-3-4-5, and South is also operating a bit.
Maybe, but North, sitting with ace, queen, jack, fourth of spades, might just think that let's play the hand in no trump.
Yeah, that's possible too.
Because his hearts are fairly weak, like it's not as if three spades, even if it showed four hearts, promises a bunch of heart honors. If South was sitting over there with like jack, fourth of hearts and a bunch of minor suit cards, where would you rather be? Four hearts or three no? And he gets a spade lead into the ace queen for his troubles. I mean, this is going to make, with the hearts breaking, Declare does have four diamonds, two spades, and three hearts off the top immediately.
Yeah, he doesn't even need the hearts to break. Take 9 tricks on this lead. He's got 2 spades, 2 hearts, 4 diamonds in a club.
Right, as long as the defense can't score enough spades in time, he'll be able to get all those. So Declare goes to work on the heart suit, heart to the queen. Yep. West probably... Okay, West wins the trick and will continue spades, of course.
Yeah, I think winning is pretty attractive because a partner, like the hand we talked about earlier, partner had the king of hearts. You want to make sure that that it's not dislodged too early.
Mm-hmm. So it switches to the 7 of spades. I mean, he didn't want to play back the 3, even though that would be like the proper count card, because what happens when he plays the 3? Declare plays a low spot covering, and his partner gets end played. And Klukowski decided the 10 was just too important of a card, so he switched to the 7, which was effective. But East-West are going to do well to keep the ace of clubs and their 2 spades that they've now set up. So Declare will be held to 9 tricks.
Yeah, although he'll go plus, but he'll lose an imp or 2.
Yeah, very possibly.
Probably, I would imagine at the other table they'll be in 4 hearts.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Seems likely.
Probably just deciding whether it's worth risking playing a club here. Yeah, just claims.
All right, 400. And we got 5 boards to play. I hope it's dwindling for Team Hans. This is a hand.
Yeah, so if East-West get to 3 no trump, they've got 8 tricks, but North will lead a heart and they'll go down. And I don't think it's really possible to get to it from the east side where South might lead a spade and blow up the hand.
Yeah, I mean, it seems pretty unlikely to me that East-West are the ones who end up declaring this hand.
Yeah, I guess that's true also. There's a thing like, 3 clubs pass. What do you do as West? I guess you just pass.
Yeah.
3 hearts, and South has to decide whether to take a shot or not.
Right. I mean, it looks most likely to me that North-South will end up in 4 hearts.
Yeah, I don't think North-South can get to spades after a club preempt.
Right. I mean, either way, East-West are going to have to find diamonds pretty quickly to set up their diamond trick. Otherwise, Declare will be able to run the other major, whatever it is, to pitch diamonds.
I take it back. I think West might well bid 3 diamonds here, planning to bid clubs later, and that will get East off to just bid 3 no trump. That works too. But if West bids 3 diamonds, knowing he has club raise in reserve, then East will certainly lead a diamond.
Mm-hmm. Well, now that West has bid 3-0, he hasn't found the diamond bid. I suspect if Kalita leads the ace of clubs, he'll probably get the defense right. He'll see the king of clubs drop and realize that a diamond is the needed switch. But, I mean, he might lead a trump, which I think is possible.
Yeah, I don't know what I would be tempted to lead with that hand. Probably the ace of clubs. I feel like it's safe. Like West 3-0 trump here, especially when North has values. He's very often going to have the king of clubs. Yeah, so it's safe.
Yep. Yeah, so ace of clubs. I imagine East will have no issue switching to diamonds now.
Yeah.
The only danger switch is the jack of spades. That would let Declare make it.
Yeah, and that really does not look attractive given South's hand.
No, not staring at a queen nine of spades.
Yeah, exactly. And Declare, is gonna give this a look and plan the play, but he can see that his options are basically just to, either drop the stiff king of spades or pin the jack, and dropping the king works if either one has a singleton king, where the jack only works on one side.
Well, the singleton king only works on one side as well, but
right, because then the other guy would have the jack. Yeah, it's true. Good point.
Yeah, the hand's not over if Kalita continues the club queen. The defense still has another opportunity when West is in with the heart ace, and I don't think that he's going to have any issue switching to his king, queen, jack, six of diamonds. But a diamond switch from Kalita, I think, would end all hope.
Yeah, he does. I think he's. Yeah, I think he's just probably realized that, if the diamond doesn't work, it doesn't work. What can you do?
Yeah. Yeah, so normally when you see a long student dummy, you want to attack the entry, and that's what Kalita does there. Switch to the diamond, attack that ace of diamonds entry, and his partner does have the king of diamonds set up.
Well, and some of the time, partner doesn't have six diamonds, and it just sets up two tricks instead of one when Declare has a third one.
Yep. So exit a club or a diamond, doesn't really matter which, and eventually Declare will end up losing a spade. Board 25, you're absolutely right. Four hearts bid and made in the other room took 11 tricks on that one.
Yeah, so probably because of the 3-0 bid, I think he is crossing to the nine of hearts to lead the queen of spades.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Yeah.
Down one.
Like, did whatever he did, but it didn't work.
Yeah, as you say, some potential for a pickup there, because if East-West do get to 3-0 and make it, then there's definitely a chance for a game swing. And speaking of some chance for a game swing, is this a board that might provide that opportunity? North-South appear to make four spades, losing just a club and a diamond.
I think on the previous one, the only possible outcome in 3-0 is down one because North is always going to be on lead.
Yeah, seems likely.
Yeah, 3-0 from East. South better not lead a spade.
True.
So, if you're North, you just Texas here, right? No reason to do anything else.
That seems most reasonable to me. Yeah.
Like, partner could have an absolutely perfect hand with three little hearts or something, but it's there's got to be basically impossible to bid.
Can they? What what do we need for a slam to be good? We need like ace king, ace queen jack. How many is that? That's 14. Ace king of diamonds, ace of spades, queen jack of clubs. Barely.
Yeah, or ace king of diamonds, ace queen of clubs. You don't need the ace of spades now. Oh, sorry, now you're off two aces. You're right. No. Yeah, you'd just be off the ace of spades.
Yeah, you still need to do something about the fourth club, but it's we're getting there. Anyway, North does decide to splinter, which seems reasonable. I mean, the rule that I tend to follow for slams, like when should you at least make some sort of try for a slam, is the perfect minimum rule, where if your partner can hold a perfect hand with minimum high card points for their bidding, and I guess I'm not exactly sure what South's 1-no opener is minimum wise, but a 14 count or something to that effect would be in there, then try for slam with North.
I mean, that's a pretty standard metric for slam hand evaluation. I think one wrinkle is it's a lot easier for partnership communication when the opening bid is a suit and you're looking at for the perfect minimum than when the opening bid is a no trump. Like no trump bidding makes slam bidding hard, right?
No trump bidding makes slam bidding hard.
Like partner opener no trump, like your space is compressed. You're always really worried about wastage. Like it's much harder to bid these thin slams after a no trump opening than a suit opening.
Sure. Yeah, that is a good point.
And here, if North's four hearts showed a void splinter, that's really great, but I would guess it didn't.
I still have the feeling that South would be able to evaluate with three small hearts.
Oh yeah, but
well, East-West have picked up some cards this time. And it looks like they're pretty unlikely to be ending up a little bit too high. I mean, West is going to open and East does have a 17 count, but they'll probably be able to stop in 3 or maybe 4 no trump, and both of those contracts look likely to make.
Yeah, like Polish club does help here because West, just shows his balance minimum, and that's that.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's going to be the same in standard. You open a diamond, partner bids a spade, you bid a no trump, and he no longer has any ambitions.
Yeah. I mean, East has some ambitions, right? He's bidding 2 diamonds here. If he just felt like the hand is settling in 3 no trump, he knows they don't have a major suit fit, and his hand's balanced. He would just bid 3 no over 1 no.
Mm-hmm. And he does have an awfully good hand.
Yeah, it's 17, right? Like, it's 17 prime. But looks like he didn't hear what he was looking for, so he jumps to 3 now. I would think, for the most part, like many standard pairs would take this auction by East as showing 5 spades and being a choice of games. But it looks like East-West are on the same page. No surprise there. That 3 no trump was just... I asked, you bid 2 hearts, and I have decided now that 3 no trump is the place to land.
Yep, so North is on lead with nothing whatsoever. I think probably just lead a diamond. It's sort of the unbid suit.
Yeah, one of the minors.
I think also sort of the unbid suit, but...
I mean, I might be more tempted to try a club than a diamond, since we're so light on high cards that we want to try and hit partner suit. It's more likely partner has 5 clubs than 5 diamonds, just given our length, but North does try a diamond.
The declare hoped that this was from the Jack 10, but not to be. There's a little work to do here. You only have 3 diamond tricks and 3 clubs and, a spade, and you haven't set up your heart trick yet.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely a little bit of work. Declare much happier to be in 3-0 than 4. But at the very least, he can force out a second spade trick with all of the ace, queen, 10, and 9.
Yeah, I was wondering whether he would run a spade honor just because his entry position is kind of annoying.
Yeah, and I mean, now that the 10 of spades forced the king, he's going to score 3 spade tricks. Can't really blame North for not covering with the jack, but
no.
It does not work out well for him here.
Yeah, nice play by West. So, and I think South now is probably going to play a club just because he has nothing else to do. He's got to know it's a give up play.
Yeah. So he does try a club. Declare gets to win. Probably knock out the heart ace and eventually try the spade hook.
And he knows West has 4 hearts, so this has to look horrible to him.
Mm-hmm. And there's no squeeze. South has the jack of hearts. North has the 10 of diamonds. Otherwise, Declare might end up with 11 tricks on this one. I mean, who thought 4-0 was ever in jeopardy?
Yeah, obviously he'll be pretty happy to emerge with this 430 here, given the 4-0 was not secure, as you said.
Yeah. And if these last couple of boards are pushes, then unfortunately the door will have closed on Han's opportunity with 2 boards to go, because they are currently down 49. And they can only pick up 20 for a board for 48 over the last 2.
Have you ever personally had a 24-arm swing?
No. The largest swing I've had is 20.
I think I had a 22 once.
Wait, is 22 a double slam swing? I've had that. Vulnerable.
I'm sure that's one way to it, but in fact, my route to it was a redouble penalty.
Mm.
There was I think it was an accident on a rescue redouble that got left in. It was correct to rescue.
Got it. Well, North gets to open a club. Strong. East comes in with 1 spade. Probably the best defense to precision is to bet a spade on almost any collection of 13 cards. But
yeah, like vulnerable, that's probably true. Non-vulnerable, betting 3 spades is probably a better defense on any 13 cards. Actually, I forget who it was, but one of the early members of the precision team, someone asked him, "What's the best defense to a strong club?" And he said, "Bet 3 spades."
Yeah, I believe it. So
of course, North now is probably really tempted to pass here and defend. Like, he knows he's beating in a bunch of tricks. His partner couldn't make a positive response, so there's probably no game when he has an 18 count with, with no trick source.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and the only positive hand South can have for passing would be a penalty double of spades, which North knows South doesn't have. So he knows his partner is limited to what, like 4 high card points?
I'm not sure, but probably something like that. And here it's going to work out for kind of a funny reason. The spades aren't really a problem, even though he doesn't have a great stopper there, but the hearts are. The defense, if he bids a no trump here, the defense can take a lot of tricks in the majors.
Yeah, although if North bids a no trump, South can escape to 2 diamonds, and that'll actually play quite nicely on the North-South hands.
Well, yeah, he does. he does work out just to pass and hope to make at least one spade himself.
Mm-hmm.
And Declare is going to do okay here. Two hearts are going to cash. The defense is probably going to start by tapping him, which is a pretty good start. So, I don't think he's going to make it, but he's actually no, he's only in one. So, if he can score a club trick, which he should be able to, since he has Queen Jack 10 into 3-3, he only needs 4 spades.
Yeah, I mean, best defense, like double dummy, looks to me to be to win the king of diamonds and put a low spade on the table. And like, I don't think this has to be true, but Kalita might need to stick in the jack to win it and to pin the singleton 10, and that seems like an implausible play to me. But we'll see what happens. Because Declare is not going to touch trumps if he doesn't have to. He's going to work on the club suit first.
Yeah, I think Declarer's goal is going to be, hope to score a club trick, hope to score a couple of hard tricks, and then take however many trumps he takes.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously, he's thrilled beyond belief to find his partner with 2 aces and fitting glove hunters. When he overcalled this 8 count, his goal wasn't to try to play 1 spade making 80.
No. But it did its job, right? Like, even if he goes down 1, North-South do have a diamond partial available.
Yeah.
So there's Queen
North-South
diamonds to king.
Yeah, North-South have 8 top tricks and diamonds, and, some of the time he can score a heart rough for 9.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and of course, as happy as East is to see that dummy in West, North is approximately equally unhappy to see that dummy.
Yeah. That much is clear. So North does find the best, what I would say, double dummy defense, and I'm not certain that, oh my god, there's...
Exactly. This isn't that hard, right? They're playing precision. South has the Queen Jack of diamonds. North has to have everything else.
Yeah, but he might have stuck in the 9 of spades holding. He didn't even have to try the jack or 9. He could have let it run around to the ace and just rough diamonds with low trumps.
North has to be balanced because he would have bid a suit if he had one. Therefore, he has all the missing high cards.
Yeah. No, I mean, like, that is clear. But specifically playing the jack to pin the singleton 10... that's quite a play.
That's true.
Well, I do suspect Declare is still going to play on clubs, but now... And, I mean, look, part of it might be Kalita's waiting patiently here. It's gone a club, a spade, pass, and North is now in the tank for, 5 minutes about what to do in balancing seed, and elects to pass. He might know spades are 5-1.
Yeah, I mean, they could be 4-2, though, right? Like, or you think North would have passed faster if he was 4-3-3 or something?
Yeah, I think so. I think he would just pass it out if he was completely balanced. Right? Like, if Kalita thought that spades were 4-2, he absolutely would have cashed this ace of spades before playing a second heart or like, doing anything else.
Yeah.
No, he knows.
Well, I think when it goes Jack 10, of course he knows.
Yes. That too.
Yeah, so I guess here his options are start clubs or play the Jack of Hearts, tapping North and unblocking the suit at the same time.
Right? Yep.
Either way, he's certainly going to merge with at least 7 tricks. Can he get an over trick here? Like, it seems unlikely, but I don't know. I mean, defense have 2 clubs, and I guess I can always get 2 spades.
Yeah, that's still only 5, but you're right. It is
Oh,
somewhere
so yeah, so he
between
does have an overtrick. Yeah.
it's somewhere between 7 and 8 tricks is what Declare will emerge with. Um, does elect to go with the route of forcing out North's kind of natural trumps.
So I think, let's see, can North, so North obviously knows he can't tap Declare because that'll just make the trump coup against his queen pretty trivial.
He doesn't have an alternative. I think he does have to lead back a. I think he'll lead back a spade.
Oh, you know what? Actually, yeah, I was thinking that, but he also he plays 3 rounds of clubs. Declare can just win, rough something, spade to the ace, and laugh at him.
Yep. Yeah, I mean that would be a way for him to score 140. Who thought that would be the result?
140. I don't think that. Oh, I see. Because he can lead a hard winner off dummy at the end.
Okay, maybe I spoke too quickly about Ace King of Clubs in a club, but I think 140 is in play.
I think if Declare could be in a position where his coup card is a winner, he will take 140.
Yeah. Well, North does try the diamond ace, so now after spade ruff, or diamond ruff spade to the ace, Declare can just play hearts through North.
Yeah, although, of course, now Declare's club trick is not set up yet.
No, but at least this is safe for plus 80, and that's all he really cares about.
Yeah, of course. You know, anytime they open a strong club against you and you manage to go plus as Declare, you're happy about the way things went.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, look at this. Clever play by Declare, actually.
Yeah, so okay, the king of spades and play a club with North having the ace king. He'll get a trick in the end after all.
Yeah, so 110. Well done. Well spotted in the end position there.
So we do have results in all the other matches. If people are interested, Simpson did withdraw down 85. Bathurst held on to their lead and ousted Fleischer. They won by 32. Goodman picked up some imps against Wolfson, who were without Mextra at the last set. So they advanced by 29 imps. Leibowitz actually came back from a 20 imp deficit to beat Juster by 4 in what is the highest scoring match of the day, 154-150. So we'll see some gross acts tomorrow. Rosenthal had a pretty decent-sized halftime lead of 21 imps, lost the lead in the third quarter, and lost a few more imps to lose by 16. So disappointing result for them. The Patricia Kane team held on to beat Street by 26, and Amoyle stuck one at the three-quarter mark, won by 31 over Hammond. Pretty convincing fourth quarter there.
Yeah, so...
Yeah. Of course, if Amoyles wins the entire event, they had to get through me to do it.
You're basically second place. I think they should put your name on the trophy, in fact.
So they beat us by 35, and I gotta say, it feels pretty good being only 3 imps worse than Bob Hammond.
Yeah. Pretty strong Hammond team as well that fell just short in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, we played against Hammond in the Platinum, and, he still got it.
Yeah. Well, last board of this match, so with two compares left, Hans is officially out of it. So congrats to Team Switzerland for making it through after a bit of a topsy-turvy first half. They managed to pull it out in the final 2 quarters. Last board of the set, South opens a no trump. North has a very exciting hand, in fact.
Yeah, and of course most pairs have long since ditched a method of showing game forcing with both majors, so I'll have to do something else to get this hand off his chest. And here, this is one where you very much do want to make a slam try as North, because you really just don't need much as long as there's no terrible wastage. North South, in fact, do make six spades. Of course, six hearts will not make because of the heart loser. But in spades, you can just rough it out.
Yeah, okay. So North decides to start with Stamen. I think North's plan was to bid Stamen, bid Smolin, and then potentially Texas into hearts, and then maybe even bid Keycard and hearts afterwards.
Yeah.
But with East doubling, South now gets to, respond to spades, and I think a lot of players will have some agreement that bidding in response to this double promises a club stopper.
Yeah. In fact, that was the agreement that I had earlier in the week, and it did actually come up once.
Yeah, so it's not going to make North all that happy. His singleton club, not all that useful opposite a stopper, but he's happy that they've found a fit.
Yeah, and he's also happy that it's come up in a way that he can Q bid and still leave his partner the entire 4 level to Q bid in response.
Yeah.
We'll see. I think South probably should be Q bidding in response here, right? He's got the Ace of Clubs is a good card. His trump support is pretty good. His hand is pure.
Mm-hmm.
Like even with no red suit ace, I think you owe your partner at least one try here. Yep, and he does bid 4 diamonds.
Yeah, so
4
diamonds.
Like
yeah, but Hung already had Blackwood on the tray. When it's like partially pushed through, you can barely see your partner's bids. He had 4 no trump out of the box and was ready to table it. So 5 hearts, 2 without. North, we absolutely bid the slam. Looking for a swing here on the last board of the match. And he will make it. Queen of Spades comes to... I say that. He probably makes this.
It is the only makeable slam.
Yes. Yeah.
I think you make it. Like you have no reason to do anything other than try to drop the Queen of Spades. East West fine. They did a little bit of bidding, but clubs are 5-4 that way. You just don't have any real reason to think that someone has a stiff spade.
How convinced are you that they're 5-4 and not 6-3?
Less convinced now on this King of Clubs lead.
Yeah, because against us, if we knew that clubs were 6-3, the percentage has shifted in favor of hooking west for the spade queen. So, I don't know. Hans might be here for a while.
I was thinking that if the start was just a low club to the queen and ace, where Declare would think very often that he should have king, queen of clubs, he would take the drop in spades.
Yeah. Seems like a reasonable take, especially given that West has, effectively raised clubs in this auction. He will frequently have 4 of them.
Yeah, although when he holds the king, East is maybe more likely to have 6. Like, Queen 10-9 fifth isn't everyone's idea of lead directing double.
Yeah.
Like, I think it's right, especially when you have some entries as he does. But, it's certainly going to give Declare more to think about, because I think the weaker East clubs are, the more likely it is that he has extras, extra length.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, as we've seen, South is quite a deliberate player in some of these, hard positions. Of course, we can see that his decision doesn't matter, and he may even suspect it. I think he knows his set hasn't gone that well, but you'd really hate to not give a slam due consideration on the last board of a match.
Right.
So meanwhile, we do have results on the previous board where The other table, North-South, did manage to get to two diamonds with at least 8 tricks and took 9. So yet another pickup for the Poles, or for the Swiss team.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see, who are tomorrow's matchups? Let's look at the bracket here. We're going to have Nickel against Amoils, 1 versus 8. Those are the original seeds. Goodman against Rombo. Both of those are upsets. They beat the 5 and 4 seed, respectively. The other side of the bracket, Switzerland against Leibowitz. Both teams keeping their original seed. Swiss at 2 and Leibowitz at 7. And the other side of the bracket also do upsets. Bathurst was the original 14 seed and took over the 3 by beating Fleischer. And Kane took over the 6 seed by beating Street. I think Kane may have been the original. Yeah, Kane was actually the original 22 seed.
Yeah, they've had a couple of upsets. Rombo has also, depending on where you actually think they should be seated, they came in as a fairly low seed at 20, but they have had a couple of upsets now.
Yeah, given their recent track record, I would not want to draw that team at number 20.
Mm-hmm. So Declare fishing for a bit more information and tries the Queen of Diamonds out of hand. Runs around to the ace.
So the other table, they were in 5 spades and did manage to lose a spade trick.
Well, I assume they took the spade hook, right? Because they're playing for 6 spades to be down.
I suppose. I mean, there's no opposing bidding, but if I'm not sure why you would do that, though, because if the contract of this table is 6 spades, nothing you do makes a difference, right? You take your max trick line, like both of their results are outside of your possible bound.
Yeah, hold on just one sec, because is it possible we need to rough 2 hearts or something if spades are 3-1? If hearts are 4-1? I think so, right?
Maybe?
So, like, if we go ace, king of... I don't know. It looks like running the jack of spades guarantees the contract, so I'm not going to fault Declare in that room. Whereas ace, king of spades, maybe you go down if hearts split badly.
Yeah, I'm not sure I totally agree with that, but whatever the reason, wow.
Yeah, so Declare does end up going down in 6 spades. 11 more imps going the way of Switzerland, and that makes the match look a lot less close than it was 30 boards ago.
Yeah.
But well done to them, so they do move on, and as you said, their matchup tomorrow is going to be against Leibowitz.
So convincing victory in the end for Switzerland after a close halftime score.
Yeah. Well, thanks, Craig, for commentating with me today. I will see you again, and hopefully all the viewers back tomorrow at around 10 a.m. Eastern Time to start the quarterfinals.
Cool. Yep. Have a good night, everyone.
Good night. All right, chat. I will be back for just a minute. Post NABC talk. Well, I think we all know what happened. Zimmerman went out, and then then Switzerland won, and it wasn't close. I'm sorry if I affected a lot of the vote. I do see that many people ended up voting for Switzerland to cruise to victory and earned a lot of channel points because of it. You're welcome, V8. Just so you know, yours was the deciding vote. There was a tiebreaker about whether or not to watch Switzerland Hans or... Honestly, I don't remember. It's not important. No one cares about the other match. And I added in your vote even though you were asleep, and you tipped the scales in the favor of watching the Aussies. So, congratulations. We did get to see a couple of fun boards. And listen, I like watching Kalita Klukovsky. They're really good. Seeing them do cool stuff on every hand is sweet. Same with Brink Driver. They're really good. Wibbly Edgerton need to get their shit together. You tell them that. Tell them that I told you that they need to get their shit together, because my God, they fucked up big time today. Okay, but seriously, like, don't tell them that I said that. They'll never know if you don't tell them. But they did miss a couple of opportunities, I do believe. But yeah, it was a fun match. I will be back again tomorrow, 10 a.m. Eastern. And we will, once again, I think we have all 4 matches going tomorrow. So we'll be able to watch whoever we want. Yeah, Edgerton Ace of Diamonds before a spade. Oh my God, that hand. It was like a partnership agreement that we don't know how to cross rough, right? Because then, like, later in the play, Wibbly forgot how to cross rough in the 3-diamond partial. He like started roughing his 4-3 side suit instead of his 4-1 side suit first. It was very confusing, very confusing. Less at stake in a 3-diamond part score. But yes, we will take a look. Wait, you know what I hold on a second. Hold on, no one go anywhere. Let me actually put the vote in now, so that, because I have like a full crowd of people, like, and no one wakes up, like, no one tunes in for the first 5 minutes of stream anyway. Yeah, let me put in a poll. New poll. Who to watch tomorrow? Shit. Where are the options? Okay, let me bring up the options for everyone. Quarterfinals. Can everyone see? No. Everyone can't see. Yes, everyone can see. Great. Nickel. I'm just gonna do the first team. Switz, Bath, Rom. Boom. You get 3 minutes to vote. We're going to do a poll. And this will be the team that we end up watching tomorrow. Or that we end up doing commentary for tomorrow. You had the stream up 45 minutes early. Hold on. How drunk were you by the time the stream actually started? Craig, go away. Craig, no one wants to talk to you. Craig is calling me. We're doing important shit on stream. You tell him, chat. Like, Craig, get out of here. Or get in here so that he can vote. But these are the options for the matches tomorrow. I'm not going to say who I want to watch. I mean, all of these matches will be good. Predictions and analysis of yesterday's boards. Listen, buddy. I'm here for, like, how long has the stream been going? 10 hours and 47 minutes I've been live, with about a 45-minute break for lunch. Like, there's no way that I'm going to be here for 45 minutes early. Yeah, the players who backed Rombo in the fantasy brackets are pretty happy. You'll have me know you've been here 45 minutes longer. I totally understand, actually. I get it. And I wish that I had that kind of stamina, but look, I'm an old geezer at this point. All right, we got about a minute and a little bit left. You're watching the stream at work and you definitely shouldn't be. I feel like that frequently happens, that people are like busy, but they just like pull the thing up at work and they get sucked in. Oh, I got you, Zapsniff. Don't worry, your Norwegian humor hasn't been lost on me. I have the feeling the lowest vote is going to be for Bathurst against Kane. That's just my take. I haven't actually looked. How are we doing? Oh, No, no one wants to see Switzerland tomorrow. Does everyone understand that Leibowitz is the Grossack team? And that could be fun and exciting? There is Dennis Bilda as well on that team. Zap is a fellow Norwegian. You all are both from Norway. I will put it that way. But fellow might be a bit of a stretch. Looks like we're going to be checking out Nickel tomorrow. So, Nickel Moyles. And we'll get a first-hand peek at whether or not Nickel really deserves their 1 seed. Again, only team to receive a concession in the round of 16. So, are they worth it? Moyles is a very strong team going up against them. But all these matches will be great, actually. So, all right, thanks for the vote, chat. I'm off. I will see you again tomorrow, bright and early, 10 a.m. for me. It'll probably be afternoon for many of you. But take care. Hopefully everyone has